Hi, guys, and welcome back to Holy Humanist. I hope everyone's doing all right. Today, I am in conversation with a fellow ex-Muslim woman and activist, Sultan Salateen. So, as some of you might know, I had a chat with her. Sorry, I've had a chat with her previously, and we did a segment called "The Role of Islam." The role of women in Islam, sorry. So the reason for this stream today is basically first and foremost to get to know a bit more about Sultan Salateen's background and her own journey out of Islam, because last time the conversation was a lot more based on my own personal experiences. So we'll get some insight into her journey. And second of all, the reason is because we have suddenly seen a ramp up on bans from the Pakistani government. So the video that I'm talking about, I'll just share my screen with you guys. Sorry. Okay, so this is Sultan Salateen's channel, which you all please go ahead and subscribe to. She's doing amazing work in English and in Urdu. It's amazing. So this video and another one, which was, she's going to come on and tell us some more about, but basically these videos were on the radar of the Pakistani government, and they're just ramping this up now because obviously more and more women are speaking out, and more women commenting on situation in Pakistan are speaking out. And as I mentioned on Sunday Scoop, the show that I do with Horace, was that I think they get a little bit more irked when women speak out. So basically, we thought if you're going to try and stop us, then we're just going to come back, and we're going to come back stronger and harder. And not only are we going to speak in English, we are going to start speaking out in Urdu as well. And on that note, I have also launched my Urdu channel. So for all the Urdu Hindi speakers out there, feel free to go ahead and subscribe to this channel right here. I'll share my screen. If you're interested in Urdu content, because I'm going to be doing the same sort of stuff that I do in English in Urdu. So yeah, definitely please subscribe to that if you're interested. But yeah, okay, without further ado, let's bring in Sultan Salateen. Hi, Sultan Salateen, and welcome.
Thank you, Nuria. Thanks a lot for inviting me. It's always
No
nice
worries
to
at
have a chat with
all.
you.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for being here and, doing this impromptu and then being willing to kind of, give us more of your story. And also, the discussion can be free flowing in the end because we have a lot to say when it comes to women and Islam and Pakistan and that entire shebang. So, yeah, on that note, I also wanted to kind of start off this stream, if that's okay with you, Sultan Salateen, is just reminiscing real quick about the situation in Afghanistan with the abject poverty that the ordinary Afghans are suffering because of the Taliban takeover and the subsequent lack of aid now. And what we're seeing is that these families, these fathers are having to, the first victims, you and I discussed this even in our last discussion of Islam, are always women, and in this case, little girls. And it's a really, really depressing and distressing situation. I also spoke about this heavily in my stream with Ghalib. If you guys haven't checked out this video, do go ahead and check it out. This is the one I did with Ghalib. And honestly, even in this video, the actual video he's playing from CNN is here if you want to see the full report. Sorry, let me just share my screen again. If you want to see the full report, it is here. I just think that we all know by now, because we discussed this on Sunday Scoop as well, that this is a really dire situation, and I'm not willing to play this video again, but for all of you who haven't seen it, it's all there online, and you can understand the gravity of the situation. So I think that's a very depressing but a very fitting start to this stream, because Sultan Salateen has kindly agreed to share a story with us. So Sultan Salateen, the floor is all yours, and then we can start everything else.
Thank you. The title of the story is The Sacred Night. Surrounded by my friends, I was absolutely in my element, playing with dolls and other toys. To my annoyance, the warm wind playfully kept scattering my hair all over my face. The house was oozing some sort of excitement mixed with certain somberness, all of which I could neither really comprehend nor care for. Many of my father's friends came to visit him for some reason. All of a sudden, my mother came from another room and snatched the doll out of my hand and threw it on the floor and told my friends to leave. My eyes lingered on my friends longingly, who were still blissfully engrossed in their own world, laughing and fighting and chasing each other, while some were busy gathering their toys from the floor. How I wished and yearned that my mother would let me play a little longer. My mother was still holding my hand in hers when she brought me into the room where a beautiful white new dress was waiting for me. I looked closely at my mother, not saying anything, just kept observing. Often, while changing my clothes, my mother would tickle me and ask me about my friends and what I played with. However, today was different. As my mother began to change me into my beautiful new dress, I noticed that tears were rolling down her cheeks. I thought it must have been because of the fight she had with father. Something was amiss. Mother seemed preoccupied and lost in her thought. In a shaky voice, she strictly told me to listen to the father and that I was not supposed to misbehave. Almost dragging me by my hand, she brought me to a room where father was waiting for us. I wondered, why was my mother avoiding my gaze and not showering me with usual hugs and kisses? It was as if a look at me would reveal everything she was trying so hard to hide. Father brought me into a room slightly more decorated today than usual, where he was sitting with his companions. The room was full of shadows of full grown men, and I felt even smaller and more inept. He had often frequented our house and was sworn brother of my father, and therefore I used to call him my uncle. But today I felt uncomfortable with the way he was staring at me. Sitting right next to this man who was probably older than my father, I felt as if I was sitting right next to a giant. Soon there was an exchange of some incomprehensible recitation, and everyone shook his hand, chanting Mabrook, Mabrook. I felt really excited to see some of my favorite sweets being distributed. While I was still busy nibbling away at the sweets, my mother took me out of the room and hugged me, crying inconsolably. I was told that I was now his lawful wife, Mankuha, and that my 6 year old body belonged from now on to him and not to me anymore. I kept looking at my mother and other relative women gathered there, not understanding a word of what they were trying to say. I was sure that I must have done something really remarkable since everyone kept congratulating me and hugging me. Time flew by, and me and my dolls had to part for me to come to his life. 3 years later, on one auspicious day, my mother and father sent me away with him, my husband. That night, my body was buried in pain that made its way from my flesh to soul. It seemed that the darkness had swallowed all my screams and protest into nothingness. Once he was done with me, I felt filthy and unworthy, like the dirty slave, perhaps. But the contradiction between my father being his friend and the slave women being the family of people who opposed him, I could not explain. Till yesterday, I too believed that whoever dared to oppose him or his companions, like my father, deserved to be killed, and that it was the tender heartedness of our men that the women and children of these men were taken as slaves, serving the noble families. But now I felt differently. Next morning, the women in my family came to visit me. My body felt broken and bruised. Yet for some reason, the women seemed pleased with what they saw. It was as if I've earned their newfound respect and great appreciation for making through it. I cast a look at the women and another at the body, bloody stains on my dress and sheets. Feeling defeated, I began to scratch away the stains. For now I'm Aisha, the wife of Muhammad, the Holy Prophet.
Oh my goodness. I don't know what to say, to be honest. Thank you so much, Sultan Salateen, for sharing that with us. I, I think the way you've encapsulated the character of a young child bride like that like this is now when you look at that CNN report, when you see this happening around you, it just it strikes a chord because these are humanized stories now, and this is the story of the very wife of the prophet. And correct me if I'm wrong, is this one of the stories that got banned on your channel?
Yeah, the Urdu version of it, yes.
Okay, yeah. So honestly, I had goosebumps throughout that. That was absolutely remarkable, and kudos to your writing skills.
Thank you. The purpose of
Um,
writing
yeah, go
these
ahead.
stories is that these are loosely based on ahadith. There
Hmm.
is a story that Aisha tells herself that she was playing with the doll when her nikah was performed. There is another that she was told to scratch away at after sleeping with Muhammad, that she used to scratch away the stains with her nails. So these are the just few things that I picked up from that. But I wanted to give it a human face. I wanted for people to look at it from a child's perspective, that it's a child, 6 year old. What are we talking about? A 6 year old child who has no idea what life is,
Hmm.
what it is to be married, what it is to belonging to a man, and you ask that child to marry someone. I don't understand that. I don't know how people justify that. Sleeping with the 9 year old, equally
Yeah,
horrible. But I don't understand the concept of consent and nikah. Why 6 year old? Why? I don't understand that. I am a mother myself, and a 6 year old child is absolutely not mentally developed enough to make decisions like that. And to be forced to be sleeping with a full grown man, that's criminal actually.
yeah. It's pedophilia. It's rape. It's absolutely reprehensible. And for the prophet of Islam to have carried out an action like that, I mean, I don't know about for you, but this was honestly one of my biggest roots out of Islam. When I found out that he had married a 6-year-old, consummated it at 9, I literally could not. That thought could not sleep in my head. I was like, that is deplorable. How is this the man that I revere so much, that I'm supposed to love? Like that makes you sick. It makes you absolutely sick to your stomach. I'm not even a mother, and I can empathize so much with the mothers there who are having to actually, with their own hands, give away their daughter to another man, literally older than her father, yanking her away, and her father begging that man not to beat her, because beating is also sanctioned in Islam. It just makes you absolutely sick to your stomach. So I can empathize with how, like, absolutely in your veins you'd be disgusted by this concept yourself, and like that comes across in the way you've written this incredible story, which just clarifying for people that would you just want to clarify, as you said, it's loosely based on the hadith?
It is. It is based on the hadith of Aisha, where she recalls the atmosphere on the day she was married to the Prophet.
Mhm.
It's loosely based on her accounts, how she used to purify herself after sleeping with the Prophet, or how she would clean herself up. So imagine a child and imagine these stories. And if you can't feel for that child because of your religious beliefs and
Yeah,
you're forced to justify them, I don't know what to say to you, actually. Because
yeah,
if you're not able to feel the pain and torture a child might go through because of this, then there's something missing in you as a person, as a good human being, actually. And this is what happened to Aisha, or it is basically what people, most of the Muslims, believe what happened to Aisha, actually. I would be happy to know that majority of Muslims think that Aisha was 19-year-old, but that is not the case. What we have been taught, I grew up in Pakistan, and in our syllabus, it was written that Aisha was 6-year-old when she was, married off to Muhammad, and the marriage was consummated 3 years later.
wait, so can I just clarify, that was actually like known knowledge that was given to you as clear knowledge?
Of course, it was.
Really?
It was
Because
in
for
a
me
part
it
of
was
our syllabus.
hidden. Really?
And the justification presented for that was it was an Arab tradition. They used to marry their children off at a very young age. So, what was the need of the Prophet then? If he wanted to continue those old traditions, which were archaic and which he was supposed to break the people free from,
Yeah.
if he was doing, but there are certain instances which you come across that the father of Aisha, Abu Bakr, actually refused in the first place to marry his daughter off
Yeah.
to Muhammad because he saw the age difference and that she was too young. But then there's another hadith where apparently Jibril came to Muhammad, the prophet, and he had a silk cloth in his hand with
Yeah.
Aisha's picture on it. And
Yeah.
he said that this is going to be your wife, and she's going to be your wife in this world and hereafter also. So imagine an angel having nothing else to do but to, you know, provide for matches for the prophet. And I mean, it's sick. I don't
It's
know what else to
absolutely
say.
sick. So just on that note, because this we can go on about for hours, and as I was like, honestly, the recent footage that has come out of Afghanistan, these news reports, I could not play it today, but it's your story and seeing that video, it really just brings this concept to life that there are a huge amount of people out there that absolutely devote their life to a man who engaged in this behavior. But as I can see how obviously this affects you as well, I just want to get to know you, get to know your backstory a bit more. Obviously, your viewers know you. You're on my channel as well. So, for all my viewers that don't know anything about you or have kind of just recently come across you, can we start with, because we want to know like how you, I want to know what it was that like put you over the edge when you absolutely just said, I'm done with this ideology, and eventually what led you to speak out. But if we could just start with like your background, your upbringing, your education, because the fact that even that was in the syllabus, I'm dumbfounded. So yeah, can you just introduce yourself a bit and give us some backstory?
Yeah, sure. I grew up in a family that had very little to do with religion, actually. So I was lucky in that sense that I was not forced to do anything. But growing up in Pakistan, it's part and parcel of your life to learn about Islam because that's what your schooling is, woven around. It's a compulsory subject. You have to know from ages two onwards that where was Prophet born and who was his mother, and basic knowledge about the Prophet that
Mm-hmm.
is given to you, and what is Islam, and basic general knowledge kind of things that they provide you when even at that age. And I even remember that I couldn't even pronounce those things because for a kid to have pronounce those Arabic words are not easy sometimes. So
Yeah, but I heard that the men in Pakistan, and I think this is more prevalent with boys, but correct me if I'm wrong, but they would ask them to pronounce their Arabic, and like the third time they just smack them if they still couldn't. But they were like, it's so hard to get that like ain and rain pronunciation from like the back of your throat, which doesn't come naturally even to Urdu speakers, you know?
yeah, luckily in our time, it wasn't that strict, and I was in an English medium school, so the education system is slightly better than that in the Urdu medium schools.
Uh-huh.
So it wasn't that strict, but there was Islamiyat, and there was that we were for a little period of time. We also had some Qari because I couldn't read Arabic, and there was probably I was making mistakes in pronunciation also. Um, Probably in Arabic while reciting kalama or something. So my parents had a Qari for, I think, a very brief period of time, but never was it a part of our daily life. But outside, when you're growing up, I don't know how it got into my mind, but the concept of God was there
Uh-huh.
because you listen about it all around you. Or, only my family was in a kind of, an outcast, you can say, or they were like,
You were so lucky in that sense, yeah.
yeah, I was, but there was a huge conflict that I had to go through because of that also, because you think it can't be that the whole world is wrong, and
Yeah.
only your
Yeah.
family that thinks the otherwise. So
Yeah.
I went through that phase, and initially there was no discussion on religion and all that. So I had that concept of God, that there is someone probably and looking at us and can know everything. So in Ramazan, I would go in, I would think if I drink water
Yeah.
in the loo, perhaps from the tap, would he figure it out? So
Yes, because
these
God
kind of
watches
things.
you even when nobody is looking, or that's what I was told
But I
anyway.
was in my mind,
He's everywhere, right?
I
Yeah.
thought him to be more decent that he wouldn't look into the loo.
Yeah, true, actually. God, like,
So
give me an ounce
probably
of
that.
privacy. Even the angels wait outside when you go to the loo, apparently, so surely Allah can.
So that might have been in the back of my mind. But when I grew up, the conflict grew bigger and bigger, and I didn't know. At home, it was a different life, but outside, you have to. As a woman, you are expected to be more religious. I don't know why,
Yeah,
because you are the one who carries forward the traditions,
yeah,
and the next generation is, I don't know why they think that, but the whole responsibility of teaching or passing on the knowledge to the next generation somehow lies on the shoulders of women, and
yeah,
men can be whatever they want to be. My father had been open about, you know his what he believed in, and his lack of religion, or not believing in it. But my mother didn't have that luxury. She was always, attending Quran khanis and all those stuff that is part and parcel of a Pakistani woman's life.
Did she make
So,
you go to those? Oh my God, the
oh,
amount of
she did.
excuses.
Oh, she did.
Yeah, the
She did.
amount of excuses I have to make to try and get out of those things. Oh my God.
And my family is partly, the maternal side is Shia, and my paternal side is Sunni, Wahhabi Sunni on top of that. So
Oh, wow.
there's a mixture of that. There used to be, when my father used to. My mother was spiritual more, I think, than religious. So there would be Imam Zamin when my father would leave for long journeys. You tie a kind of a cloth on the
Mm-hmm.
arm. It's like
Mm-hmm.
and there's money in it, and you tie it
Okay.
on the person's arm who's leaving on a journey, and when the person returns, this money would be given away as charity or something. That's it, called Imam Zamin.
Okay.
So these kind of things were practiced in my house, and my father, not being religious, still put up with it. And but we had lots of books at home. We had lots of discussions at home, political, philosophical, and others. And we were exposed to many cultures apart from Pakistani and Muslim cultures also as a kid.
And why,
But
sorry, why do you think that is? Because I feel like, yeah, I mean, yeah, you have a lot of like the elitists in Pakistan who are the same way and they're extremely liberal. But other than that, like it's almost the exception rather than the rule. So why do you think your upbringing was so like, you did have exposure to other cultures and you had exposure to read other things beyond just what, your curriculum was and Islam was and
I think the benefit goes to the fact that my father had many friends who were like-minded. So
right.
it was kind of a circle of, kind of, you can say, an elite circle, where it was made up of all people who were intellectually solid, and they had
Mm-hmm.
read a lot or they had traveled a lot. And so in that circle, the people you meet are like-minded, and they have read, and they are on the same page as you are. So as kids, we were never discussing religion, to be honest. As kids, we were playing, charades, and we were playing like, you know uh, different games and cards and all that when there was a get together. But as I said, my father had some Chinese friend, my father had some Persian friends, my father had some Iraqi friends, and different people used to visit us. So we were exposed, and we were traveling in my childhood also. So there was an exposure. uh,
Okay, yeah, this is what I always say. Like, honestly, one of the easiest ways to have your mind broadened is to travel. Like,
yeah.
there's just nothing, there's no exposure like it. Once you travel and you've seen various parts of the world and you've seen different people and cultures and religion, it makes you think twice about everything, and it just gives you like this expanded view of the world, which otherwise you could easily like even when I, leave the UK and come back, if I was to go back to the same house in the same street, even after 20 years, nothing has changed. Like, not their mindset, not anything that's going on, like it
Yeah.
really pushes you out of your comfort zone to travel. So I'm really, really glad that at least you had that exposure. Just a quick follow-up question. So you were never forced to read the Quran from like start to finish in Arabic?
I never did.
Wow, lucky you.
I never did.
Yes. Oh,
Actually,
sorry. I
I
just
had
wanted
a
to.
lot of problem because of that, to be honest. We were traveling, but there was a time when we settled back in Pakistan. And in
Yeah.
school, during the matriculation, you're expected to know certain surahs. You're supposed to know certain prayers. You're supposed to
Mhm.
know the pronunciation of certain verses. And I
Yeah.
would dread that. The Islamia teacher, the would be standing there, and everyone would be done, and they had memorized and everything. And I would have, my heart,
Pounding
popping
like
in my
please.
chest,
Oh my
not knowing
god.
if I'll make a mistake or fool out of myself. But the teacher won't leave me until I got it right. And it was,
Oh my god.
yeah, I had to. And I remember once in the previous class, I think I was in class 8, and a
Yeah.
teacher asked me if I offer prayers at home 5 times a day or once or twice or whatever. And I said no. And she was so, shocked. He made me stand up in the class on a chair
Oh my, oh my days.
throughout the day.
What? What?
Yeah.
No.
And I came home so embarrassed, so embarrassed.
That is so unacceptable. Oh my god.
And I told my father, and my father was furious. And he called the school up
Wait,
and he
forget
was
the
like,
embarrassment for a second. Were you not in pain standing on a
I
chair
don't
all
know. The
day?
embarrassment was so heavy that I forgot about anything else that was happening because I was so ashamed. Because obviously, I had done something wrong that the teacher had made me stand up because everyone else
Well,
was
you were
apparently
being
doing
truthful,
it.
to be honest. That's a good trait, surely. You're being absolutely truthful. You could have lied and said 5 times.
Yeah.
What would your teacher
And
know?
and I was so when I came home, I told my father. My father was furious, and I was afraid that he's going to fight the teacher. He called up the school. He complained to the principal
Yeah.
that it's none of your business what my daughter does at home. If she's telling
Nice.
the truth, are you going to punish her?
Exactly. What kind of a
And the
message is
teacher
that
never
sending to a
spoke to me
child?
again.
That,
She
yeah,
hated
because
me
the
after that.
but also the teacher's been put in her place. Because what kind of a lesson is that to teach a child that you're gonna
That
be
all well
punished
and
for telling
good.
the truth?
But, uh, you know, I was never a child who was hated by a teacher, but now there was one.
You were a
And she
teacher's
hated me
pet
for good.
otherwise. Yeah.
And then
Well,
I somehow learned that you can't be that all, honest in life. That was my first lesson, that when it comes to religion,
yeah.
I couldn't be honest anymore. So that's when I learned that it's not going to work. And then later on, when I was 14, 15, 16, in my school and college, people would ask me if I would be fasting, and I would lie. I would tell them yes. I would do good
Yeah.
breakfast at home, go to school or college, stay
Mhm.
hungry the whole day, come home and have my lunch or whatever that time was. But that's how I learned to exist. There was no other way around it.
Wow. Wow, so you're literally like living a double life just to, I don't know, even have like not like people just, first of all, people prize so much, right? It's like, are you as pious as me? Are you as religious as me? That's such a like, there's such a community policing going on in itself within like the Pakistani community. You always have to outwardly show that you're more religious than the other person, or it's almost like a competition. It's really weird. But you almost had to live a double life then, like, just like feeling a certain way. And at this point, were you also thinking a certain way? Like, had you detached mentally from
No,
us?
actually,
Like,
I was more conforming to the religious norm. Somehow that peer pressure and everything was getting to me. I wanted to be
oh,
accepted. I wanted to be part of the society. I couldn't be an outcast. And it was
yeah,
hurting to be not like the other people. You feel so wrong in being different as a kid,
yeah.
especially when you're a teen, when you're looking for acceptance around you. It's very difficult to be an outcast, kind of, that you know that people don't know, but inside you have the feeling that this is not right.
And especially
And
feeling that way amongst your own people is something else altogether, like there's not even a safe space for you within your own community, which
yeah,
is sad. And the thing is, this is so weird because I think this is like generally like the nature of Islam and what it does, because you're talking about an experience in Pakistan, but literally in the UK for like even being born and bred here, I'm living a double life to a certain extent as well, just to exist as like a normal girl growing up in the UK without the like all the constraints that Islam puts on me. Like, you know, just having to, I mean, never saying where you're really going if you're ever, you know, to interact with boys or you're coming home late. Like everything is almost done on such a like you just become really good at lying, to be honest, to your own people, and you feel like absolute crap for it. But that is the only way you'll get an ounce of freedom. Or it is so weird. It's just the inner policing, and you know that whole concept of like what are people going to say about this,
Mm.
what are they going to say if they see you coming home at this time, like, you know, that it's just weird. It's weird as if I don't know, I don't really care for what like the auntie down the road thinks, but you care
Yeah.
so much that now I really have to care. And it's just, it's such an impediment on your own life to grow up in a society like that. But okay, so sorry, I just wanted to draw that parallel. But yeah, carry on. So you felt really obviously weird for like and judged by these people, and you had to live a double life. And then when did you kind of just check out altogether?
Actually, I went through a phase where there's a lot of harassment in Pakistan, where when you're a woman, when you're stepping out, and then you hear these stories that what pious women should look like and how they're respected. So in my mind, I thought if I would cover myself up completely, cloak myself in a those huge shawls kind of a thing, that Irani whole chadar kind of a thing, which covers you from head to toe. Only your face is visible. I thought that would somehow make me more respectable, respected in the
Wow.
society, and that people would not harass me
Mm.
somehow. But it didn't work. It didn't work. I tried it. My mother was also worried. Why are you doing that? And what are you up to? And, she was okay with dupatta because that is the norm in Pakistan. So she was fine till dupatta or covering my head. But the whole chadar thing, she was a bit scared.
Okay, so can I just start? Just I have so many questions for you, but also I just want to say, Zagros Ozcan, thank you so much for the super chat and for your support. Um, yeah, Sultan Salateen, just to stop you 1 second. So when you are deciding that this is what you want to do now, is this coming from a position purely because, correct me if I'm wrong, I just want to really understand what's going on in your mind. Is this coming from a position where you want to be more accepted amongst those people and kind of just not be the outcast? Or are you also like, do you genuinely feel like a natural calling towards it? Or was it just the first thing, or was it a mix of both?
For me, it wasn't, it was never the natural calling, I think. I
Okay,
felt
okay. That's what I
it
wanted to know.
was it was more of the social pressure and the harassment which was going on. I wanted to shield myself. I didn't know how to protect myself when I'm stepping out. Um, and to be more, you know, part of the society, to fit in probably better amongst my friends and among the people that I know. So that
Mhm.
was an experiment which lasted, I think, about a few months probably, and then I came back to my usual dupatta, and that chadar thing was discarded. But that
Oh,
thing,
phew. I
yeah,
feel
i
better
i
now.
experimented. I was a lot, my sister, two of my siblings, by the way, are religious.
Mhm.
That's also the case in our house, so I experimented with them a lot, and both of them have Shia tendencies. So going to Imam Pargas and uh, listening to Zakirs over there, and the Majalis over there, and Muharram was spent most of the times over there. So that I did, and I felt little bit good over there, because in Shia Majalis, everyone goes there. Unlike the Sunni sects where only men go to the mosque, to Imam Bargas, women, men, children, everyone goes. And
Okay.
yeah, so there's a segregation, yes, in the halls where women sit on one side and men sit on the other. But when they step out of that Imam Barga, they are all together and families, and it's a very safe environment. I felt the safest in my life over there because there's no harassment. There's everyone is there with their family, and I felt this kind of connection that you feel with the people. Like you're being there, you're part of something that is happening there, and listening to it and all that. So that was an experiment that I did for a little while, but I think I changed primarily when I started working on social issues. And that is when the shallowness of the religion really hit me. I was really shaken to the core when I met rape victims, especially children. I met
Yeah.
a 4-year old, and she was raped when she was 2. And her bones were broken, and her body was slashed with scissor. One of her eyes was punctured, and all that. And
Oh
when I
my
met
God.
her,
Yeah.
it was as if something really broke in me because I saw no justice because her mother was forced to forgive the perpetrator. The man was brother-in-law actually of that kid. Her sister was like 18, 19. There was a huge age gap between the two siblings.
Yeah.
And the man was Hafiz a Quran, by the way.
Oh God.
And he raped the kid. They wanted to adopt the kid, but I don't know. He raped her, and then
I'm
the
sorry,
woman
how
was
do you go from
forced.
adoption to rape?
I don't know. I think he had it in his mind from the beginning, probably. And
I
people
just,
use these covers to, make abuse more accessible to them. And probably he didn't see a way to get his hand at her more readily, and he raped her one day. And the mother was forced and asked by the police to forgive the man out of court settlement for 25,000 rupees.
and she agreed?
Yeah.
My, this, this is the problem. This is what it comes down to. I have the exact same experiences as you, except the situation was a bit different, but it was working for an NGO in Pakistan. I'm just not going to name it fully, but they basically work with like minors on death row. And you see these families that are willing to actually take blood money or any form of bribe if they are that like poor to let their own flesh and blood, either like in this case, she forgave the man, which I mean, even that, like as a woman, you can't like it takes how bad must your situation be for you to do that? It goes against every fiber in your body. But same thing here, like you're willing to let your child rot in the prisons of like Lahore on death row for God knows how long. They keep staying his execution. Like you're literally playing around with a young child who's probably honestly not even like they have like mentally challenged children that
Mm,
have no idea what they've done. And
mm,
working with this organization, I was shocked. Like there was one time when there was one case where we had 9 days to ask the judge to please like take in this new evidence because we're saying that he doesn't even have an ID card. He's so young that he
mm.
wasn't even ID'd by the school at the time. And in Pakistan,
Juvenile, yeah.
yeah, and the situation in Pakistan where there's not even like a proper social register where everybody
Yeah.
has an ID. So, the other side can just say he was 9 years old when actually he wasn't, but the school has no um, data on him either. But when you have like 9 days to spare and then you see the family turning the tables because a certain sum of money is offered, and you're like, it just blows my mind every single time.
I
But
also
yes,
felt so angry. I felt I was sitting with this mother. This kid was now 4, and she had speech problems. She couldn't speak. She
yeah.
had body aches. Her, she still had the scars. She couldn't
Oh my
see
god.
with one of her eyes. And she was very aggressive with her siblings because she couldn't speak. She would hit her siblings and other kids. And I looked at her, and I looked at her mother. And at that point of time, I think I couldn't understand it. And I just wanted to smack that woman, to be honest, sitting right in front of me. And I couldn't understand why would she, trade in.
Yeah.
Why? This, and what I found out, that that man was married again. This kid's sister took divorce, Kola, I think,
Mm-hmm.
separation, and but that man had married again, and I was wondering how many kids more, how many kids
Mm-hmm.
more are we looking at? Because
Yeah.
if this was forgotten and forgiven, I don't know what happens to the other kids. And I
Yeah.
was later on, but I understand the poverty and and the system, the court system in Pakistan. It's so much in shambles that if you are a victim and you have to be present at court to testify, if you don't go, you get arrested. So there
Mm.
are certain legal issues that scares the common man, and when the police is involved, then there's with a lot of corruption being rampant over there, so the police is on their side. What are you going to do? How long
Yeah.
can you fight?
Yeah. Exactly.
But
And you
it was
just feel.
that point I figured I can't believe in a god that lets this thing to happen to a kid,
Okay,
and
okay, okay.
there's
So,
no
so hold
justice.
on, just 1 second. I just want to put your story in perspective. First of all, Gulzar Elia official, thank you so much for your super chat and always being here to support and tell people to like the stream. Thank you so so much. Um, by the way, we've had a couple of comments which you're very really engrossed in this, which is amazing. But they were complimenting your writing, so I wanted to let you know that people are literally loving it. They're loving the genre. They're loving your writing.
Thank you.
So please keep that up. And I know that you have you do have more up your sleeve. So if you want to share them next time as well, we can definitely
Sure,
do that.
I would love to.
Because yeah, guys, there's definitely more where that came from, and it's all amazing. Like even today, we were like, oh, we were really deciding between some good ones. um, but yeah, so Yusuf say just yeah, because this is what we're talking about here. Well, especially from my perspective, but Sultan Salateen's kind of given us a really different perspective, but I don't think she ever felt blessed by Islam per se, but I did. And in reality, it is the biggest curse. You are completely right. Like, and this is exactly where like this conversation is headed towards now, because Sultan Salateen's obviously got involved now in social work and just seen the reality of what happens to young girls, to minors, to literally the most impoverished members of society. And I mean, I'm really interested to know how, you also understood that Islam was behind all of this, because you didn't read the Quran in Arabic. I'm interested to know if you went, but we can do this in 1 second. I just wanted to address one more thing. I mean, a Q&A entirely depends on Sultan Salateen if you want to, when we're done.
Yeah,
But
sure, we can do that.
Okay, so yeah, we could potentially entertain some calls after we're done having this discussion. But yeah, thank you everyone for just yeah, I'll keep putting these comments as we go. But okay, just so you have a Sunni and Shia background, you never really felt fully like connected to Islam. You never were like fully, you know, that had that love for Allah or the Prophet.
Mm.
You had quite like a, you know, an upbringing that was exposed to various cultures and ideas. So lucky. But you did the standard studying that you have to do in Pakistani schools, and then you felt completely ostracized by the society. So you decided to wear the entire niqab, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so that lasted a while. And even when you were going to these like more Sufi, more Shia events and stuff, you never, and these celebrations and these ritualistic things, you still never felt that deep like connection for Islam, either way, either on the Sunni side or the Shia side, right?
No, I think I'll be lying. There was, I think I felt more connected to the people over there rather than
Okay.
religion. I think if I look back in retrospect, it would be that. At that time, I felt that it's something spiritual or something. But now I think it's more of being part of like a cult or something, you can say, that
Yeah,
you
yeah.
feel a sense of belonging, because I was never part of any rituals in my life. I was never part of any social gatherings in that respect where religion was concerned. So this was my first exposure to that, and I felt that probably I connected, but actually
Uh-huh.
I didn't.
Okay, yeah, that's really, really interesting. So then, obviously, when now you're doing social work and you're seeing all these issues, and it's that when like something just clicked for you, as you said, like when you saw the harsh reality of the kind of tragedies that happen on the daily in Pakistan. I hate to say it, but it's true. Well, everywhere in the world, but like obviously in this situation, we're talking about Pakistan. Did you just think to yourself that there is no way there could be a God out there, or
Yeah.
how did it go for you?
It was it was traumatic, not in the sense that I lost God for me. It was traumatic because I knew so much suffering existed around me. And I was so angry for there be a lack of, power or something to control it, and there being no accountability whatsoever. And this was distressing because I was believing that, okay, even till that I was believing in karma kind of things, that good things happen to people who do good and all that, it comes back to you and all that. And there was this kid, and then I met like there are five. There were at the time that I was in Karachi. There are 5,000 street children who have been through, all of them being through sexual abuse, all of them exposed to drugs, all of them involved in different rackets and all that. And I met them, and these things over the period of time, the notions that religion has of different people. I met prostitutes, I met transgender people, and I met all the people who are looked down upon, and yet I could see them as humans. I could not judge them the way I was taught to judge them. I could not judge them the way religion perceives them to be. So that altogether changed my view of that. And also, seeing no justice around me actually infuriated me. And it infuriated me more that there are people who believe in that so
But you
blindly.
know what's really weird is because that's one thing that would keep me like in the faith when I saw absolute like even when I'd see like homeless people or I'd take trips to Pakistan and I would see like the level of poverty there. I would always think to myself like these people will never probably get to experience like a good life. They all live beneath the breadline and they'll never have access to justice or like. But I always thought that like they would get it or whatever. Like I don't I don't want to go down a dark hole again, but like victims of like child marriages and like sexual abuse and stuff, if they never got justice in this world, the one thing I thought religion gave me solace in was the fact that they will get justice in the next world, which was obviously you're like appalled with people who believe that. But when I was believing, that was my way to tolerate what I was seeing around me, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I can understand that. I have a background in literature. So
Hmm.
I put myself in other people's shoes, in the shoes of the characters, in shoes of what people are going through, their suffering and all that. If I see that there's a man, and I've seen many in Pakistan, or a woman, I've seen children who have been abandoned because of their illness. I've seen children. There are lots of there's a Darul Sukoon run by some trust, I think Christian trust in Pakistan, and I've seen old people who have mental issues, mental health issues. I've seen children who have huge heads because there's water in it in their brains and they are incurable basically, and they have been abandoned.
Bloody hell, yeah.
There are children who are abandoned because they are out of wedlock. There are children who are thrown. They are female feticide, infanticide is also happening in Pakistan. There are babies being killed, raped, all that. I don't see any justice happening around me, and that's realization of that if I am in that place, if this happens to my child and I can't find justice anywhere, what the hell should why should I believe in any god or its existence if
Yeah,
there is no solution, if there is no justice involved?
yeah.
I would rather
And
believe.
you wanted to see that justice in the here and now, right? You weren't okay with the answer that that
I'm living
justice.
now, I'm feeling the pain now.
Yeah.
If my child is suffering now, has some disease, or is going through pain,
Mm.
I want to see justice now,
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
hereafter, which I'm not certain of.
And you don't think it's good enough to have the hereafter to potentially get
Not at
that
all.
justice, right?
Not at all. If I'm
Exactly.
going to suffer here, if all the examinations are here, let there be the fruit of my sacrifice also be here.
Yeah. Yeah. I
I
totally,
don't care
totally
for
agree.
what's going to happen hereafter.
So is this because you never did you ever have the concept of heaven and hell and like going to Jannat or Jahannam like and burning in hellfire or did you ever have that
Yeah,
concept like drilled into your head as a
that's
child?
something that that I think it was more the society
Mm.
and the school that feeds you that concept rather than my family. But I had that concept, but I had no bloody idea that there would be like pimping around over there and hell
Yeah.
being where women would be hung with their breasts, or their tongues would be hung up and hanging in the air through the dangling by their tongues and hair and all that crap. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that stuff was terrifying. My God. Like honestly, the description, like you're saying about being hung, you were just like, ouch, no way. Like that's why I think I wore hijab. I was like, how do I get on the right path? I don't want that to happen. But it seems like the party's in hell if that's where most of the women are for sure.
Yeah. And
But yeah, sorry, just wanted to say, Angel from Sky, thank you so much as well for your super chat. Angel from Sky is saying it's a really happy moment today. Women are openly speaking and expressing their views on their own channels, and yeah, I think that this is great stuff. It's ironic because the Pakistani government doing their job to like the weirdest job possible, like fix your own internal problems before this, but them doing this crazy job where they're trying to censor women like us is what drove us to actually do this and run it on both channels. And we'll literally do this exact same thing in Urdu, so they can keep banning it and we can keep putting out content.
yeah.
um, and Stop Scamming Man, thank you so much for your super chat as well. Stop Scamming Man is saying Pakistan's leaders and conservatives seem pompous to the nth degree about their country, but not shamed into doing better. by the world seeing the reality. Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with that. There is an extremely high level of nationalism and this like the level of like, you know, portraying this identity of not only being nationalistic but being, especially in Imran Khan's eyes, like being the like one of the champions of the Islamic world and the Muslim world. And I think even like the Arab countries didn't really pay heed to what he was saying in that sense. And he was like, oh, Pakistan and Turkey are like the two leading countries of like the Muslim world. But I'm not really sure what you mean by not shamed into doing better by the world seeing the reality. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, even when they get a chance to speak on the world stage, Imran Khan is usually preoccupied with issues that have nothing to do with what could actually be to the betterment of Pakistan. Like he'll go to an economic forum and like chat about Kashmir for 20 minutes, and that's just not the agenda that is there. And obviously, even like in terms of just what's happening in the region, it's the spillover effects, this whole intensifying religiosity within Pakistan itself that's just brewing. It's I to be honest don't know where the country is headed at the moment. But I'm not really sure I understand the second part of your question. But
I
thank you
think he
so much
means
anyway. Do you know
international
something?
pressure, why there isn't any international pressure on
Oh,
Pakistan
okay.
in order
Do you wanna
to
go for it?
improve its condition.
Oh, okay. So
Well,
why that?
Pakistan
Yeah.
legally has signed many treaties, and it's part of those treaties to ensure basic human rights. But apparently, no one cares what happens in Pakistan. So,
I mean, I think they tread the line of like doing the bare minimum because they are very scared to like lose their GSP plus status.
yeah.
And I think they were hosting a talk, was it yesterday, about the situation, the human rights situation in Afghanistan. They were hosting talks. Afghanistan wasn't there anyway to talk with them, but they are trying to also, I think, like walk this fine bridge of waiting for international governments to recognize the Taliban, like like across the board. And then obviously this humanitarian crisis is on their doorstep, so it's also affecting them. But yeah, I just don't think, I thought Imran Khan would be one of our best forerunners on the international stage. I really thought like, you know, he'd genuinely get the job done and he'd keep to his promises and he's just a great speaker and a great orator. But seems like every time he's had an opportunity to truly engage with the West, he's either called Islamophobia, tried to lecture them on Islam, or absolutely
Shame
have the wrong
women,
agenda for the wrong
actually.
conference and blame women. Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
But yeah, I
that
hope that
was the
answers your
most
question.
disappointing thing that I could ever hear the Pakistani Prime Minister say, was to victim blame and shame women. And there was a stream where Haris, Khalib, and me, we were talking about his one of his statement where he was talking about rape and why is it happening and why is it rampant, and he was sort of
That was ridiculous.
acknowledging and admiring women who don't speak up about rape.
Oh yeah, because they suddenly feel so much shame. They're so embarrassed. They
Yeah,
just
they're
don't
so
want to talk about
modest.
it.
They're so
Yeah.
modest that they feel ashamed to talk about rape. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Honestly, what kind of logic is that to actually try and celebrate women who internalize this and don't speak up because they're already encouraged not to? Then you come out as the public persona where you're trying to, you know, say the right things here in this situation, and you go ahead and you give those women who are already so scared, they know they have no hope to speak up, they probably have no recourse to justice. Um, you probably only do if you're like, you know, you've got connections and you're elite and all of that. Otherwise, you really have not a chance in the world. Most women don't report it. And he's just coming out and saying, oh, yeah, that's just such a good trait in a woman. Like, that's almost as if that's
As a
part and
prime
parcel of the
minister, he should
culture.
be ashamed of the fact that the women feel compelled not to report. I would
And
be
why is
worried
that?
about that
Exactly.
because that means if one woman shuts up about what has happened to her, there's a chance that 10 other also have.
Exactly.
And this man who's running around raping women would rape more women because it's
Yeah,
encouraging for him. There's no accountability.
yeah. Yeah, exactly. I completely agree. Well, with you as well, Sultan Salateen, and also with CA George Vergas. Women in Pakistan should rise up and fight for their rights. And obviously, we haven't finished your story yet, and the conversation was meant to go on to Pakistan towards the end, but we're kind of here. So, also, just to delve into this a little bit, this is exactly what is happening. Like when you see things like the Aurat March in Pakistan, which is the women's almost the equivalent of like pseudo feminist slash Me Too movement esque protest in Pakistan where they're basically just trying to claim autonomy over their own bodies, like because of all of the incidents that we've mentioned earlier are just regular occurrences there. Pakistan is one of the most unsafe countries for women in the world. Um, it's I mean, you have stories every single day. Like I sometimes refrain from
There
Twitter
are
because
eight children who are sexually abused every day. There are 11 women who are raped every day in Pakistan. So these are the statistics, and it's no joke. And mind you, these are the reported ones.
Mhm.
It does not include those who do not come forward and they just keep their mouth shut because they don't want to. You have to keep in mind that in Pakistani society, if a woman is raped, it might be her fault, according to them. It might be her dress, the time of the day that she came out on. It might be that uh, she should have taken someone and she didn't. She
It's
refused to stay at home.
everything
There,
in the under the sun but the man's fault. Everything
no,
under the
it's not
sun.
never a man's fault. It's
It's
always the woman who incites men, excites them, provokes them. So you can't say that it's a man's fault. Men are innocent being sent by
always,
God.
always, yeah.
And if that happens to her, then all the shame and blame lies with the woman. She's the one who feels guilty and ashamed of what has happened to her. So rather than you've been raped once, you can deal with it. But imagine dealing with it every day when you go to police. No one takes it seriously. They mock you. There are chances. I was told by a lawyer in Pakistan while I was doing my research on that. According to the human rights lawyer, he said that it's unsafe for a woman to go to a police station in Pakistan. Chances are, if you go there to report a rape case, there is a possibility that the policemen may also rape you.
Yeah, yeah.
So imagine,
As if you're not dealing with the trauma from what you've already gone through. Going
and
there to
that's not all.
potentially
Dude,
seek justice.
imagine a country that is screaming religion
Hmm.
and God,
Hmm.
and all this crap is happening over there.
Well, so that's actually what I wanted to ask you is, first of all, Storm Pilot, thank you so much for your super chat. Storm Pilot is saying, Sultan, please do some live streams with calls. I believe you already do, isn't that correct?
Yeah, we do. We do.
Okay. So yeah, maybe definitely tune in to when Sultan Salateen is live. Do you know when do you usually go live?
We do have a stream planned up next week, next week or on dinosaurs one, and hopefully soon I'll also do with Nuria one in Urdu. We still need to have to figure out the time and everything. That we will do also, and let's hope that I don't know, but my next stream has not been planned, to be honest. But there are certain things that I'll plan and I'll let you know. But
Okay,
normally
awesome. Thank
my
you.
live streams have call. You can call in, but there are certain times where, for example, the guest is not comfortable and I can't push them.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, thank you so much for that. Um, Swagat Swasa saying good morning from Saudi Arabia. Good morning to you. Is it a morning? Oh yeah, it must be early morning, really early morning. I hope you're watching with a VPN. Please don't,
Yeah.
please don't put yourself in any sort of trouble. Um, and Sultan Salateen Amit Tawari, thank you so much for your super chat. Is saying to you, more power to you, Sultan Salateen. May your wings fly high. Yes. Rational people like you are candles in the wind. May the darkness always fear by your glow. Keep inspiring.
That's
Um,
very sweet.
that is really, really sweet. That's actually, and it's so true. Honestly, you're doing amazing work. But yeah, just to kind of move on the conversation, exactly what we're talking about. This whole everything you're talking about, this whole modesty culture, this whole victim blaming culture, this whole what was she doing on the motorway at that time, like beyond 7 p.m. without her husband, like all of these, sorry to say, bullshit responses to actual horrendous crimes that should be punished in Pakistan. When so you were doing all your social work, but when did you or did you even make the link with Islam, and like how did that happen, and you thought this is linked to this ideology, and therefore like how did that eventually lead you to kind of speaking out? What made you speak out in the end, if that makes sense?
Actually, in Pakistan, I was working on social issues, and that was kind of my, protest against the norms and accepted norms and religious norms. Also, I wrote about, did research and all the work on women rights and children's right, minority rights. So we were working, doing research and social work on those issues. So that was kind of my voice against it, because I could not actually spell it out.
Hmm.
And being, to say that you're an atheist or ex-Muslim, since my roots are Muslim, I can never chalk it out of my life in Pakistan. You would
Hmm.
still have that thing in your passport, you still have that thing in your ID, that you belong to a Muslim family. Saying
Yeah.
that out was not an option in Pakistan.
Yeah.
And I was aware that many people said, oh, the kind of work you're doing, you'll be killed someday and all that. I did go through that because they thought I'm westernized.
Wait, hold on,
Because
hold on, hold on, hold on. Wait, stop. Say that again. Are you serious?
yes,
Okay. So,
because
because
they think
that's
if
what I was
you
going to
speak
ask you. Like,
sense.
what was the so your father's already pretty liberal, right? Your mom is
Yeah.
kind of a bit more into the faith, but she's like she wears dupatta and like she prays and things like that, but she's not it's like forcing it on you or anything. Neither has she
No,
ever.
no.
So when you say you couldn't speak about it, but then you like did, who are you talking to about it?
I was doing my research and work, and I was involved in different different NGOs and all that. So
Right.
that
Okay.
was getting the data and getting people to talk about that was kind
Mm,
of all that I could do, because I couldn't. I had people, because I have an atheist. So the people who knew me, or the
yeah.
people who had the inclination from where I come, they would
Mm,
tell me that, or like what happens to those women who go in Aurat March. If you talk about women's right, if you're part of a campaign or a movement on women's right or children's right, they think it's a Western idea to talk about a human being's right, as simple as that, that happens to be a woman, is for them a Western idea, because Islam doesn't give that.
I don't understand why they can't grasp the concept that
Because
a
in Islam,
woman's
it
right
doesn't
is a
exist. A
human
woman
right.
is half-wit.
It's so mental though, like because
In
see
Pakistani
that's
constitution, Nuria, you can't forget that you in place of one male witness, if there are two male witnesses required, you have to
hold on.
present four women.
Yeah, that is, I mean, it's despicable. How are you even ratifying UN agreements when your constitution is saying that? that makes no sense to me, which is just again testament to like the history and how this whole constitution was. It's already it's the entire basis is hypocritical. You can't. I mean, the whole concept as well, like even in the first speeches, it was that Pakistan would be a safe haven for minorities, and obviously it was built like through the largest migration in human history for religion. So it's already paradoxical in itself. And I mean, I was surprised the other day. I was talking to Haris in one of our streams, and he said that the percentage of Hindus is going up in Pakistan, because I just thought it was on the down, like as is I think with the Christian minorities, and most majorities in Pakistan just dwindle in their populations as far as I've seen. So it was interesting to see the opposite. But coming back to your story, because we have so much more to get through. So you're here at this point now, and you've got this reaction. Does this spill over into your immediate like family and friends? Like, why are you suddenly
I never told them about it. I always
Okay.
kept my work and my personal lives separate because I was afraid that I'm taking it well. My parents might not.
But you're not
Because
doing anything, right? Are you? So you're pretending to fast. You celebrate Eid. You're acting like you are still from inside a Muslim.
yeah,
Okay.
on the surface, yes. No one
Okay.
actually knew except for the people who knew me or the people who worked with me. Because if you're 10 hours at work, you can't pretend. You can't pretend that you're praying. You can't pretend that you're fasting. So the people with me were somewhat like-minded. So it was a safe environment to be around them and to be open about them. So that was the place where I first felt at ease and comfortable in
Mm.
my own skin, and knowing that it's okay to be this weird and to not to have a god or not to have to pretend. So that was my first exposure to people who were
Mm-hmm.
in
Welcome
my
to the
age
fun
group.
side, lady. Life is
Yeah,
better on this side.
because my parents' generation, I knew them, but I
Yeah.
could not communicate. So it was a sense of relief when I found people who were my age group or in my generation and I could connect with them. So they were like good friends of mine, and and they were also people who were friends who were religious also, but they accepted me the way I was, and they knew I was atheist,
Mm.
and yet they were there for me without judging me. So that was a relief. And
And would you have discussions with those Muslim? Sorry, just before I carry on. Actually, no. Let's get through this
no, I
question.
never did. I never did.
Okay. Okay,
Because
that makes
I
sense.
thought okay,
That would be so
it's okay.
interesting, but
If
that
they
makes
believe
sense.
it's good for them, probably it
Mhm.
gives them a purpose or whatever, which I don't find in religion.
But would
But
they ask you why? Why have you left?
a few would,
Okay.
a few would, and they would feel worried about me that I might be burnt in hell, and
Yeah.
they didn't want their friend to burn in hell.
Mhm.
So I could feel their concern and their, the thing that they were going through, their
And
mental
you're probably
process.
there like, mate, I don't even believe in a hell, so I'm okay. um, but yeah, just really quickly, I want to Ultra. Thank you so much for your super chat. Ultra says, "I'm an atheist. I say it loud. I say it proud.
We do too
Good
now.
on you." Yes, and we do too. Like this is honestly, it's amazing. More power to you if you're in a position where you're able to do that. The reason we carry on speaking and we keep bringing it up like a broken record is because I guess we speak for all the people who still aren't able to say this out loud, and the day they do, it's going to be a much better world, I think. But also just to address Stops Going Man, thank you so much again for your super chat and your support. Stops Going Man is saying, and I think Sultan Salateen, you've spoken about this in quite a lot of detail in Ghalib and Haris's streams, probably in Urdu. So maybe you'd be better at addressing this question. But Stops Going Man says, when I commented on the incident where 400 men perversely assaulted a social media star, I got responses saying it had been discovered to be a hoax to get fame. This is the Minari Pakistan incident, if you remember. I
Yeah,
think that's, yeah. So do
I
you want to
think,
comment on that?
yeah, of course. Um, let's be honest about it. Um, 400 men, 10 can be planted, 20 can be planted, but 400 men being there and not doing something about it is the problem.
Yeah.
That woman was there, and the way she was molested and harassed, I do not wish that to happen to any man or woman. That's wrong. And I don't care for whatever crappiest justification that they have come up with. I don't buy that shit. I'm sorry. I don't buy that. A person should have dignity enough. If there's something wrong happening in front of you, that you should be able to stop it. And especially if there are 400 men there.
Yep.
You guys, the concept of women being a piece of meat or sweet without covering, are you kidding me? Are you guys as bad as flies? Are you guys as bad as maggots?
You know what's funny? In that analogy of the lollipops, men are essentially flies, aren't they?
They are.
They are basically, and they're okay with that. Like, I don't know
Apparently,
how.
they are.
It's so weird to me. But I remember what really, really hurt me about that Minari Pakistan incident was obviously not just the nature of the incident itself, which was horrible, but you just think to yourself, like, was the exact number 400? I'm just going to go off what stop throwing my said because it's been a while, but let's say 400. I'm just going to call them just 400 pieces of scum, to be honest,
Yeah,
and not a real man within 400 men who harbor the exact same mentality where let's gang up 400 to 1 on this woman who's just for whatever reason we can get away with, in the sense that, oh, she's a TikToker, or she's come to get famous, or she's wearing clothes that are, I mean, that in itself was like a big, oh my god, then is this what most Pakistani men are like? Like, I mean, in a crowd you would expect, like, at some point somebody is gonna call bullshit and say this needs to stop. Like, hang on a minute, what's going on here? And the fact that nobody intervened and nobody stopped. And then I remember the next day I was discussing it with some like actual Pakistani, like the old, like women from the older generation, aunties we call them, and they were actually trying to justify to me
it pisses me
why.
off.
I was like, I honestly didn't think I could get through the entire like lunch with them. I was like, have you internalized misogyny to this extent where you think that just because a girl is deciding to like rock up at just a famous Pakistani landmark and make a little video, that she honestly is inviting 400 men to come and molest and harass her? Like, how do you even, like, as a woman, how do you accept that notion? And then obviously, like, you know, this is years and years and years of absolute, I mean, it's generations upon generations worth of indoctrination, and like this entire change in your psyche where you genuinely have, some of these women have internalized misogyny so much. You
I
see
know.
it play out in their daily lives, you see it in their relationships, you see it in what they think that their duties are. And I am so grateful that I made the link that, you know, Islam perpetuates this misogyny, which I always gave Islam like the free pass. So it was never that. I always blamed this on Pakistani culture when I was still a Muslim. And then when I read the Quran in English as well, I was like, oh my God, no wonder Pakistani culture is the way it is, because we pride ourselves on Islam, and then therefore this is a natural extension of that. But yeah,
But
sorry,
I totally agree that there's a lot of sexual abuse going on in madrasas.
Mhm.
Religion and the segregation of the society between men and women, the distance that you have created. It's like you can't even reach out to them. It's so weird, and that's why there's a lot of abuse. There's a lot of sexual frustration out there also. We have to address that. Pakistan is is on the top countries which watches porn, gay porn on top of that.
Oh my
There's a
god, I
lot of
talked about this on Sunday with Horace, and I was like, mate, even they type bestiality. He was saying wall porn is even a thing for them. Like, it's just what do you think they would search when they don't even leave dead bodies alone? Do you know what I
yeah,
mean? They don't leave
yeah.
animals alone. If you're like a wild cat or a wild goat, you need to beware because you're not safe in Pakistan.
Yeah, but I always say that the animals should be also covered up, and they should also be wearing hijab and burqa, because they are also apparently enticing men. It's so it appears. But if you look at, there was a research back in 2005 or six, I remember that 20 girls were asked, or the students were asked in Punjab University, if they had been molested, and 19 out of them said yes.
Oh my days. 19
So
out of
on
20, you
one,
say?
at some point or the other in your life in Pakistan, whoever those aunties are that you have spoken to, they might, if they were ever in Pakistan, they might have been molested. But this concept of holier than thou, it's so much imbibed in us that we
Hmm.
want to pretend that because we are so good, nothing like that has ever happened to us. It's our greatness and goodness which stops that from happening. And whatever, if it happens to anyone, then it must have been fault of that particular woman who has asked for it.
Yeah. It's just shocking to me because I don't know if it's just obviously because I'm from the younger generation, but it's genuinely shocking to me how much women are willing to bring other women down because you would think like if you were to hear a story about, a woman, getting just abused by her husband or divorced or something like that, that you would initially just ask or empathize with maybe potentially what she's gone through. But they genuinely think that women have the like men have the upper hand. If he's not happy with her, she deserves to go. Like, and it's just like, how as a woman could you say that when once upon a time you were in the exact same situation? You were probably getting married to a family that was um you had no idea what it was going to be like. But again, and I think I just highlighted this comment as well earlier, that um it's just what they've been taught for generation after generation. These women that I'm talking about, honestly, were married at an age where now if somebody tried to do that in the UK, the police would be knocking at your door. Like,
Yeah.
you can't. These women were engaged at 13. Some of them have stories that they sat on their father-in-law's lap when the marriage was being finalized. They're
What?
engaged at 13, married at 16, had their first child at 18. And I know there's like obviously teenage pregnancies exist everywhere, but being engaged at 13 and being married
Not
off at
when the family
16,
is asking you to do it,
excuse me?
and not the family forcing the child to marry. The that child pregnancies happen when kids are experimenting, and they are. It's not like you know
In
they
this
are raised by
situation
the
where, yeah,
family.
yeah, exactly, where you're almost expected to once the in Pakistan you call it the rukhsati, but once you're actually officially married and like, the nikah, the
Where's the kid?
yeah, where is the kid exactly? And okay, so Stop Slamming Man, thank you so much again for your super chat. Um, yeah, I really appreciate all your support. Stop Slamming Man is saying if one wants to be famous on social media, they post cat videos. I totally agree. A cat video or a dog video, a puppy video can go a really long way as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't exactly. I just don't buy any of the arguments, but in the same way that Sultan Salateen and I were saying, we don't buy any of the rhetoric that Imran Khan said after those crucial rape incidents, which could have changed legislation in Pakistan, where he could have really come out as a defender of like women's rights and equality and being against, like staunchly being against sexual abuse, harassment, rape, calling these things out for what they are and saying we're going to crack down as a society. In fact, he's like taking a backseat and imposing modesty culture by saying men aren't robots and that women so men aren't robots and that women are it's so great when they're embarrassed and they back out from reporting it. Yeah, that's absolutely. And they're using the similar excuses for this Minari Pakistan incident, but I definitely think cat videos and puppy videos are the way to go. Do you have anything to comment on that, Sultan Salateen? Otherwise,
Yeah, there are other ways to get famous. If someone, you can't ignore the fact that there is a problem existing in the society. And what was more disappointing about the fact was how the prime minister reacted after the
mhm.
incident. And he made a comment on rape, that it was the women's dress, that women dress immodestly now, and men, being men, they are not robots and they get excited. It's Pakistan after all. Hello, it's your responsibility as someone sitting in the government to make sure whatever the woman is wearing, she feels safe, and nothing like that happens. But they then play the religion card, that religion asks the woman to cover. So therefore, it is a woman's responsibility to cover herself up. So that's screwed up. That's really screwed up.
Yeah, totally. Okay, so just this interview with you has like just been on and off with like discussing so many insane things in between. But
Yeah,
I guess that's the beauty of a free flowing convo and a live stream. Like that's
yeah,
obviously bound to happen. So let's just keep going, and then we will make it like a full on free flowing conversation. A lot of people are asking if we'll take calls, so
yeah.
potentially we can, depending on how much time Sultan Salateen has. But just to kind of speed it up this interview a little bit, I want to ask you eventually. So now you're thinking all of these thoughts. Now you've seen everything you've seen. You've like we were just talking about establishing the link between this and Islam. So if you could tell us how that finally happened, and then what made you decide to just like come on YouTube and speak out.
I think the link I made back when I was in Pakistan, and when I left Pakistan, I was like, I'm free. I came to Europe and I was like, now is the time for me to live my life I always wanted to live. And to be honest, since the day I've arrived here, I've never felt freer in my life before. I felt,
Oh, that's so good to hear. I'm so
yeah,
happy for you.
as a woman, I could step out and still feel safe. I could walk the street at 2 a.m. in the morning
Mm-hmm.
and not have to look behind me if someone is following me.
Yes.
I could eat whatever I want. I could drink whatever I want. I could, if I wanted to smoke, I could smoke, and there was no one judging me. For once, it was as if the burden was lifted off of me.
Mm-hmm.
And I made it a conscious choice that I would not mingle with Muslim crowd that much, because I wanted to live the life that I have and not pretend anymore. So that was the decision that I took. And one, especially when I had my kid. But coming on YouTube, I think it was, I first found out that there are atheists out there, and I didn't know they existed. And I found
Yeah.
out Haris channel.
Yeah.
I came across it. I started listening to him.
Mm-hmm.
I went in and shared my experience.
Oh,
Then
that's
I found
crazy.
out
So
Khalid.
we both started on the same thing. I literally only had the guts to, because I was just like, let me just like do this as a long shot to see if like this story is worth telling, because like you need like you have so much to say about something. But it's just so interesting. So yeah, we obviously both found Harris's channel, and that was just like a
Yeah.
great place to share, yeah, what had gone down, and then yeah, obviously his encouragement is great, because I mean that's why I'm here. Is that why you're here?
Yeah, I got encouragement from Haris. They and Ghalib also. They have been encouraging me for long, and then people say that there are not many women out there, and there
Mm,
needs to be a space for women also, that they can come out and speak to you, and that you can probably look at the same picture with a different angle, being a woman coming from Pakistan, having those roots You
Yeah,
can understand things without having the male privilege, how you exist and how you understand that.
true.
So that
And probably
perspective
they
of,
think having it mansplained to women as well. They probably think there's an element of that.
yeah,
Obviously,
yeah,
and yeah, and obviously with the experiences that women go through, you because of probably like the same nature of some of the things, we're able to empathize more. I don't know when it comes to like just obviously a lot of us have had some really intense experiences.
yeah.
Um, and to share that from a woman to woman connection is always a lot more different. But yeah, a massive, massive shout out to Haris Sultan, Ghalib Kamal. You guys are
Our
like
pillars. Yeah,
our backbone, yeah,
yeah.
essentially of the of just the I guess the secular kind of I guess Haris and I can be like Western Pakistanis, but like voices. But yeah, you and Ghalib are insane voices, even without like well, I know you're safe in the West now, so that's all good as well. Yeah, so we're all just Western voices eventually. We will all be anyway. But yeah, Amit Tiwari is saying, Nuria, you are the epitome of courage. You're phenomenally phenomenal. That's it. That's my super chat. Keep up the good work, girl. Thank you so much. That's really, really sweet. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for your support. And
Amit was also one of the people who actually pushed me, and I was reluctant.
yeah,
But he said that that there needs to be voices, and you can't be quiet, and um, being silent in times like this where there's a need is shouldn't be the case. So I think the credit goes to all of them, the people out there who encouraged us and who motivated us. But without Haris and Ghalib, we wouldn't be here, to be honest.
that's very true. That I can definitely say is the case. Obviously, like the Harris definitely gave me the final push to speak out, but like again, there was I will be honest and say there was like a massive lack of role models in terms of like even just like secular voices as women out there. Like I know like there's the four horsemen, the atheist four horsemen of like uh Sam Harris, Daniel Dennett, Richard Dawkins, and Christopher Hitchens. But again, there's no women representation. They're all incredible people. But I had to like really look into finding like things that Ayan Hirsi Ali had to say, Mariam Namazi had to say, and then like the YouTubers that were out there at the time, and like shout out to Infidel Noodle. I think she's still doing stuff. Um, Mahdi just always combating like
Yeah, she's
men
a
that I could
champ.
never like give the time of day to try and like defeat, honestly. And you're out there doing incredible work. And honestly, like this is something I would like to say because when I was in two minds about coming out and speaking out, the only obviously Horace was pushing me to do so. And I had seen a lot of his and Khalib streams, and I'd always see you prop up on there, and I'd be like, oh my god, like I literally agree with everything like this woman is saying, but I'm just so afraid to voice that I also feel that. But you were there amongst all of these men and these male callers, and you were like giving a woman's perspective, and I was like, someone like we need to build our army slowly, like someone needs to back her up. But I really appreciate it because again, as a British Pakistani, maybe from the British side of things, like I will find enough role models here. Happily, we have the Council of Ex-Muslims Britain, but
Mhm.
in order to tap into like what's happening in Pakistan and be able to lend any help I can to improve that society as a whole, just because that's where my actual roots are.
Mm.
You and there's very few women out there who are willing to speak out from that country, so my hat's off to you entirely. Like you're doing amazing work and keep it up. And you also, without knowing it, were part of the reason of why I was like, okay, I'll take the plunge and like finally speak out.
That's really sweet of you.
um
But it's
so yeah, yeah.
yeah, it's really encouraging to see you showing your face. Um, Coming from Pakistan, having Pakistani roots and all that. It's really courageous of you to show your face and to sit there and be a face for all of us, of all of us women out there. Hopefully, whenever I come and it to UK, I'll come and visit you and all um, the girls out there who are doing some awesome work, and I would love to be part of that. But
Definitely, you are more than welcome. We will give you an epic, epic time. But yeah, no, thank you. I mean, I'm honestly banking on the fact that, like, I'm here. I'm not really accountable to the Pakistani government, so I'm going to say what it is I have to say, and I can
we
speak
all
your
do, yeah.
language, so it's just a bonus. And I'm also banking on the fact that my family are going to be like, we've raised you well enough to be able to find your truth and speak it. So here I am speaking it, and you can like it or you can lump it, to be honest. But
Mm.
as we said, and as the whole point of this stream is, like, they can't silence us. What we're talking about is not some far flung, like, crazy thing going on in our imagination because women are less deficient in intelligence and religion. We are here actually just saying, these are things we found in Islam. These are things that we've seen happen before our eyes, and we no longer can stay quiet about them. So that's really the whole point of this. Just to address some super chats before we go on, so we can move on. Mike Mann, thank you so much for your support. He's saying, more power to you, ladies. Keep up the good work. Sultan Salateen, we have a question for you, if that's okay. Salateen, any hope for Pakistan or a lost cause heading in the direction of Afghanistan?
Oh, it seems to be the latter, actually. With single curriculum in place, religious monstrosity growing out of hand, religious fanaticism increasing day by day, people being more afraid to speak out against them, media being silenced against them, the media restrictions. Now the PEMRA has said that you can't even hug a spouse on TV, if in a TV serial. Bedroom scenes should be not, if they are shot between actors who are pretending to be wife and husband. They can't hug. They can't hold hands. It has to be kind of a platonic depiction of love. And I don't know where we're heading. And mind you, it's a country which has a lot of other problems at hand that are serious. I was shocked when I read that there are 22.8 million kids in Pakistan who are out of school in age group from 5 to 16 years old.
Yeah.
22.8. That roughs around 40% of the kids'
I,
population in that age group.
I also read that 1 in 3 men in Pakistan are illiterate, which shocked me.
And imagine with a country which has high inflation rate, poverty, other monsters that are eating the public up, lack of basic healthcare system, the railways is going on shambles, trains don't work. There are so many problems out there, and yet only thing that you're worried about is religion. How screwed up and messed up can you be?
Hmm.
But that's apparently the pill that everyone is happily taking, and apparently that's not going to take them anywhere else except for a religious fanaticism. And it's we have seen that over the period of time, and might turn into another Iran or another Afghanistan. It's painful, but that seems to be inevitable.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. It's just a wait and watch situation, really, to see which way it goes. But it's not looking good. It really is not looking good. And I thought the same thing about 5 years ago. Like, I was so willing to switch off from Pakistan because I was like, this is a lost cause. It is honestly turning into like a failed state. And now it just seems scary. I would like every week, even on the Sunday scoop I do with Horace, like when we report issues from there, it's like, do I laugh or cry at this point? Because it's just every week it seems to be getting worse and worse. And I think a huge letdown was Imran Khan for us, like youngsters anyway, or the ones that had any faith in him. But I think you answered that beautifully, Sultan Salateen, like gave a lot more insight probably than I could have. Russell Cohen, thank you so much for your support and all your continued support. I really appreciate it. And Russell is saying, thank you both. Your voices, your stories, your experiences are incredibly important. Thank you for your strength. Well, right back at you. Thank you for your support. I mean, every time we get blocked, I think it's just gonna make us like want to come back stronger. It has for me anyway. I was like, there's no way we're missing this live stream today. Um, the perfect dawa. I think you're the same guy that comes on the Sunday stream, right? And you're saying it to change the world to a more peaceful world. I should give people like you a voice for the extremists. Yeah, I mean, I don't really give extremist voices. I don't entertain them. I don't take on extremists in the same way like the other ex-Muslims do. Like, I'm just here to inform and educate. I have no time to debate with people that I would like make me just want to bang my head against a brick wall, to be honest. Um, but yes, Sultan Salateen. Okay, I think a lot of people want to have some chats. So let's just speed this up. And how much time do you have with us to take some calls?
Um, I have time, so we can see
Okay.
how many.
Okay. So did we cover what made you finally speak out, or were we getting there and then we
Yeah,
got
yeah. Basically, I've already said that it was these people, Haris and Ghalib and all those
Oh
people.
yeah, okay. Perfect.
Um,
Yeah.
Actually, I was happy living my own life, not participating in anything before that. I
But I
thought
guess there's something inside you, right? Because if you're listening to them and then you have an opinion and you're like, oh, well, I also know this or said this, you're also kind of like, you're really devoted to the movement without knowing it. At least that's how I was for a few months.
yeah, I think I'm very opinionated.
Hmm.
And I
As you should be, Elle.
and I feel when I feel strongly about something, I feel compelled to say it out.
Yeah.
And I would like to hear the other person's opinion on that.
Yeah, which is perfect because you know what? That is the antithesis of what Islam tells you not to do. So I love the fact that A, you have an opinion, and B, you say what it is that you think, and you're willing to engage in that. Like, these are all three beautiful concepts, and none of those are endowed by Islam. And I'm just going to pin this comment right here because I think this speaks volumes to what you're doing. Leela says, Sultan Salateen, you're doing this for the many voiceless women, they need you. And that's so true. So thank you so much. So just speeding along, I want to ask you, how is your life now without Islam?
Oh, I'm really happy. I'm I think I'm free. I don't have any chains. If something bad happens, I'm able to rationalize it. I'm able to work on it to improve it rather than feel that some invisible hand has created that for me. I have a son, and I'm really happy to see him grow without any fears of religion, heaven, hell concept. He has basic concepts of gods, not God. He
Yeah, so
knows.
this is what I wanted to ask you. So I'm guessing, obviously, based on what you said, you're more than willing to let your son live a life free from religion.
Yes,
If he was to also choose to want to be part of a religion, would you be okay with that?
of course I would
Or
be. Um,
okay.
I think everyone should have the choice to make the decisions for themselves.
Hmm.
And I'm absolutely would be fine with it if that's what makes him happy. But I was very aware of the fact that in the beginning I'm not going to introduce any religion whatsoever. So um, I was from age 2 onwards when he started to speak, and we were doing a lot of activity books and all that. I introduced science to him. I encouraged questioning. I encouraged him to ask me questions, to not to take everything on its face value, to try and understand things. So that's what I did. And whenever he goes to school and he learns about something, he comes home and asks me. He has a Muslim friend. Um, and somehow it never he the other day it was funny, we were talking about it. He knows about Thor more than he does about Muslim God, by the way. He knows about Apollo, and I don't know what he's into, that kind of things. So he was telling me that I was talking about Muslim, and he was said, "Mama, but what's Muslim?" I said, "People who believe in Islam and Islamic God, and people who believe that Muhammad is the last prophet." And he was like, "But I'm not a Muslim, Mama." And I was like, "Yes, you're not." And I'm glad that you're not. You're on mute.
I'm not a Muslim mom. Those are the 4 nicest words to be uttered. Those are so much nicer than the kalma. I'm sorry. And uh, just speaking of that, Leela says your son is lucky to have you as a mom. I fully agree. Honestly,
Thank you.
like I could not commend you more for the way you chose to raise your son and put aside all of these like absolutely ridiculous. Sometimes it's easier for the word to come in Urdu, which is so weird. I was gonna say like absolutely fazul like
Yeah.
rituals and customs and all of the stuff that we do. He's just raised without it with a clear mind. Can you imagine how like yeah, I mean, you already had a taste of that in your upbringing, and so did I, thankfully. Like you know, we had exposure, we traveled. But imagine having a clear mind from the get-go. Like I was still fed the fear of hell, and I think somebody said earlier that I was so lucky I never had like those Islamia classes the way you guys did. But
Yeah.
because I grew up in the Middle East, trust me, like we had Islamic in school and it was mandatory. So you cannot pass, even though I'm doing the Swiss curriculum and the British curriculum, I can't pass either the British or Swiss curriculum without passing Islamic, just because that's the rule of the country. But because nobody there really in an international school, like none of the students really give a damn, the
Hmm.
questions were as what I think what Sultan Salateen you said earlier as well, like some of the questions are really basic, right? Like they asked us, like, oh, like when was the prophet born? When did he die? Like who was his first wife? Like basic things you would know even if you were just like you had some exposure to Islam. But the ones that were in my class, a lot of them were Iranian, a lot of them were Lebanese. They really could not care less about Islam. So they didn't even know those answers. And they were like, they would put their hand up and say, Miss, like, why do I have to do this? I don't believe in any of this. It just says Muslim on my passport. Like that's not my fault. And I would just be there like, oh Khadija, da da da, like Makkah. And then I got the award for effort just because I knew like 3 answers that everybody else didn't know, because all that was taught to me while I was studying in England in the mosque. But
Hmm.
that's
Hmm.
why I was shocked earlier when we spoke, because you were aware of like his marriages, so they taught me all of this nice stuff, yeah, like his first wife and like his when he went to like the
And
cave.
he
And
was the honest person, and he was
oh, he
truthful.
was the most just man in Makkah. People used to call him to like adjudicate their matters.
Oh
And
yeah.
I would literally be, that was my understanding of this man. They never told me he married a 6-year-old girl. That's why I understand why a lot of ex-Muslims do feel bitter for a certain amount of time, because yes, to a certain degree you were lied to. Like I
Yeah.
had the wool pulled over my eyes. If you had told me from the get-go, even as a 9-year-old, that he married as a 53 or 52, however old he was when he married 6-year-old Aisha and consummated it at 9, I would be like, what? Like
Yeah.
that's not a man I want to follow, probably even at that age. But to feel like you've been kept from such key facts of Islam,
Hmm.
and not even kept from the facts, but like alternatively even lied to, like the fact that they said Islam eradicated slavery, like that's why one of my first videos was on slavery, because I bought into the lie. I fully
Hmm.
bought into it. I fully subscribed to the lie that yeah, it's like the Prophet Muhammad stopped slavery and he stopped like female girls from being buried alive. And I just went with it without questioning it. And then you read history and you're shocked that like maybe they taught their ways to the Atlantic slave trade
Yeah.
owners, you know, like it's mind numbing. And then you think that most, as you said earlier, most of the people around you believe this and think this. So you're like, am I crazy? And
Hmm.
then you have to go through that whole process. But yeah, so essentially, you are raising your son back to that in a incredible way, because
Yeah.
he's free either way to pursue his own truth, I guess, which is beautiful.
Yeah, it's also liberating for me as a parent
Hmm.
to see him not go through the torture that I went through as a kid and the conflict that I had in me. I was really resentful at a period of time with my parents because I could not understand why were they different and why couldn't we just be normal like other people. And I don't want him to go through this struggle, and it's so liberating for me to see him having all the opportunity at hand. He's into science. He's a dino freak, basically. He's into dinosaurs a lot. He's
That's
into science a lot.
amazing.
He has made a few appearances at Ghalib's channel also, asking him science questions.
Oh,
So
that's adorable. Really?
yeah.
Oh, I need to see that. That's so
And
cute.
so I hope that, I'm doing all I can uh, to undo what was done to me as a kid, honestly. So
Yeah.
hopefully he living in a country where there's no religious curb and there's freedom, he'll do much better.
Yeah, no, and I completely commend you for that. And I hope if and when I have children one day, I'm exactly the same, because that's all you can do is exactly what you said, is because we are in a process of unlearning,
Yeah.
literally unlearning everything we've been taught.
Yeah.
It's like, how can I pass that freedom on to the next generation, and how can I make them be brought up without all of these things which I inherently maybe do and act, which I have no control over, but because it's so inbuilt. So yeah, learning and I mean, honestly, unlearning has been the greatest gift. So just to
In
wrap this
fact,
up, yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to add there was a time when he in school he learned that the girls are weak and not so intelligent. So he came home one day and I asked him, "What do you think?" Because his whole science thing, I've been keeping it up with him. I sit with him and we read books together, science based, on dinosaurs and all that. And I've learned a lot in that process as well. A lot about dinosaurs that I never knew before. And all
Uh-huh.
the science documentaries and everything we see together. So I asked him, do you think, who do you think is the smartest at home? And he said, "You." And I said, "And I'm a woman. Guess what? Women are not dumb." And that stuck with him. And now he doesn't look at women as inferior. He tells his friends also, "No, women are smart. My mama is smart and she knows a lot."
Yes, yes. This is what I'm saying. Like, literally, this is honestly all I preach, is that if you are to raise your sons from a young age and teach them that women and men are on an equal pedestal, we're literally equal,
Hmm.
you're not going to have these problems growing up. I mean, my own brother is so respectful of women. He's grown up with like three girls in his
Hmm.
house. There's never been a My parents have never like enforced the difference in the way we're treated, or the way, or the things that we're granted, or the freedoms that we have. And he's just, in fact, I think he knows, like, actually better how to treat a girl and handle his relationships, because he's been around girls, so he probably knows like how annoying we can be. But like, he gets it. He would, if someone was to tell him a girl and a guy are unequal, he just could not understand that. We are so opinionated, we're so out there, we're so loud, and he's just never had the guts or the um what do you call it, like the ammunition to think that we're a lesser species, which is
Hmm.
just so strange that that's inbuilt and inherent. And as you were saying, it's like it's just in our freaking constitution in Pakistan,
Yeah.
which is mental. And okay, Sultan Salateen, is it? So I've got another question for you from Stop Scamming Man.
Hmm.
Thank you so much for your continuous support, Stop Scamming Man. Um, okay, yeah, I think a lot of people, there's people in the studio as well, but let's address this comment. Um, Sultan Salatin, are you okay for me to leave you here for like 1 minute to address this comment, and I'll be
Yeah,
right
sure.
back.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
So Stops Kangwan has said, "Hi Sultan Salateen, thank you so much for your support, Stops Kangwan. You are a legend. Have you heard of the whale ancestor fossils with legs in Pakistan, like Ambulocetus and Pachycetus? And do you know of them when Muslim?" Do
Yeah, I
you know?
think the fossils of this primitive, I think, whale was discovered in 1980s, I suppose, in Pakistan.
Ooh.
Um, um, by some, I think, American paleontologists, but I don't know the more details about that. And no, in Pakistan, we don't talk about anything that predates Islam. So our Islam started with Muhammad bin Qasim coming to Pakistan. Anything that happened before that, whether it's whale fossils or science or anything else, we don't discuss that as much. But yes, there are some certain dinosaurs fossils that have also been discovered in Balochistan and other parts of the country. And guess what? That too I learned when I was um learning about dinosaurs with my son. So yeah. Um, is there any other question that I can answer while Nuria is away? Did you know of them when Muslim? Well, no, I was not apparently a complete Muslim my whole life. I always had doubts. I always had certain resentment for Muhammad. Um, I could never understand him marrying a child. I could never understand him being part of so many wars. Of Although at that point of time, while I was in growing up, I didn't know about the slaves, slave girls. The concept of whores was not much spoken about. The 72 versions that you get in heaven, I didn't know about that. So there's a lot of things that we didn't know while we were growing up. Oh, the 4G serial. The I always knew there was something wrong with Islam because, as I said, I always had a certain resentment towards the Prophet. I always thought that it's not okay to marry a 6 year old. Like, although I couldn't put it into words, but imagine my sister, she's religious. She offers prayers sometimes. She fasts sometimes. In Muharram, she's an absolute Shia, fasting and all that. But even she asked her husband if he would marry their 6 year old daughter to an old man, and he said no. And she said, then what Muhammad did basically was wrong. And that's coming from a religious woman. I give the credit to my parents for that, for them at least imbibing this sense of responsibility and understanding in them despite being religious. Leela, madrasa in Pakistan. I visited a few madrasa myself in Pakistan while I was there. It's just a factory where you produce zombies. The children in the madrasas are not allowed to listen to music, no dancing, no TV, no cartoons. Um, your whole sense of entertainment comes from listening to hamd or naat, that recitation of the praise of Muhammad or the praise of God. You can sing it out without music, and you're supposed to recite and memorize Quran during the few hours that you are in the madrasa. And there's a lot of beating involved, there's a lot of abuse involved in that, and apparently it's everything is allowed over there.
Okay, awesome. Sultan Zazi, thank you so much for holding the fort. So yeah, that's incredible. I think you have like a wealth of knowledge in terms of like especially insights into Pakistan, which, just go like again from a woman's perspective, which is going to be so handy in this movement, because even for me, like I try out and stay up to date with like what's happening in the UK and Pakistan, and it gets hard to keep up with both. So sometimes I'm just confronted with this news like straight up when I'm doing my streams with Harris, and I'm honestly like shook where the country's going. But all about like these the fossils that were found there and things like that. But also I think it's incredible because you didn't come from such an indoctrinated background as well, that you can speak with such like a like a level-headed interpretation of things, but you're still able to form that link. So you're such a crucial part of this ex-Muslim movement. So I honestly, again, just thank you so much for speaking out. Mike Mann, thank you so much for your super chat. Again, is saying, again, thanks both, and really admire your bravery. Cannot be easy living in Pakistan, being a liberal and open-minded. And Nuria, think you're a fellow Londoner. Yes, I am. We have fruitcakes here as well. We do indeed, and we need to start calling them out, and we need to get a bit tougher on the way they just, get away with so much here, which I'm constantly calling out for. But I mean, they can try and label me an Islamophobe or a bigot or whatever, but they really can't, because I'm from the same creed. So I'm so glad that you're a fellow supporter and you understand the situation and what's happening in the UK, because it is a situation we should definitely be concerned about, and I'm ready to call it out whenever. But again, that's why I have my own platform, because I can call it out. Certain UK platforms aren't even willing to hear the reality of how weak sometimes the government's responses look in the face of Islamist threat, or like the genuine threat that Islamism poses to London. But yeah, thank you so much. Thank you to everybody for your appreciation. We have 4G Serial in the studio. Are you happy to take a call, Sultan Salateen?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Hi, 4G Serial.
Hello, ladies.
Hi, how are you?
Good to see you together, Holy Humanist and Sultan Salateen.
Thank
Great
you very
work,
much.
guys. Kind of question, thinking aloud kind of question. So Sultan, probably your childhood and my childhood was very similar. My dad was absolutely not religious at all, and coming from a guy in uniform. Both my dad and myself had similar career paths. It wasn't really back in that, back in those days. It wasn't really odd, I would say, for him to be non-religious. But then, and I'm a child that actually grew up in Zia's time. I've seen things that happen, and probably that's the case. My dad never got the higher promotion kind of things, because we used to have original Russian prints at my home, and that's how I got introduced to atheism and being non-religious. And my mom was probably the same. I never really thought about her as a religious person. So your childhood and my childhood are very similar. So I can kind of correlate with that. But my question is critically very important, because I was in 10th or 9th grade when I realized that there is something wrong with Quran. When in Islamiyat class, we would read Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, like Shuru karta hu Allah ke naam se. Why would that text be in that book? So if I was so here's my question: if I was able to figure that out, or have that doubt inside my head, and at the same time, in another part of Pakistan, you were growing up and you had your doubts, how many other people are there who actually can feel the same thing?
It's hard to tell for this serial, because with this censorship all around us, we self-censor ourselves also when we speak in Pakistan. It's so so out there that it happens subconsciously now. it took me a while, even when I came here, when I was interacting with Pakistani community, that I would, say it out, pretend I'm Muslim, and then I would realize, why the hell did I do that? I'm here now, and I don't have to do that. So in Pakistan, unless you have grown up with those people, unless you're studying with them, unless you are working with them or interacting with them, it's hard to tell because it's a life and death situation. You saying that you don't believe in religion can end you up committing a blasphemy, and that can very well end your life.
Um, yeah, and I totally um, I'm totally able to understand where you're coming from. And over the years, like when I was growing up, and I grew up in a very different environment to yours. Even though we were, life was, mostly on bases, different kind of bases. Um, I was still able to find people who were almost like me, and they were in the civilian environment. Yes, there were a few people also, who were like me, and I was, fortunate enough to, somehow or the other gravitate towards that kind of people. Were you able to, like you mentioned earlier, at least at your workplace, you were able to find such people? Other than that, were you able to find, you know, for the lack of better terminology, commoners who were, thinking like us?
Not really. It's a scary situation out there, and you have to be really careful
Yeah,
who you open up yourself to.
yeah,
Um, um, my parents, I said belong to a group of intellectuals who were open, and we had people around us who were in different fields of life, in different walks of life, yet they were, connected through this commonality in them of not being religious and all being into books and studious. In that generation, even I saw that their kids were religious, so I couldn't even connect with them. um and outside you can't open up, and there are people are afraid. So I did meet up people, for example, in through my university and other, outside of workplace, who were atheists, but they are so afraid to say that, and it takes you a while of communicating with them until they trust you enough to open up and say that they are atheists.
yeah, yeah. I can totally understand that. And I have seen, and or in my life, I have seen and met a few officers, which I was pretty sure that they were, probably like me. But like you said, it's really difficult to open up. Like I would hardly ever see them going for Juma prayers or that kind of stuff. And but nobody wants dare say that they're an atheist. Just like myself. Like I'm a few of my friends, of course, they knew. A couple of my course mates knew, and that's pretty much it, right?
But you have to understand, I would interrupt you.
Sorry, God.
It was okay for my father to not believe, but it would not be okay for a woman to not believe. There's a certain privilege there as well that men get, because men can afford to be go astray, and it's the woman's job to put them back in place and to make them religious, to bring the kids up in a way that they stay religious. But for a woman in a society, to be without religion is to be immoral, basically. Your every you're immoral, your character is not good, you're not a good person, everything is tied up with that, and you're very careful of what you portray as a woman in Pakistan.
You are so right, and it just boils my blood. Like every time I see that women are the target of everything. It's just, and I'm a guy who has sisters, right? And and I was telling Galib, I don't know, like three months back or something, that thanks to science, now all of us are atheists. So, and you're so right that, women are the target of everything in, in Pakistan. They are to be blamed for everything. Like, it is just so frustrating. It just drives me up the wall. Like, I don't even have the words to express my frustration. Like when I was about to get married, I told my partner that, look, this is who I am. Are you okay with this? And you have no idea how relieved she was. Like, and like, we were like totally, absolutely hardcore hidden atheists, just living in a society full of radical fanatic people.
Yeah, I can totally understand, because it's very difficult, as I said, for people to open up, and especially for a woman to find a safe place where she can be an atheist and not to be living a dual life and to pretend and to play roles. It's very tiring.
It is so unbelievable. Like, I don't know if I can share my personal stories. Like, at one point in time, I had a Shia girlfriend, right? So every time we would sleep together, she right after that she would offer prayers, and it just drove me up the wall. I was like, "What is wrong with you, girl? I mean, what is this?" And she was like, "No, but this is what what I've been taught." And I was like,
Is that a
"Oh
thing
my."
that Shias need to do if you have
I think it was the repentance, I think.
repentance? Yeah, because it's sex outside of marriage or something.
Yeah.
It's just like, and so imagine how repressed that poor girl was. Like, she would want to sleep with me, and yet at the same time, she would right after this thing, she would go into prayer mode. This
And
that
ask for
doesn't
forgiveness, yeah.
it doesn't
But
make
that
any
guilt
sense.
factor is built in. That guilt factor is definitely built into Islam, because you are meant to protect and guard yourself, and the only person you're ever meant to let down your guard, like literally speaking, in front of is your husband, and that's it. So anything before marriage, I mean, is the same for me. It's the same for a lot of people. If you ever contemplated the thought of sex before marriage, there's a huge element of guilt, and I think that stops you for a very long time. It's only like part and parcel of the religion and the honor culture that is definitely there with in Pakistani society in general, log kya kahenge, and what people are going to say, and also within Islam and what that perpetuates. It's only natural for a girl to feel, if she has sex with someone, then she's just really royally messed up, and you need to repent for it. Like, the same sentiments were. I mean, I experienced the same thing as a teenage girl. I'm sure a lot of people did experience the same thing. With that act comes a lot of guilt and repentance if you were to do it before you get married, and that's also like a hurdle. And so when you're dating, it becomes really, really hard.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, holy humanist. Sorry, how do you pronounce your name? Nora?
Nuria.
Nuria. Sorry. Okay.
Right.
So I totally understand that, but the point that I'm trying to make: how many men do you know who, after having sex, would go into prayer mode? I don't know anybody. I like
Yeah.
my buddies have been sleeping around for ages, like, but I've never seen that or heard about that thing.
Yeah, because
Which is
again, I said it's the cross falls on a woman's back. She has to carry the burden of everything that
she
goes wrong.
upholds that burden. Yeah, for sure. That's the whole thing about being like chaste and being dedicated and being there, like reserved for your husband, that all the onus of this burden is on women. For men, what is it? Just like lower your gaze, if that, but you're entitled to 4 wives, you're entitled to sex slaves, you're entitled to divorced wives that displease you and get, like there's so much there, whereas a woman is just trying to hold on to this one man. And this whole concept is reiterated. Like, it makes you feel all of these types of ways that you're describing. And I completely understand what you're saying. Yeah, why do men not feel this way? But I don't think Islam puts the same level, or our culture puts the same. Honestly, even growing up in a Western country, if I told an elder in my family the same, imagine if me and I was going to a nightclub, and my guy cousin, who's exactly my age, was also going to a nightclub, I would get locked up in the house and get stick for it. He would be asked, how was your night, the next day when he comes home. So the difference is just, it's there naturally. Like the honor is completely there with a girl. She upholds the honor of the family. It's between your legs. I'm absolutely not joking, you guys, when I tell you this little story where, like, I have a cousin of mine, we're very close. He's literally like exactly almost my age. And so we grew up together, and there was a girl who was one of my friends at university that he liked. So I was trying to get him to meet up with her. And I told my grandma that we're going out to, he didn't want to say that, like, he's going to see a girl. So he said that his friends were coming out and he's like taking me along. And I was told, why are you going along with all these guys? Because you could fall in love with them, or they could fall in love with you, and it's like game over. Whereas the actual reality is he is going to see a girl, but like us saying that would have been totally fine. So I wasn't allowed out of the house. Like, we just had to, and it's just such a weird thing where he's allowed to be around so many girls and it's fine, whatever happens. But vice versa, it's like, why were you there? Why are you around guys? Why are you even socializing with guys at this age? Like, it's just, and then they expect you, it's so weird in our culture, then they expect you to get married like ASAP when you're super young, and for it to just be like the most perfect relationship when you've had no experience. It's such a weird concept when you step back and think about it, but yeah.
So if I was to say something like a one-liner, I would say that Islam subjugates men, but absolutely crushes women.
Absolutely.
And the same standards don't apply. We have to agree. The same standards just don't apply to men that apply to women.
For crying out loud, 72 virgins. Come on.
Game over.
I mean, for people who are half starved and living in a desert, starving for food, for water, for women, for everything. Yeah, of course, that sounds like a beautiful story. 72 virgins. Yeah, but a 21st century person like me, if you tell me today that there's a religion called ABC, and if you follow that religion, you're gonna get 72 virgins, I would be laughing my head off. I would be like, "Are you taking some kind of cheap drugs? What's wrong with you? I can get 72 women here today. I don't need to wait until I die."
And I would be worried if they are virgins.
Yes, me too.
Especially if they're like, how many feet tall are they supposed to be? Like, someone did a meme of it the other day, and it was like this virgin holding this tiny guy in her hand. Yeah. It's not even practical, but okay, sure.
I saw a cartoon recently. Someone shared it on Twitter, and it was like the woman is sitting, that she's been told that you'll go to Jannah after doing good deeds. And she's sitting back there in her whole burqa, clad in a burqa, whole covered up. And she's waiting there while her husband is busy, doing, and she's counting the virgins. And she says 1, now 2, 72.
Oh my God. Honestly, it's like, what are women willing to accept? Like, the bar is so low. Really, it's so low.
Yeah, like I said earlier,
women is not a thing for.
Sorry. Go ahead, Nuria.
No, go ahead.
Like I said earlier, like men are being subjugated, but women are being absolutely crushed to nothing.
But how men are not being subjugated? How are they being subjugated?
Women, 5 5
double
times.
the inheritance.
Yeah, yeah,
More tests, your testimony's worth more.
No,
You're gonna be.
yeah,
You're gonna.
I disagree, Nuria, in that sense that if you make man all that macho and all that powerful,
Yeah.
it's really disturbing. It's not naturally viable, and it kills the man from inside, basically. Because
yeah.
you have to pretend to be strong. They can't cry. They can't be, humble. They can't be soft. They can't be nice
But
to their
what's
wives. They have to
what's
be.
forcing them to be like this? Oh, you mean the inherent thing that Islam tells men to be?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
saying that Islam asks men to be like beasts.
True,
Inhuman.
Yeah.
true.
They are expected to hit their wives. They are expected
True.
to, kill infidels. They are expected to do all the bad things that you can think of, just because
True.
someone disagrees with them, and it's absurd.
It actually, you're right. It strips them of their empathy and it makes them be completely okay with seeing women as subordinates. Because the second you lay a hand on something, or you have a scripture which says treat a woman the same way you would treat like buying a camel or a horse, you know where that person is in society, and that's in your mind as a man, whether or not your natural instinct was to tell you, let me value this person as equal. Islam is like, no, 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 put this person below you because that's their place in society. Because that's what, yeah, you're right. That is
So
very,
at home, imagine a man, he's lonely up there on his absolute hierarchical level. He doesn't have a wife, he has a subordinate. It's like
mm,
a slave in a better terms, before the
mm,
lack of better ways. Um, she's supposed to serve them. That's like a demigod for her.
mm,
She's not equal. She's not sharing his burden. She's not sharing while she's not equal. So he's there
yeah,
up there, lonely, aggressive, I don't know what else. And it's all taken out on kids and families, and
yeah,
Yeah.
I
it's
don't
true.
think it's healthy.
Yeah, very
No.
nicely put, Sultan. I've never thought about it, but yes, it does make a lot of sense here. A Muslim guy just sitting up high up there on the throne. He's absolutely lonely, and that's why we're all that anger and aggression and ruthlessness. That's where it's coming from.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
sad. It's really sad.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Foji. If you have nothing else to say, then we'll get on to the other caller. Thank you.
No. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for having me on your show. Excellent job,
Thank you.
No,
Nuria. Excellent job, Sultan.
Thank you.
thank you so much. Appreciate it. Bye.
All
Take
right.
care.
Bye.
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 Harjeet Singh is saying hello, Gafroz. Hello. Thank you so much for your support. I think you've supported us more since then. Actually, you sent another super sticker, so thank you so much for your continuous support. And Zohaib as well sent a super sticker. Thank you so much, Zohaib. We really appreciate it. And Leela said, Sultan Salateen, that is a great insight. So, yeah, you are killing it, Sultan Salateen, today. We've got a couple more people in the studio. We have the perfect Dawa, which I think is the same person that came on Sunday Scoop with Horace and I. If it is, I'll just see what he has to say, but we can just speed it along very quick because we also have Nikolai and we also have Gulzar, and I really want to get to both of them. And I think where
We can take
Gulzar
him.
is
It's not a
very.
problem, as long as he's polite and he puts his question nicely.
Yeah, no, if I remember him correctly, he's very polite. It's just it always ends up with the same conclusion, really. But sure, let's give it a
Why don't
go.
you do one thing? You ask him to put his question, and then we can talk about it, rather than having a
Okay,
debate.
okay, sure. Well, the perfect Dawa, if you're listening, can you just put your question in the chat or what you want to talk about, and then we'll
Or he can
decide
come
whether.
on the live stream also, but he can put his question, and then you can remove him, and we can answer the question later.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure, we can do that. Let me just address this super chat real quick. Claudius, thank you so much for your support, is saying great work. Thanks and regards, live long and prosper. Thank you so much. This is our goal, honestly. Like, ex-Muslim women, Pakistani women, women of everywhere of Muslim background. Let's like collaborate. Let's just spill it. And I think honestly, the best thing that could have happened, Sultan Salateen, is that the government banned us, because we both just got angry that day and we were like, let's go. Otherwise, we might not have done this for a while. So yeah, I'm really glad that you guys are enjoying this and that spurred us on. So thank you for tweeting that, because you brought it to my attention and I just got my blood boiled. So I messaged.
I was so surprised that 3 of my videos, 4 of my videos actually, 3 of them carrying the stories, the Urdu version of the Aisha story that I read today, and the other story which I have uploaded. I try and write it both in Urdu and English, so that the Urdu audience can also read and understand what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
And I just get an email notification that the government entity had decided to block it for whatever reason. And I'm like, it's a bloody fiction. You don't believe it happened that way. You say that, no, Islam is such a good religion. And these events didn't happen this way. So, what is your problem if someone is writing a fiction?
Well, I hate to tell you, but it's the same problem they have with Salman Rushdie's Satanic Verses, really. It's just the connection that what is that fiction based on, I wonder. That's where it gets interesting. That's the best part. And honestly, I was so proud today to see that, honestly, in like the first 2 minutes of you telling your story, somebody in the comments said, oh my god, is that the is that from the thinking thought process of Aisha? And I was like, oh my god, they just know. Like, people who are aware of actually what happened in Islam do know, and they clocked on straight away. I just want to share this super chat, and then we'll take the perfect hour and clock on, because yeah, we are taking a lot of Sultan Salateen's time. This is a super chat from SC. Thank you so much. This is just to appreciate Harjeet Singh Olak's consistent support to you and similar channels. Well, thank you for your super chat, SC, and thank you as well, Harjeet Singh Olak, for your continuous support, and for showing up in this stream and just being a part of it. So thank you. Okay, perfect hour. We are ready to take you. I'm just saying, if the conversation gets derailed, we are going to have to move on, because this is more about women in Islam. But here you are. Hello.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hello, my dear sister.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Thank you. Great. No, I just would like to say that unfortunately, yes, you have been hit by some radical Islamists in your life, and I understand that. But there are people who see Islam in a different way, and actually. Last time I was talking to your sister Nuria, that brother was Iqbal. I don't remember his name. What was his name?
Haris?
No, Haris Sultan. I was on your channel. He was with mask. You said his name now.
Ghalib Kamal.
Ghalib,
yes. Ghalib Kamal. Okay, yes.
Yeah, he said something that was really not correct. He said no one fight these Taliban and extremists, which is, I was explaining that my brother was executed by Iranian regime, and we have been fighting Iranian regime in 42 years. Just because he doesn't know, it doesn't mean that we are not doing it. Actually, I'm following an organization, a Muslim organization, that women are leaders, women are absolutely equal, women pray front of men, women pray in equal line. We do not accept, this backward understanding of Islam, and it is not because that yesterday we were built 57 years. This organization has been built, and we have been fighting Iranian regime not because of different type of prayers, but because of your rights, because of non-Muslims' rights, because Khomeini was going to oppress people, oppress non-Muslims, and the first one who came out against the forced hijab in Iran was the organization I support. It is called People's Mujahideen Organization. So there are people who see Islam different, not this way that ISIS, Taliban, and unfortunately, people like you have experienced that. We see Islam in a
Can I ask you,
different way.
sir, something?
Yes,
I have a
please.
question.
Yeah, yeah.
I understand that you think we have come across Muslims who have a different perspective than yours.
Mhm.
Um, would you go to different Muslim channels also and counter them? Do
I've
you?
been blocked from them. Like EF
See?
Dawa, yes, they blocked me after
So
few
look, it's the
after
non-Muslims.
after few minutes because they cannot confront me because they don't have the right knowledge of Islam. Like EF Dawa, they
That
call themselves
that is my I
gladiators of Islam, but they block me after few minutes because they cannot answer my questions. Okay.
yeah, that is my exact problem, that you think it's okay to, preach us Islam, and we tolerate that also.
Yes,
We allow confrontation, we allow
that's good.
disagreement, we allow discourse. But when you go and talk to Muslims,
Please not, don't say Muslims because when you say Muslims means that everyone.
no, that is
You
the
are
case
welcome to
in
my
Islam. I'm
channel.
sorry to say you
No,
are in a minority.
no, I say you are welcome to my channel anytime you want. The Perfect Dawa. I have Saturdays tomorrow night, 7 o'clock Central European Time. You are welcome. I would love to talk to you. There was a actually there is a Christian from South Africa. First time he went to Pancreatic channel, he said, "Oh, Islam is devil and demon and so on." He came to my channel. Now we are like brothers. We talk very nice with each other. So we want peace. We want love. Okay, with everybody. We are against this.
For that, you need to convince the other Muslims more,
Yes, yes. Please
rather
help
than
me.
ex-Muslims
Yeah,
who are
please help
already
me.
peaceful
Yeah,
and
I
who
have.
are already
Yeah,
trying to
yes,
fight,
sister, sister.
tooth and nail to make this world a better
Yes.
place.
Yeah, I'll ask your followers and ask you, sister, call EF Dawa, ask them why they don't want to debate me or invite
Sir,
them to your
you are
channel.
expecting us to do your work.
No, no, because I'm alone. I'm alone. They block me. The moment they hear my voice, they
And
remove me.
imagine what they would do to us.
No, no, no. They don't know your problems. At first, you can, when you
If they
say,
block you, imagine what they would say to
no,
us.
no,
Yeah.
Can you
no, Mila,
imagine?
no, sister
Imagine
Mila,
us being women
no,
and
sister,
they thinking what they think of women in Islam,
yeah,
we going and preaching them
yeah.
that talk to this guy.
But there are men, your followers. They can call them. They have every Thursday night and
No, sir,
Sunday
you
night.
have
They
to
have.
carry your own cross. I'm
Not
sorry.
just, but we have to help each other. I say that
You can come
in
to our
order,
channel. You
i-
can come
i-
to our
yeah,
channel. We can provide you the platform for that, but we can't
yeah.
fight
True.
your fight, sir.
True.
Yes, but anyway, if you find such a people who would like to debate me, I would love to debate them.
Sure.
I have debated their sheikhs who ran away from me actually, because I have very, very, good
Different views of
questions.
Islam.
Yes, and good questions that they cannot answer my questions. This
Okay.
Bukhari, for example, Bukhari says that Quran is incomplete. He says that there is a verse of Quran which is missing, the stoning verse
Yes,
of
the
Quran.
stoning, exactly.
Yeah,
And the
the stoning.
breastfeeding verse is
Yes,
also got
exactly.
Yeah.
eaten
It
by
was
a
eaten
goat.
by a goat. Yeah,
Yes.
and
Yes.
they cannot answer this question, but yet they say that. I mean, it's crazy that they believe in such a ridiculous. I'm not a Quranist. Let me tell you, I believe in hadith, but in authentic hadith. I don't
Sir,
take
how can you cherry pick which is authentic and which is not?
no.
Because in some of the authentic hadiths, there are
Yes,
also some, I'm sorry to say, but
yes, no
quite a
problem.
lot of weird things out there.
Yeah, let me tell you, sister. Let me tell you, my dear sister. Quran says which hadith is authentic and which one is fabricated.
The
It says
Quran
it.
says that,
Yes,
sorry.
yes, yes.
Where
Uh,
does the Quran say which
chapter
hadith is?
4, verse 80 to 83. It says that there were munafiqun, the hypocrites, who were coming out of Prophet Muhammad's lecture, and they were saying things that he hadn't said. And if you find much,
So,
difference
And
to
okay,
then,
Quran.
then
I
go
give
with what the
you that
Prophet
you have
said.
a,
Yes.
like
So,
someone said, Quran light version. I get it, Islam light version. But was according to you, what is the punishment for apostate?
There is no punishment. I was myself. No, let me tell you, I was
There
myself.
is
I'm
though.
I'm I'm an ex-Muslim. I was
One
I'm
second, an ex-Muslim. Okay,
Yes,
What does
so
that
I was.
even
I
mean?
became I became
so you
atheist.
left and came back,
I say that for
and
me,
you
if you
came back
ask me,
stronger. What do you think? I
Nuria,
think you came back stronger.
yeah,
No?
Nuria, I say
Yes.
that yes. If somebody asks me if I was a Muslim, I say no, I didn't know. I was just born to a Muslim family. I didn't know Islam, so I
But
left.
now you found Islam.
I
Sir,
yes,
what is your take on Aisha's marriage? How old was she?
I have said before, I think, to Sister Nuria, the same source that says that Prophet Muhammad split the moon, which I don't believe at all. That's absolutely, fabricated. The same source said that she was 6 years old, and I have a record from her age that she was 19, between 19 to 21, and is not that old. Prophet Muhammad didn't have children with any of his wives. So he didn't marry, in
What is
my
your
view.
take on Rihanna bint Zaid?
Sorry,
What is your take on Rihanna bint Zaid and Safiya?
uh, I haven't studied them actually.
Sir,
What
you
is that?
should.
Yeah.
I'm being an ex-Muslim who hasn't studied much of Quran.
Okay.
I know about these women, and you're saying the women are equal. You
Yes.
should go and read their stories also.
Uh, it, it is in Quran or Hadith.
It's in Hadith. Please
Okay.
look up the Azwaj Mutaharat. If you
Okay.
look it up, the Prophet's wife, I think
Okay.
it's number 3 or number 4, Rehana bint Zaid.
Okay.
Look up her history. Look up Asma bint Marwan. Why was she killed? Look up
Please look
Tirqa.
at how she was killed. Yeah, look at how
Yeah,
she was killed.
You mean
Look
that?
at
You mean about?
Tirqa.
Yeah. You
Look
mean
up how she
about?
was killed. What
Yeah.
was
Okay.
the why was if you were trying to justify, there are lots of things that you need to justify. So
Okay.
please go and study
Yeah.
those also. And I
Okay.
would like to know your opinion.
Yes.
Please
You
come
mean
to our stream after going through them. We'll
yeah.
talk to you on that.
Yes.
But thank
Okay.
you so much, the perfect Dao. I always appreciate you. As
Okay.
I said, you have a version of Islam that is okay for the world.
Yeah.
So
All right. Yeah.
keep
Thank you.
saying, keep preaching
Yes.
what you preach. I guess. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Take care.
Thank
Bye
you.
bye. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Okay, so I'm just gonna. Harjeet Singh is sent another super sticker. Thank you so much, and also another one. My Punjabi is not up to
We
scratch, but
say
I guess
es
it's
sadiyan
Estadiya
kudiyan
Kuriya
marwano
Marwanu
firda.
Firda. Yeah. So is that the case? Maybe he's on loads of channels. Is that what that means?
And that means he's trying to justify what is happening. But no, it's not justifiable.
Which part is he trying to justify?
No, he's talking about the real dawa, what he's trying to say.
Yeah, what is he trying to justify exactly?
That the women are better off in Islam and his version of Islam is better. He needs to fight this off with the Muslims, the majority of them
Yeah,
believing in that.
totally. Because he keeps coming on all of these channels and he's honestly preaching like a really like just a version of Islam that he's almost created for himself. Like he believes what he wants, he doesn't, but he's a great guy. Like he's not posing the threat that jihadis pose, which is why I don't care for that benign form of Islam, but it's just not real Islam, which is the only reason we're
Sorry,
here
but
talking
it's
today.
not. Uh,
Exactly.
you have to, and he has a big battle to fight, and he's on the wrong platform to fight it. I
Yeah.
think because if he's asking us to go and fight for him and to present his case in front of those people who hate our even who even can't tolerate our existence,
Mm-hmm.
that's a little bit absurd, I'm sorry to say, because you have to fight your own fight. You have to we will be happy to know someone who believes in that Islam, to be honest. If
Mm-hmm.
that's your Islam, that's all peaceful and that doesn't allow killing, in which women are equal and all that, good for you, more power to you.
Yeah, exactly. Um, and those aren't the people that our battle is against, you know. Like, you're okay, you're not causing any outright harm. It's the ones who think they're going to get these 72 virgins, and therefore let's blow ourselves up and let's keep women suppressed and take sex slaves, is the ones these are the ones we have an issue with. Okay, but just to move things along, so I'm going to take Nikolai, and then Gulzar, and then Russell Cohen, who's a very loyal member. So we'll just rush through these if that's okay. Sultan Salateen.
Yeah.
Nikolai, thank you for waiting. Hello.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi.
we
Yes.
can.
Hi. Yeah, so I guess I should sort of make context for my question, if that's all right.
Sure.
So I grew up in a non-religious, basically country. I guess the vast majority here in Denmark is of non-religious affiliation.
Mhm.
And I would say generally, even the religious people have a sort of secular approach to it. So it's immensely private. It's not something societal or cultural in any sense of the word.
Yeah.
So yeah, anyway, that's how I grew up, and eventually I traveled to India, which is sort of leads me to my question. Do you think all religions sort of have the inherent problems that you find in Islam, like let's say non-equality of gender, discrimination against minorities, sexual orientations,
All
stuff like that?
organized religions do, to
You
certain
think?
level. All organized religions tend to
Yeah.
have a control and set narratives, and there's a privileged class in there. There's someone that they take benefit of. I'm yet to come across a religion which treats women equally, to be honest. If you have traveled to India, there are certain traditions. We've spoken about that. There was a
Yeah, because
stream on.
I'd argue. Sorry, please go on. Please go on. Sorry, I don't
So,
want to interrupt.
if even if you look at Hinduism, I was surprised. I was in a stream on Labelle's channel. She's also an ex-Muslim from Pakistan, and I was at her channel, and there was a Pandit Swamiji there, and
Okay.
he has studied Hinduism deeply, and he was telling me what's written in the scriptures. Women with brown hair, with brown skin, not eligible for marriage. Women can't remarry. If their husbands have died,
Yeah, they have
they
to. They
can't
have three
marry.
options. Yeah, I know.
They
Yeah,
were like
I wouldn't
outcasts,
argue
and
that Hinduism is equal in any sense of the word, and
no,
that's my
I'm just
experience
saying,
from
if you
India.
talk about Christianity, there's also the women is also has gone through a lot of issues. The woman is the bane of all the problems, the evil. She was the one
Yeah.
enticed. The original sin, the burden of original sins also lies with the woman. The punishment for the women, if you look at the women, can't be head of the religious any religious what do you say, whether it's a church or a mosque, or she can't lead.
Yeah.
She can't be a saint.
Well,
She can't be kind of a god man, if you want to put it
yeah.
in for the lack of better words, in
I
any
mean,
religion.
I'd
Where do you
agree.
see?
Well, I see it in Sikhi. I think Sikhi is different. And when I met the Sikhs, they don't really have a priest hierarchy.
Do
They
women lead
don't.
there?
Yeah, they lead prayers. They lead
For
sermons.
women, are you talking about men
For
too?
no. I'm talking about like for any gender, they sit together, and the women or the men lead the prayer. There's not really a designated priest. They
Who
don't
do
have a
they believe in,
hierarchy.
sir? Who do they
Sorry.
believe in? Who do they believe in? Is it a woman?
Yeah.
Like,
Well, they believe in women. Yes.
they believe in Guru Nanak. Was
No,
he
but
a
Guru
woman?
Nanak is not a woman. No, of course
Well,
not.
not
Yeah.
no, but the longest leader, serving leader for the Sikhs was a woman, Mai Bago, for example.
No, but that's again, if you look at the
I
traditions,
wouldn't
again,
I wouldn't
the
argue that
custom.
the scripture,
Is
like when I
still
read
In the
the Mool
scripture
mantra,
also,
for
I've
example.
I've read some stories where they have been told that women are conniving, women can lure men in. I've read
Well,
Thanks to
if that's the
YouTube
case, then
and
I
my
wouldn't argue for it. I don't know the passage, but my overall impression is that it's a bit more, you could say, progressive at least.
no, there's a lot
When
of
I
there's also discrimination there. If you look closely, the casteism that exists in India so rampantly exists
yeah, I
over
know.
there also in
Yeah, I
Sikhism
know.
also. It's so imbibed that it also penetrated the Islamic societies in India. It also exists in Pakistan because of that. So we can't say that organized religion don't control our lives and tell us what to do in our lives. And women, you always see them carrying the cross of the religion. They are the
Yeah,
ones
that's a good
who
point.
are more religious, who are more expected to behave in a proper way than men.
I mean, I'll agree. Like, I think what you're saying is pretty, I don't know, knowledgeable, wise. I mean, yeah, I can't really debate that. Also because I'm not really from the culture, but my impression was that it's more progressive. Um, Especially when I visited them, compared to a lot of Indian temples or masjids, or it's like
Yeah, but
very.
you have to understand, if you look at the organized religion, who are the ones who suffer the most at the hands of religion and organized religion? The control that it has, um, it's mostly in all religion women, whether it's witch
True.
hunting,
Yeah,
whether it's
100% true.
whether it's
100% true.
you know
And I think in general, organized religions have that problem. I think it is an underlying problem in almost any religion. I was just curious about Sikhism specifically, uh, but it sounds like it's the same problem all over.
Yeah,
it
I
is.
think
That
if you delve
even
deep
yeah,
enough into any organized religion, you will see that it is always to the detriment of women. Always, always, always.
Mike
At
is
some
saying
level
that
or
the
the
Guru
other.
Nanak is not a leader but not revered as God, so isn't Muhammad. It doesn't make any
yeah,
difference.
but
I mean,
it
we
doesn't
could
really
argue that
matter.
Muhammad is revered to a god because blasphemy in some countries is against him, not Allah. But yeah,
No, but even if
I agree with the premise. Yeah, sure. It's true.
yeah, but even if the leader is not revered like as a god, it doesn't really change the
Change
power
the
they have.
system, yes.
It's the system. Yeah,
Exactly. It's the system
it
and
doesn't
the
really
power
matter.
dynamics that they propagate. This is the whole thing we're talking about right now, is the power dynamic, and the power dynamic inherently in Islam, but we can extend that to all other organized religions, is that women are inherently beneath men. That's just the way these are built. These are already inbuilt institutions where, like, it is a system of patriarchy, and misogyny is just
Yeah.
the natural consequence.
I was
Would your
reading
preference then be
I
that
was
that
reading some a while ago while I was doing Punjabi streams. I was not aware of Hinduism, by the way. I was not aware of Sikhism on the whole. But
ah
doing these streams, so many people call in and they make you aware of what's going on.
yeah,
And
I bet.
there was someone who sent an article from a newspaper where there was I think some Sikh leader, a woman, and she was supposed not to remove body hair, and she did, and she was criticized for it.
Yeah,
Women are not supposed to remove body hair, whether they are facial.
I could say, at least as a like coming from a non-religious country, that's kind of the problem people have here with any kind of religion. That it's like even if the scripture itself will say something that it doesn't really matter, because the community you come into when you're religious is totally different. Like, and it's in all religions. It doesn't really matter, even if you can scripturally find a little passage that tries and make it more open-minded than it is, or more progressive. It doesn't really matter, because the community you get into is not really like that. I think at least a lot of people have a problem with that here. So would you preference that the society sort of become akin to Scandinavia, where religion has no real
I
power,
think
place?
I think
Like
there would come
people
a
here are
time
kind
where
of
I think if we respect each other, if we have the tolerance to listen out to each other without being afraid to, you know, hold our opinion, as long as we are not hurting anyone, as long as we are not inciting violence and all that. In that society, I would feel much at peace. I feel much at peace in Europe, where I have the basic freedoms,
Yeah.
where I am
But,
not afraid of my life. For my life, I'm not afraid for my son's life.
but don't you think it's still like problematic, like the guest you just had on, the perfect Dava, I think he's called. I was
Mm,
arguing with him in chat and about homosexuality in Islam, it being a
mm.
sin and all that. And I think even the idea of it is problematic, even if you're not discriminating or judging people or being outwardly
You are actually, when you believe in a religion, you
cruel to people,
automatically.
but
No,
but
no,
it's
no.
still a
Hold on,
problematic
hold on,
thought to
hold on.
sort of
When you believe in a religion, you're automatically judging other people, because you think you're following the right God and the other people are misled.
yeah.
You're
But
going
that,
to go to heaven because you're better off. The entitlement that the religion gives you and the sense of superiority that you feed on because of it is
yeah,
there.
and yeah, that was my point, because he was
That
saying,
is why
well, I
I have
don't
a huge
judge people,
problem.
I'm not judgmental, I don't discriminate against people. And I was saying to him, the idea of it being a sin, that is problematic, like, because you're dividing people into a category, and if you think it's not permissible, it's a problem, like, because it will lead to discrimination, even if you don't really set out it to be discriminatory or judgmental or whatever. The base idea of it is discriminatory,
Hmm.
to judge a section of people according to how they're born is kind of, yeah, the whole idea is problematic,
Yeah,
so it
that's my
doesn't really
whole point, that the religion, it segregates you, it
yeah,
divides you, it makes you, for example, the Muslim Ummah, the people living in Pakistan, the people living in Saudi Arabia, the people living in Africa, they think they are connected with one thing. Religion might have been a need at a certain point in time in history,
yeah,
but
yeah,
now with globalization, I don't see the need for it. I
yeah,
think they are enough. If you have an ounce of empathy in you, you can empathize with other human beings. You can understand their problem.
yeah,
You can put yourself in their
100%.
place. Then that is good enough for me. There should be law and order. There should be human rights, making sure that no one is, stepping on other person's
Yeah,
foot.
yeah, yeah. 100% agree.
That should be good
100%
enough.
agree. Yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
and also it
Nikolai,
should
do
be
you have
the
any
first
other?
priority.
Yeah, your
Yeah,
last
I'm
comment.
sorry. And the second question was that I have many friends who are from a Muslim background, and a lot of them are not really practicing. Like, sort of, like you were talking on earlier. Even if you're sort of atheist by choice or by reasoning, you don't
Upbringing
really,
or everything.
yeah, you don't really tell people if you're from a Muslim upbringing. You don't really identify as atheist, even if you are. And I have a lot of friends who they'll not really practice Islam. They're not really believers, not really religious at all, but they'll still say I'm Muslim. Like, the label they won't really drop. Why do you think that is? Do you think
Because
it's because of, like,
it's part of your identity. And it's difficult for most people to get rid of that because they have been identifying with it for so long. And some people are not atheists. They are not. And not if they are not saying atheists, I wouldn't call them atheists, because it's their choice to say,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
call themselves
They,
whatever they want to call themselves. If they identify with Muslims, good for them. If they identify themselves with Christians, Jews, atheists, whatever religion in the world exists, Buddhists, Hindus,
yeah.
everyone should have a free choice.
Yeah, yeah, and I won't be the guy to label them. I think they should do that themselves. Like,
Yeah,
I don't,
actually,
but I think it's an odd thing to label yourself with something you have no connection with, really. Like,
Actually, our purpose is not to judge people. I'm not against Muslims. I'm against the practices
yeah.
that exist in the society because of Islam, right?
Yeah. And I
I
will
have Muslim
never,
friends who are
I'll
very
never tell
respectable. They
those friends that,
respect me. I don't want anything bad to happen to any human being under the sun,
yeah, me
regardless of the
neither.
religion.
Yeah, me neither.
But
And I won't,
I
like, I
want,
wouldn't, sorry.
I want free space for myself, for my child, for other women, for other
Which,
human beings to
yeah, which
exist.
should be the case everywhere. I agree.
Exactly. That's our
Yeah.
whole purpose. We are not
Yeah.
anti-religion. We are anti, dictatorship and all that fanaticism that exists around us.
Yeah. It just, I think maybe it's also a weird question to ask, but I think most Scandinavians will not identify with any religion. They'll not call them Christian, even if they're from a Christian tradition. Like, it's so far removed here that
But I think that's beautiful. Like
you
that's
actively
what
have to like choose to identify, and then it's like you've chosen to believe you're active practitioner. It's a weird thing to sort of label yourself to something you don't really believe in, have no yeah.
That's beautiful, because can you see the difference in mentality here? Like, where in this situation that we're describing, it's actually literally not safe to say that you're not Muslim in a lot of these cases. But what you're saying is that in these Scandinavian countries, and particularly Nordic countries, for you to even say you're Christian means almost like it is the other side of the coin, but obviously to like not the same extent at all. But it is because the natural norm is so far removed from being attached to a religion, whereas in these countries that we speak about, the natural like equilibrium is to be of that religion, and like they cannot dare to see it otherwise. Like, I think there was a hadith that I came across from the school of thought, like the Hanafi school of thought, which is a major school of thought in the subcontinent, where there isn't even a punishment for women for apostasy, because they don't believe a woman is capable of speaking out against them. Like, this is the difference in mentality that
wild.
we're dealing with. Yeah,
that's very wild. Yeah, that's crazy.
But
like,
it just shows.
I'm sorry if it was a weird question. It's just like many people don't really identify culturally here with religion in any capacity too. So like, even if like, let's say I become Christian, that's fine. No worries. Like, you can choose whatever you want. Then I'll start identifying as a Christian here. But people don't really identify with religious heritage here. So it's such a weird
that's
thing.
Why you guys are some of the
I think
happiest
heritage
countries
is
in the
more than
world.
religion. Heritage is more than religion.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a lot of things. It's not just religion.
But
it's
in
a
our
lot
case,
of things.
in the case of Pakistanis, you're afraid to accept what your heritage is, because you're just not going to like the results. For most of them, where they want to be Arabs and they want to be Turks. I'm sorry, but 99.9% of us are just Indians, or
Well, there's
like, that's
also
the
there's tons of things to be proud of from being from that part of the continent. It's not something you should be like,
I mean,
there's no reason to strive to be someone else. There's so many things in that region that are amazing.
Totally. And obviously some which predate Islam, like
the
Bamiyan Buddhas in Afghanistan. Like, I'm so intrigued by that. Mohenjo-daro, like all the Indus Valley civilizations. This is all great stuff. And it's all pre-Islamic, but we should definitely own it. It's not just that we have to pitch onto like the bandwagon of Turks or Arabs just to claim who we are. It's such bullshit, but it's propagated by people at the highest level, like our own prime minister, who tries to encourage the nation to watch a show to get close to their roots that aren't even ours.
It's also weird because the identity of the country is 60 or 70 years old or something. But it's so modern country.
1947. We're such a young country, so you have to like cut it some slack in that sense. But as we mentioned earlier, the way it's going is really distressing. But Nikolai, thank you
Yeah,
so
thank
much
you
for your,
for taking my
your
call,
input.
and I just want to say thank you for your bravery. It's amazing what you do. Yeah, I really have a lot of respect for you girls. So, yeah,
Thank you
have a
so
great
much
night.
for
And
appreciating our work and for all your questions. None of them were stupid. No questions are ever stupid here. So thank you so much. Bye.
thank you. Take care.
Take
Bye.
care.
Take care. Just want to highlight Mike Man Super Chat. Thank you so much for your continuous support. Very interesting live stream. Both great work. Okay, Russell, Coheed, and Gulzar have been both been waiting for ages. So Gulzar, then Russell, I promise we're coming to you, and then whoever else wants to join. But I think we've taken way more of Sultan Salateen's time. So maybe Russell will be the last. If anybody wants to join, it's literally like your last chance now, because then I know Sultan Salateen definitely needs to get to bed. Gulzar, hi, welcome. Thank you for waiting. Sorry about the long wait.
No problem. I don't mind waiting because patience is a key for this moment. And now, since you know, Nuria, I one day take off for asking and making questions. So today I took off. I called my manager that I had a fever. So I made a lot of questions that will be rapid fire questions. I know it's been a long time. So Sultan is be ready to use your gray matter. And another thing, like this is big success that two women are sitting and males are asking questions. That proves, as according to Islam, that women have half intelligence, but these women are, answering so well. And even I learn a lot from both of you ladies. Trust me, I don't mind learning from anyone because the way Sultan handled perfect dawa was amazing. Even I couldn't think of out of the box questions. So congrats to Nuria and Sultan to be together for this movement. So having said that, I'm gonna come up to the questions. That will be rapid fire questions. Number one question, Sultan, as you know that are cities are the tip of the iceberg in Pakistan and even India. Most of people live in villages. I don't know. I always forget it's rural or urban. I always mixed up when I was in school. So most of women are in villages, and social media is really affecting very well in cities. So tip of the iceberg is just for women who listen to you in cities and have privileges for the power. How would you comment that how Islam message or atheism message will go into the rural side in Pakistan and India? My first question.
I think in India it's much easier because the constitution is secular out there. So at least you're not risking your life when you're speaking against the religion. Although religious fanaticism is increasing there also over the period of time, we see a lot of incidents of mob lynching and other things that we could never imagine happening in India earlier on. But lately it is pretty evident that it's happening there also. But in Pakistan, since the constitution has a blasphemy law, um, and it's punishable by death, it's not that easy to expect that our message would reach the rural population. Um, it has to be someone on the ground level who can reach there, who can infiltrate there, who can spread the voice out there. Um, but there is a ray of hope that everyone has a cell phone. People call in Ghalib and Haris show from remote areas also. So people are listening there. So it's not like we are in complete isolation in Pakistan. People are listening. So hopefully those people listening will also encourage their women to listen. That is the hope that we have, that we can probably reach them through that, because sadly we don't have a channel which is focused on what is considered to be a women interest subject, like fashion or cooking or I don't know what.
Maybe we should just do that as a side gig, like
Yeah, we
Mahleej just
can.
makeup. I don't know if you. I don't know what the hell I could do. I would just have to think of something really that's like.
But that's what I think.
And-
Maleej had a makeup channel. I
Yeah.
think she used to do videos. We should encourage her to do more of those. But this is,
Yeah.
but we hope that more women would listen. I know some of my friends do listen in Pakistan, and it's
Well,
very
yeah, that's what I
heartening
wanted to
to
ask
see.
you, Sultan Salateen, because this is where I'm finding a lot of my progress is just my own friends who are wanting to support me and therefore listening to me and therefore having their views challenged, but not in a way where like I'm attacking them, but just that they're listening to me and then they're like, oh my God, like you thank you so much for like educating me because I wanted to go and look back and see if that was actually written there. And then it just plants a seed and then you just leave them to their own devices because you know that like this first seed is planted and they've not come at me in the sense that like you're coming to attack my religion. I'm just like, guys, like this is my new little adventure. Like I'm just speaking about, you know, like my life that they know I've experienced, a life that they've been with me through. So they're not really here to challenge any of those elements. They're just like, oh shit, like what have you learned from this? And what are you saying to the world now? And like, I want to support you. So they'll literally watch me on their TV with their husbands, and even their husbands who were actual Muslims or progressive Muslims are like, you're like a beacon of hope. Like you are speaking such good things. And I'm like, you can't say that as a Muslim though. You really can't. But they're willing to go the extra mile and just be like, look, our views might differ, but what you're saying is like, it's only going to lead to good things for women or for our country. So go ahead and say it. And I think that that's a powerful force that we have is just be able to do this.
That's amazing. If your friends are even going that extra mile to share it with their husband, probably they will share with their relatives back home also. You know, some people say that they share the video. Look what absurd things this man is saying or this woman is saying. And many people wrote me after I read my stories. Initially, I started reading my stories in Ghalib's channel, and I made a Facebook account with this name. And many people inboxed me that they read the story with their wives. So that, and their wives cried that, you know, the many people have written to them that it was very heartfelt, and they, so that there is hope. We are doing this because we are hopeful, we are optimistic that somehow or the other our voices matter, and that's why we are doing it. Otherwise we would have shut it up and continue with our lives.
Yeah, and you wouldn't be sitting here giving us your precious time, even though, you know, we know your life is extremely busy. So I really appreciate that.
Yeah, true.
Exactly. It just makes no sense. It's because you care so deeply about the cause. Gulzar, any other questions?
Yeah. Actually, I think I saw the private chat. If Mahleej is with you, I would leave my questions for later stream, and I think you could give chance better, or I can stay.
Okay, sure. So can I just speak to Russell, and then I can get you and Mahleej both on the stream?
Yes. Yeah, I'll stay. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Okay, sure. All right. Okay. Speak to you in a sec. Russell, hello. Thank you so much for waiting.
My pleasure. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Excellent, excellent. First off, it's a real honor to actually get a chance to chat with both of you. Thank you very much for making the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for waiting. I really appreciate it, and for your continuous support. You're literally one of the most loyal supporters of this channel and the work we do. So,
well, thank you.
Honestly, thank you.
So that's actually the kind of the question that I had for both of you is, I am, as you can probably tell by my voice, I'm an American. I'm male. I am not Muslim or ex-Muslim. I'm about as outsider in this whole discussion as is possible. But I still absolutely, I'm a human being. I empathize completely with the subject matter here and support the cause entirely. So my question is, what are some ideas that the two of you have on how anyone who may not be target audience could be effectively supportive of the cause and of women's rights and human rights, especially in the areas that you folks are focusing on?
Sorry, I didn't understand your question. How do you expect us to reach our target audience?
No, I apologize. And yeah, I guess I was a little verbose there. What do you guys think would be effective ways for someone like myself, who is not your target audience, to be effectively supportive, support you in a way that actually helps make progress towards the goal of women's equality, especially in Pakistan, Islam areas that you guys are focusing on?
I think the best way would be to share our streams, share voices with as much people as you can, because the issues in Pakistan, I sometimes feel that there are lots of problems, a lot of issues that we talk about are never spoken about. For example, the um, how many people in West know about child molestation rate in Pakistan? How many people know about the rape cases in Pakistan? The people who have been convicted in blasphemy cases. There are so many things that we want to talk about and share our voices on, and we want people to know what's going on there. So there's an international pressure also on our government, so that there are changes in motion, so that we can help them by not even being there. So that is one way you can help us. Support our channel, be part of our movement, even if you can't, you don't think you are doing much, but just by liking, sharing, and distributing our videos and all that with to among other people, that means a lot to us.
Yeah, I totally agree with what Sultan Salateen was saying. I mean, you're obviously like doing like ample enough to support like the movement and the channels and like everywhere that I see you showing your support. So thank you so much. Like it only motivates us to do more. But again, like voices like yours, which you say are slightly detached from the movement per se, like anytime, as Sultan Salateen said, you can actually distribute our content. So all of the people that you're potentially surrounded by who think that you could, just be taking like a really almost far right stance, or you could be potentially bigoted, if you just kind of are in any small way ever able to inform or educate people around you on the reality of what you hear during our conversations and during our streams, whether it's like the role of women in Islam, or the lack of rights that they have, or the fact that apparently the Prophet traveled on like a flying winged horse to like the seventh heaven, like all of
more of a donkey than a horse.
Yeah, a mule, donkey, whatever. But yeah, like all of these things, I mean, if you just help to kind of like pass on the knowledge, I guess that's all we can do here, is to actually say, you know what, I'm not like the word Islamophobia is not good enough here to shut me down. Just because you're not a Muslim, or you never were, does not mean even you like that the right to criticize our dogma extends to even you. Like, it is a bad philosophy. We have to call it out no matter what. So your hand in that, whether it is you supporting us, you showing up, you having these interactive calls with us, you leaving comments on our channels, or you just passing on like a pearl of knowledge to people that you interact with about, you've maybe been fed this one-dimensional aspect of Islam, but hey, hear it from these women who have actually left. And these are the reasons that they've left. And if you can get that seed that we talked about being planted, that first seed, it's definitely more than enough to just get the wheels turning in someone's brain. And it just rocks their faith like from the get-go, which is great, because it's a slippery slope then. But yeah, other than that, I think you're doing everything you can. But thank you so much.
Oh, my pleasure, my pleasure. And I will just throw this out as a bit of a shameless plug here real quick before I jump off. That is a reminder to anybody who's viewing still. It does help on the YouTube algorithm if you guys watch their videos all the way to the end. It helps on the YouTube algorithm if you will comment on their videos and sharing of the videos. I know all of those are factors in the YouTube algorithm. So like, share, subscribe, watch all the way to the end, and comment. Thank you both very much. Keep up the amazing work.
Thank you, Russell. That's actually really, really helpful. And if you had any other questions, then feel free to shoot them now. Otherwise,
No, please, no, I've taken up plenty of your time already. You guys are great. Thank you very much, and have a great night.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Bye. Take care. Good night. Okay, so let me just address these super chats and then let's get going. Gulzar and Mahlij are both in the studio, so I think we're going to have a very good chat. Siraj Kamal, thank you so much for your super chat and your continuous support. He's saying, Nuria, Sultan Salateen, great stream once again. You ladies are doing great. Nuria, looking forward to seeing you soon in London with Mariam Namazi. Yes, if you haven't got your tickets to that event and you are UK based, please go on to Eventbrite. Tickets are there. They're like £5 each, but it's going to be a really good evening. There'll be a movie screening followed by a panel on blasphemy and women. But yes, Siraj, I look forward to seeing you there, and thank you so much for supporting us. And yeah, I'll see you then and there. We can't really discuss more about where it's going to be, but I definitely will see you there. And Farouk Naseem, thank you so much for your support. Farouk is saying all activism for the humanist cause must be admired. I love Pakistan and India. Hope yours and others' efforts turn these countries, I think, into peaceful heavens. Yeah, I totally agree. This is the reason that, I mean, Sultan Salateen dares to use her voice and speak out despite her experiences. And it's the reason I'm showing my face and I'm willing to be a part of this movement, is because we hope, not sure in our lifetime, but I can genuinely hope that there will be some change. But it doesn't look good, but that's all we can hope for, right? Is to wake people up, and especially wake women up. And I think this whole stream was inspired in light of the fact that we got banned, because we just felt more empowered that now they're really,
they're taking us seriously.
Yeah, exactly.
They're taking us as a threat.
Yeah. And they're worried when women, they know that women can relate to other women, and that really does scare them. So we will take advantage of that and we will just keep talking. But okay, so on that note, there's loads of comments to go through. But on that note, I'm going to add Gulzar, Elia, and Mahlij to the stream. So welcome, guys.
Hi.
Oh,
Mahlij, you're on mute. Yeah, now we can hear you.
How are you? Is there a feedback or something, or no? It's okay.
No, it seems to be okay.
Okay, perfect. Because I have you on speaker. So it's so good to see you. I was free at this time. Usually I'm cooking and stuff. So I saw both of you, and I was listening to most of your conversation. So again, good job. Both of you are doing amazing. And then we have, of course, Gulzarji.
Thank you.
I was listening to you, and the thing that we were talking about is how do we get more women to come into this and more women to speak up. Since when I have been talking about, now there is more women. There is Sultan, there is you, there is Labelle. There's so many more that I've come across. You met one godless woman. She's there. There's so many more that have come since, I can just say, since 2017. So
yeah.
It is harder for us to reach somebody that is in remote rural areas of Pakistan because even personally, I know some women that are kept in conditions where they're not allowed to use the internet. They can't leave the house. They're kind of like in a jail, so there's no choice for them. But there is women that are listening. Like he was talking about the algorithm. So we do have to somehow target the algorithm so we can target more of the women audience, right? Women are more interested in cooking, makeup, and that makeup, when I used to sit there and do makeup, it used to attract women that will come and watch this. So it's, you have to get some sort of interest, because for just anybody, it's kind of like a dry topic and it's a very sensitive topic when we come to their religion. So they either get very defensive, or they don't want it. They'll just give you a shut call and then they'll just leave, right? So you have to have some kind, but at the same time.
But I actually wanted to ask you, Mahlij, sorry, I just wanted to ask you, have you engaged with many Muslim, do you find that Muslim women do call into you and just ask you questions because of how, like free and liberal you portray yourself to be? Are they like, well, what made you leave? Do they call you? Because I couldn't imagine them calling in, to be honest. For me
I've
as well,
had
like I'm not.
Lately, I've had, I think in each of my stream, there has been one, at least, woman caller that's kind of random coming in. And there has been a woman that has been trying to call me, and she just doesn't have proper internet. And she was telling me that she was going to an Islamic school. So I'm pretty sure she has an interesting story to tell me. I don't know if she's Muslim or she's ex-Muslim. But even before that, when I used to post my stories on Instagram or Snapchat, and I used to do just rants, right, about Pakistani men and all this stuff. So I used to always get women respond to me, and they're like, you're right. So I always got their support. And first, it was just my friends and people that I knew through my like modeling and stuff. But then I also started getting messages from random women. So yes, there is a lot of them that do speak to me. Some of them are scared to come talk. They don't want to be caught. There's a lot of different issues along with it. So I think we have progressed. I think we have achieved more, and especially now you're here, Salateen is here, so its numbers are growing. The only thing that we need to do is ask people to share. Right? We need to share. If you have WhatsApp groups, share in there. If you can share on your Facebooks, because I understand Facebook is different, there is a security risk, but people that live at least in the West, you guys should be sharing, liking, sharing, liking.
Yeah, definitely. And is he trying to say something?
I don't know. He probably usually has something to say, so
I can't unmute him. Okay, well, sorry, Gulzar, if you're trying to say something, let me know.
Yeah, no, he must be really busy. Otherwise,
maybe
he has
he's
something.
Been waiting for a really long time.
He always has something to say.
Yes,
here
hello.
he is. I think he's done. There he is. Hello.
Can you hear me? Okay. Since both ladies are here, and I have a question. Malik has a daughter. Sultan has a son. Both are women. Both do not believe in religious gods. And I was married on green card with the Muslim family, and that marriage ended to be a disaster. So that was blessing in disguise. Blessing was being in USA, and disguise was my ex. So now my question is, since you guys are both secular, if so for example, this is hard question, both of you ladies, and you can just pass by the question. You can say, oh, I don't want to answer you. It's a little bit sensitive question, both of you ladies. For example, you are training them as a secular, agnostic, whatever. They grow older. After 20 years, Mali's daughter falls in love with some Muslim guy who's Panj Waqt Namazi or for Salafi, and same goes with Sultan's son who falls in love with daughter. So what will be your reaction? Because as I seen that in Western countries, Muslim families try to impose their children to get married to the Muslim family from the Pakistan or India. So what will be your reaction? How will you react, and what could be the message to those parents who end up having that I would say unlucky situation?
Malik, you can go first.
I kind of missed his question because I got busy.
No, how would you feel if your daughter falls in love with a Muslim man who's religious to the core?
Religious to the core. Well, I'm hoping that it will not happen. And I'm hoping like by the time she's of that age, more rational people will be up there. I think there is less chances of that happening. It can. I don't know how I'm going to react. I have no idea. But I think there's less chances of that because she's not around that atmosphere. She's not used to that. And the way she is being raised, she will not get used to it. Like me, how my mother raised me, I knew what I wanted to look for in a man. I would never settle for somebody. I would run away from somebody that was praying 5 times a day. I just knew that it wouldn't work out. So I hope I can raise my daughter with that kind of a brain and make her understand this. And by the time she's of that age, hopefully she doesn't believe in anything either. She doesn't believe in anything right now. I haven't told her to believe in anything. So I think it's pretty difficult.
I think for me it would be the same. I think my parents being who they were, um, never objected to me finding a person for myself, whether it had been religious or not. They were, what matters is what your child feels, their happiness matters. So I hope I that would never be a problem, that they can decide for themselves when the time comes. And I'm hoping that, like Mali said, that whatever I'm teaching him, whatever he's learning at the moment, the ability to ask questions, the ability to rationalize things, the ability to think for himself, he would be making some good decisions, whether it'll be in a person that he wants to get married to, or the person he wants to spend life with. So that'll be his choice. I'm not going to interfere in that. I honestly, thinking, being absolutely brutally honest, I'll be worried. But at the end of the day, it's his choice. I won't be putting my judgment into his life. And
I just want to
that's
add
going to
one
happen.
thing, Salateen, with mostly that I have seen. I know you guys know Deborah. I don't know if you've talked to her or not, but if you look at her story, she kind of came from a Christian background, strict Christian background, but still she fell in love with somebody that was from Hizb Tahrir. She got married to him. She was married to him for 12 years. Even if you see the grooming gangs in England, these people prey on girls that are coming from broken down families, that get into bad habits or bad crowd and stuff. These are the ones they look for, people with low self-esteem that have issues going on, problems going on in their houses. So I'm hoping and I'm trying my best to provide a healthy family, at least a happy home for my child, so she doesn't go through any of those. And we can't predict the future. We don't know what's going to happen, but at least I'm trying for that.
No,
I'm at
but
this point.
again, as I said, our kids we made decisions for ourselves,
Mm-hmm.
who we want to spend our lives with.
Mm-hmm.
And what our children will decide, we will accept that and we will respect that. They will have the absolute right to do that. And
Mm-hmm.
I think the one mistake that I see the religious families or the radical, even atheists I've seen making, is that you abandon the child completely. If they make a decision which hurts you or which goes against your grain, you absolutely abandon the child. That is the worst thing that you can do to a child,
Yeah.
regardless of the fact what decision they have made in their life. As a parent, it is your job. One job actually that you have is to be there for your kid when he or she requires it. And there'll be times when they'll be happy, when there'll be time when they'll feel, remorseful. There'll be time when they are sad. So you have to be there as a parent to put up with it. And it's the child's decision again. And you can't just shut them out of your life, or they shut yourself out of their life. That's my take on it. Gulzar?
And I
Yeah,
think
thank you
also,
so much.
Gulzar, I think with your situation was different, because honestly, let's say if I was a guy and I wasn't Muslim, but I fell in love with a Muslim woman, for me, it's like, oh my God, I get all the rights. I can do whatever the hell I want with that Muslim woman. It's just, you were a nice guy. So you weren't like, oh, I'm going to beat you up. You're not listening to me. It's Sharia. It's my right. You know what I mean? If a guy that really wants to marry a woman who's a Muslim woman, he can actually have all the control he wants. So a lot of people and a lot of converts that I seen in men, especially, they like this religion. They're like, why? We can have 4 wives. Oh, we can hit women. Oh, we get this. So this
You're so
attracts.
entitled. Exactly. You literally have like a unilateral right to divorce. You are able to subjugate the woman. You inherently have the right to beat her. you can threaten her with getting more wives if she's not like, you know, living up to your expectations. And that is literally just like a tool that's handed to men to be able to oppress women. So this religion is very appealing to men in certain aspects, for sure. Like, there's nothing, I would say as a woman, there's nothing in it for us. But for men, you have like a whole heap of things to keep you wanting to be a Muslim man. And if you are that type of man where you want the partner in your life or the partners in your life to always be subjugated and beneath you, then Islam is the great religion for you, because it literally sanctions that.
Okay,
Yeah.
now if you don't have any question, then I would ask a question. Otherwise, I will be on mute.
Please ask the question.
So let's reverse the situation. This question is from both of you three brilliant, intelligent, brave, humanist ladies. I have a lot of respect. So let's reverse the situation in Pakistan. As you know, Pakistan has two biggest problems: Islam and sex. Okay, so when we talk about sex, sex includes the
Gulzar, your voice is breaking
Guys,
up.
is that Gulzar's internet or ours? I think
That's Gulzar's internet.
Always Gulzar's internet.
Okay. I love it. He's always buzzing with questions.
Okay, now is it better now?
Yes,
It is.
please carry on.
Is it? Oh, okay, sorry. So my question is, if we reverse the situation, I'm asking you both the three ladies in Pakistan that Quran gives instruction to men to observe the same niqab and parda, and women are free to wear anything. So in Pakistan, what would be the situation? Like, women will be as frustrated as men, or as evolution process, women are different, and what will be the solution? Let's give the same medicine taste to the man. They observe the parda, and what will be the women reaction? How do you respond to that?
Okay. So did you guys get the question?
No, I didn't.
There's two parts. Okay, so
Gulzar,
Gulzar,
can
just
you
repeat your question, because there's two parts. First, you're saying in Pakistan, if men were to observe the
what
parda.
I'm saying, yeah, and women are free to wear anything. So as we claim that because women are, women are not free, so men are more frustrated to look at their body. Similarly, if men hide their body from parda, what will be the reaction? What should be the reaction of women? Are they going to be as frustrated to look at their body as men are, or as an evolution, women will be same species as they are? That is my question.
I think it's very complicated. What you have said, we are not, we can't psychoanalyze things the way it will be. But I think a human body, whether it's that of a male or a female, is a body. Covering it up, shaming it, and putting, if you sexualize a male body also, that's also wrong. If you sexualize and put it in, the characterize it that this and this part has to be hidden and you have to cover yourself from head to toe. There are tribes where they wear no clothes and yet they respect each other equally. So I think clothes are in Islam a way of shutting a woman up. For me, it's like someone shared a video, a picture when I think Haris did on Twitter, where there's a man taking a photograph and saying "say cheese," and the women are in burqa, and you can't even tell if they are laughing or smiling or
yeah.
You have taken away their expressions from them in public. You can't see
Which
them
is like
smiling.
a fundamental thing, like the human experience, right? Like your expression. Like if you tell me something
I wouldn't
funny,
want
I'm
to
gonna
do that
smile
even to
or
men.
laugh.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we can do that with the mask. We've been wearing the mask, so you see like the human interaction, and you can't see each other's expression, and it's so hard. It's like kind of makes you all numb. It's so nice to see people smile or stuff like that. I think what he is saying, so there could be two things to it. There's nudist colonies, there's tribes that live nude. So if a child from birth is seeing something or seeing a pair of, boobs, I guess, it's normal for them if they're seeing it day and night, and they're seeing the human body naked. This is something that they get used to it. But the more you hide something, the more you want to see. So let's say thousands of years ago, women, or in that part of the world, the roles were changed. So maybe because they didn't get to see it, they would be, I don't think they would go, as bonkers as men, but they would still be like, oh my God, they would want to see something. Anything that you can't see, it's hidden. It's a human nature to see it more. But at the same time, even women now don't really get to see men outside. Men are now going around in boxer shorts and
yeah. When do we see men without this part? Yeah, maybe on the beach, if you're lucky.
Yeah, it's not like they're going around in Pakistan with nothing anyways. If you're talking about them covering
the thing is, Mali, to be honest, I've seen men walking out in their shorts without any shirt on, just to grab a newspaper, or they are not, the inhibition in them is not as much as in women, because the cultural, the pressure on women is too high. They have to cover themselves up.
It's not that common. Like if you go to a market, how many topless men do you see, right? You don't see many topless men.
You barely see men in the same way that, you would see like women dressing to that extent where they say like without niqab, which means almost like bikini laden, but you would never see men like that, hardly. But I honestly, genuinely, going back to Gulzar's question, even though he's left, but I do think that women are slightly built different. Like I still don't think we would perv over men the way that women are sexually abused and harassed, even if we were not to see them ever topless. Like, I just don't think
we do see them topless. But I mean, look at all the models that are there. They are mostly
and
topless.
That's fine, but I don't think that would. But do you think if you were to see a man, you would even have the audacity to try and sexually abuse or harass, or what's the opposite of catcalling for a man? But like, I don't see us doing that. Like, maybe once he's walked past, I mean, we're still women at the end of the day. Like, it would be like, oh my God, did you see that guy? Because we have the same thing in us. But I just don't think we're going to go to the point where we would make that guy feel so uncomfortable that he's not sure, like, if he's going to make it home safely tonight. Do you know what I mean? I think is and you guys, like, feel free to disagree with me, but I just think that is a very male, that's literally a male drive.
I think that's the male privilege. That's the male privilege of doing that and getting away with it, that it's considered okay for men to do that. That it's so much in
dog calling. That's what it is. If we're cat calling, it's dog calling. Stop scamming, man. Just said it. Thank you for that.
There's another aspect of it. I have heard from certain men that, it's like how men would take advantage of women, or like try to, there has been women that take advantage of men also. But now, mind you, these women are older women that are career oriented, or they're in position, they have some kind of position where they can help them in their careers, and they will make moves on them, and if they don't, then they either get fired or so. But there is women that use their power and status to lure in young boys. I might start doing
that. That's definitely true.
They do that too. So I think that would be the only time where a woman is taking advantage of a younger man, or
100%. There are women predators out there, but I just think the number of cases we would see would be drastically different. But sorry, Sultan Salateen, what were you saying?
I was saying
also, sorry, shout out to Amit Dawari for the super chat. Thank you so much. Yes, I am completely in agreement, and I think Mahlij and Sultan Salateen were basically saying the same things as well. Like, you let live for your child, but you just educate them, and hopefully educate them that Islam is not the one ever. But thank you so much. And Sultan Salateen, you were saying?
I was saying that I've seen some photos of celebrities. For example, I think it was from the Nick Jonas concert or somewhere, that the girls were reaching out and grabbing their legs.
Who's like,
Yeah, there. I think whoever is violating the other person, be it male or female, is wrong. So consent does matter. If a woman does it, it doesn't make her right. It doesn't give her the pass to get away with it. And I think, but the tendency in women is far less, I think, of doing that because
Yeah.
of the physical strength that men have. That and women would think twice until and unless they know the person. I don't think they would ever do that. But with men, they
It's
can get away with
could be
anything.
anyone on the street. Yeah, 100%. Like we all live in Western countries, but at the same time, like we can talk about, how bad Islam is, but even in the West, I'm sorry, like as a lone girl, if I'm walking home after a night out and I see a man that seems to be walking way too close up behind me, I will cross the road and I will walk faster and I will like get my phone out and I'll make that like fake phone call, or like these are still precautions we have to take. But I don't think as a woman I would ever, no matter how hot I found this guy, I would be going up to him and freaking trying to stalk him or intimidating him or being like, like I would never put him in that situation. It's just, I don't know, maybe it's just I think that's just the difference. There is even statistically a massive difference in the amount of like, female predators and female serial killers out there than male. It's just the way it is. Men have historically created way more violence in this world than women have. And then for the Prophet to say,
we can control ourselves more. But let me come from the other side as well. Now, I used to know this one guy who was a male dancer, right? So he used to dance for women and then he started dancing for gays, even though he wasn't gay. And I asked him why. And he said gay men tipped better and women were much worse in touching and all that. Like he was like their wife. Yeah. So this is what they said. Now, coming from another angle, let's say for men, they will also now come out, because for a man to be like, go to a friend and be like, oh, this girl yesterday, she came and just grabbed grabbed me like this and tried to get with me. And I said no to her. It's like a manhood. They can't say that, that a girl tried to make a move on you or tried to rape you or did something without your own thing, because they're going to be like, come on, man. A girl was making a move on you. You're telling me, do you understand where I'm coming from? So the men can't really come out and say it either. There is men that it happens to when women are making moves on them and they don't want to sleep with them. There is men that pick and choose. Okay. I know not all men are pigs, but most of them are. But at the same time, they can't go and tell in the whole public. It all affects their manlyhood. They're not going to say, oh, yeah, a girl raped me. His friends are going to make fun of him.
That's
like, what do you mean?
That's true. That is true. Because we are, whether we like it or not, I mean, physically, we are the weaker sex. That's fact. Like a man, that's why we cross the road. Because if I want to get with you or not, you have the physical dominance to be able to have your way if you wanted to. I just hope that you're not as messed up or clapped in the head for you to do that. And that's what you hope when you walk the streets every day, that 99.9% of men are not. But the fact is, exactly what you're saying. If they wanted to, I mean, and that's the only reason why we are considered to be like, and we would never be able to attack a man in the same way because they would have their way with us in an instant. But then it's just, imagine the life of a woman like that, even in the West, and then imagine a life of the woman in an Islamic country where even having adorned the whole niqab, you're still having your bum pinched, you're still getting freaking harassed. In Pakistan, you're still getting motorbikes drive past you and try and slap your bum. Like, this is ridiculous. I mean, we're dealing with a different thing in the West, but again, we are free to wear whatever the hell we want, and we are not going to get extra like stigmatized for that. It's just, you know, it's the natural things that happen wherever you go. Like men are men wherever you go, and I think that mentality is not constrained to one place, because, you know, I've been traveling recently and I've seen it occur in many other places where I'm just like, oh my God, what is wrong with some people? But that's just the way they are. And in Pakistan, it's just, and the way that Imran Khan, I guess, was what Sultan Salateen and I discussed earlier, is the way he puts the blame so inherently on us, and then he puts the vice of being quiet about it on us as well. Like, we're doing a good deed here by staying quiet because our bodies are like the freaking, I don't know what, to these people. It just kills them. It absolutely kills them. This is why I literally love seeing like other just Pakistani women speaking out, because we're not just calling out Islamic, we're calling out our culture, we're calling out all of those freaking hypocrites, we're calling out the people who were complicit in like Kandil Baloch's killing, we're calling out all of these people who are just afraid to let us just express ourselves the way, because we have some connection to back there, or we look like one of them, you know?
Yeah. So there's a lot of rational voices coming out of Pakistan, even though they are Muslims. And with Imran Khan, he's just trying to gain brownie points with the Muslim crowd, right? Like any of the politicians, especially up in those countries like India, Pakistan, you want to gain votes, Hindu and Muslim. That's all they do. India is like, oh, they'll bring out Hinduism or Sanatan Dharma, and in Pakistan, it's like you bow down to Islam and everybody will vote for you. You're like such a good Muslim. You could be doing anything, but you just say one thing about Islam, oh, he's such a good Muslim. Everything else is just like, oh, forgiven. So he's using those cards, but other people, like especially in the media and the top elite cream crowd, these people are Muslim by name. They're gays, they have parties, they have sex, they have drugs, they do everything. They travel all around the world. But because they work there and they're such big names, they can't come out and criticize it, even though as much as we want them. But there is women, there is some models, there has been some actresses that have been raising, you know, they have been raising their voices about these issues and stuff because they see it, you know. They can't clearly come out and say it is because of Islam or it is because of religion, but they come out and be like, no, we want our rights. It's just that their situation is different. Otherwise, they'll be lynched or killed, like Kandil Baloch. Yeah. So I'm sorry, I got distracted by I think Gulzar got arrested by cops. We heard cops.
Oh my God. Wait, I think that was from me. I hope he's okay.
Oh, no. We're just joking.
Okay, thank God. Yeah, that's definitely my street.
Sorry,
SC,
girls,
I
I'm
just
gonna have
say,
to run. I have to run because my daughter is up there and she needs me now. But thank you so much. It was so nice. We should do this again. I really enjoyed talking
definitely.
to you.
Thank you so much for stopping
So
by.
you have conversation with sensible people after having 4 hours of you know what I had today. So,
honestly, just come here for some normal combo. Yeah, power to you, girl. Anyway, take care. Thank you so much. Bye. Thank you to SC for your super chat. Holy Trinity on screen. Yeah, sorry. I hope you enjoyed the chat while it lasted. And there was another super chat here. Harjeet Singh, all your support. Jayma Padmavati. I've seen the movie, but Sultan Salateen, have you got a comment on that?
No, that's there's another episode. Someone calls Malich that, and so he's referring to that, perhaps.
Oh, I see. Okay, I have not been keeping up with the desi scene of YouTube, which I really should be. But okay. So Sultan Salateen, I don't think anyone else is gonna come into the studio. I'll send the link one last time, but I think we've taken way more than enough of your time. I appreciate it so much. But literally, just to conclude, if anyone is still watching this on YouTube beyond 3 hours, oh, my not so Muslim is here. Okay. Sultan Salateen, we'll take another caller, and then I'll ask you the final questions and we wrap it up. What do you say?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, not so Muslim, I really appreciate you coming back to the stream because you've been waiting ages. So we'll take you. Hello and welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
yeah, we can.
Oh, Thanks for letting me in. I'm a big fan of Miss Salateen.
Thank you.
Thank you for waiting, and that's incredible. Sultan Salateen, yeah, she's been doing amazing work.
Yeah, she's the bravest of, I think, the women I have seen in Canada. Actually, I'm from Canada too.
Okay.
And actually, I'm not Muslim. I'm Hindu, but why I call it not so Muslim, because everybody thinks I'm Muslim, because I studied in Milan, Italy. And when I was going to all the shops, food shops, kebab shops, in Milan and in Como where we studied, it was like everybody was thinking that I'm Muslim because I speak Urdu very well because of my grandfather. And I used to have the beard or something like that at the time. So that's why I used to start calling. I'm not Muslim, because they think whenever, I don't think it's so prominent in India compared to Pakistani culture, they directly ask you, are you Muslim? And I used to call them, no, I'm not Muslim. Actually, I'm Hindu. But they said, he speaks so good. I said, and we speak like Assalamu alaikum. And because that kind of a village we grew up. And actually, I grew up from the very nasty place, just like 20 kilometers away from Devband. You know what Taliban follow is Devband Islam. Maybe you know that a little bit. So that's why I'm from that town, just 20 kilometers away from there. And my story just moved to Europe. I did my master's degree. And the one thing I particularly found very stupid, or I think little apprehensive also, my students who are doing even PhD and master's degree in Europe, their psyche was all into religion, like you cannot eat this bread because there is some kind of a pig or some kind of a thing that even never came to our mind. When you're a student, you're just nerd. You think of science and this behavior, but that was really shocking to me. And then I moved to Canada in 2016, and recently I became Canadian. And there is a group that wanna showcase that how people even moving from those countries still inherit this notion of suppressing women. For example, there is a group on Facebook where you get help for your permanent residency in Canada help or citizenship test. There is a guy from Mississauga where Salateen is from GTA. She knows this area. The guy was completely making this crazy notion that it's against Islam if Canadian government make them to write their citizenship test in front of webcam. And I just wrote him, sir, when she will do some driving test or whether she will go into the society, won't she show her face? And the whole rampage gone, you don't know Islam, you are not Muslim, you will never understand how we support women in certain way. Can you imagine a woman who's been married to a Pakistani guy from Pakistan come here and her husband still dictating terms on her that you cannot show your face in webcam, because when you have the citizenship test, you have to go through 20 questionnaire question out of 4. You have to pick one kind of a test everybody have to go. And maybe Salateen also, or maybe, no, she's born and brought up here, so she hasn't. But when you take it, you have to go. And that was crazy for me. And one, because I live in Montreal, second crazy experience I had, like I was buying a exercise bike from another city from Montreal. You have Longueuil. I went there and there was a 3-year-old kid, 3-year-old or even less, 2.5. And they thought I'm from Bangladesh or from Pakistan, and the same. They think I'm Muslim. And I said, no, I'm Hindu and I'm coming from India and from this area. And the 2.5-year guy just told me, because I was picking up the exercise bike from their home Facebook market, he told me, we in Hindi, or I'd say, hum Musliman hain. Imagine 2.5-year-old born and brought up in a French-speaking area, because Quebec is prominent. You can say that is a French-speaking area, not even English-speaking area. They still how to say this bad word, like, or somehow that why they are breeding their brain of even child that being Muslim, they are super special and they have to conserve it like something special. I think even I'm from a Brahmin family, we were never brought up this hardshipness of religion, like do whatever you do, whatever you feel like to. I
So,
eat every kind of food.
sir, but did your mother fast the Karwa Chauth thing?
Yes, I think so.
Did your
Even my
father?
sister. No, not my father.
Did your mother? Are women allowed to remarry in religion?
I think so, hundred
No, they are
percent.
not. No, sir.
In uh, in mine, because I can give you practical example. I won't
That's
go
from
further.
Constitution, sir. I know that the Indian Constitution is.
No, not the constitution, because my cousin got remarried. That's
But
why I'm just.
religiously, that's the Constitution giving her the
Uh,
permission. But in
uh,
religion, I was in conversation with the Swamiji yesterday. You can probably go to Label's channel. There's a ex-Muslim Pakistani woman, Label, and we
okay.
had a stream on her channel yesterday. And there was Swamiji, and he was reading the scriptures and telling us and educating about us about what women, and do you know women are considered impure during their
Yes,
menstrual cycle?
definitely. I won't shy about it. During their menstrual cycle, all our life, when mother was menstruating, we are not allowed to be nearby her, and I won't shy about this.
So the thing is that I know in India there's a lot of progression and people are open minded, and it's basically the constitution that opens up the society all the more.
Yeah,
But there are certain things in every religion. I've said it earlier on also, uh, that women face the first bond in every religion. They
yeah,
are
Yes,
the
yes,
husband is the
yes,
demigod. You have Pati
yes,
Parmeshwar.
you are
yes,
absolutely right.
yes,
They
yes.
are carrying the
Preach.
burden and the notion. Yeah, you
Yes,
both are absolutely
always,
right.
always.
Even I see this like, oh my God, because I left India. I tell you, forget Islam at this moment because they were Hindus who, like, why I left India. You know, we had good business, everything. At the age of 14, I still remember that day and feel like I was like just not even in high school at 14 age, and my sister just got her. I remember her LASIK surgery. You know, in India before, or like once you graduate, parents want if the sisters or daughters are wearing glasses, they want to have their laser surgeries to be removed. That's very normal in Indian
Yeah,
subcontinent.
and also that's so messed up because it's so they look nicer, right? For the potential husband because they don't wear glasses anymore. They can just
Uh,
see.
yes, you're absolutely right. That's
Yeah.
the notion there. And what happened? I was crossing a bridge, and we were so young, we didn't even knew what the word eve teasing is. You know, when we are two brothers, two sisters, and one guy came and knocked her with a shoulder, and I feel maybe a mistake. Then another one came, and third one because she was wearing this black glasses, you know, because after LASIK surgery. And after 1 year, when you grew up within the boys, and then you see, wow, that guy was Eve teasing my sister in front of me, and I didn't knew. And in our Indian subcontinent culture, we are taught to be a muscle man or like a Bollywood hero or something to safeguard.
Salman
But
Khan, yes.
yeah, and when I moved to Europe at the age of 18, I said, you don't need to be a macho man. It's just normal of respecting each other. Like even at 3 or 4 in the night in Milan, you walk even half naked. Nobody going to say you anything or touch you anything. Even in that culture, I would say India, Pakistan, Bangladesh is the same for now. If I see
Did
it
you
from
just
there,
say Milan? Sorry, because somebody's asked a question about did he see Milan and Como in Italy? Is that anything relevant to what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, how so?
Hello?
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 We can hear you, sir.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
we
now
can.
it's better. Yeah. Did you get what I said?
Give me just, oh my God, like my audio has been removed from my Bluetooth. Let me rejoin you guys. Give me a second.
Okay, sure. Okay, yeah, Sultan Salateen, sorry, I don't know what happened there.
Yeah,
But
it's
yeah,
interesting that it's very difficult to realize what's happening around you, and it's easier to judge other cultures and other religions and not to see what happens within your own home. And I
yeah,
see that with Muslims also. They talk about, Hindus are this and this, they worship idols, they worship
yeah.
stones, they worship this. And what the hell are they doing during Hajj, by the way?
But honestly, like I see this, like I literally watch my own Pakistani family watch these dramas and they get angry when there's like puja pad or whatever. They're like, oh my God, like what is this? Like this is such shirk. Shirk is like the biggest sin in Islam. For those of you who don't know, it's like associating any other partner with God because we are meant to be so monotheistic, even though we kiss a rock, a black rock.
Yeah.
We bow, we like
Hajra
freaking try and
Aswad.
Hajr
Yeah.
Aswad. We try and touch it. We try and kiss it. I kissed it. I hold my hands up. I did.
I'm
I
glad
fell
I
for
never did.
it. And yeah, we circumambulate around a black box, which can also be very much considered pagan. We throw pillars we throw stones at a pillar, which is meant to represent Satan, which now looking back at it is extremely pagan. We run between. It just honestly gets. I did. I honestly, Sultan Salateen, I did everything. I did all the umrahs. I did all the ziyartim, which means you go to all the holy sites. Umrah is like the light version of Hajj for all those people that you
Yeah.
don't know, and Hajj is one
Less
of the 5
crowded
pillars of
version,
Islam.
by the way.
Sorry?
A less crowded version.
Oh yeah, a much less crowded version. But here's the little terms and conditions asterisk. If you do Umrah during the month of Ramadan, which is a holy month, so if you do I'm going to say this, spell this out for like Western people. If you do the Islam light version of the pilgrimage to Mecca in the month of Ramadan, which is the holy month, it is now equivalent to you doing the entire pilgrimage, which is called Hajj, which is an entire pillar of Islam, if that makes sense. So
yeah,
I know that's a lot to take in, but basically, you can do the light version like many times. If you live in Saudi Arabia, it's honestly like peanuts. You can just get a driver, go do it, come back, and you're like, oh, I'm a blank slate. All my sins are cleansed again, and let's rock and roll, Allah, like from the beginning, from the top now. But yeah, that's essentially how it is. Okay, Not So Muslim is back. So I'll just add him to the stream.
yeah.
Okay. Hello, welcome back.
Hi, am I audible now,
Yes,
guys?
Yes, you are indeed.
Yeah, what was the question? Like,
You tell
about
us.
You were telling us, enlightening us about your
oh yeah, that's
upbringing and how.
yeah, it worked. Like, I think we are product of very misogynist society, at least in India and that subcontinent, and it's very sad. But things are on progressive, at least in big cities. I can say New Delhi, Bombay. These places are, but the villages are still not in the, how to say, wavelength.
Sorry, can I just ask where are you? Where are you from? What's your background? What's your
like
belief?
at this time, I'm agnostic.
Okay, and where are
Or
you from? And what exactly are we discussing here?
we are just discussing the how the notion is not in, I don't know, like why we have this misogynist view of in the history of all this, and in India too. I'm just saying this for in sake of like when people say it's in Islam, I don't know, it's becoming more cultural there. I would
Right.
say.
So are you of Indian ethnicity?
Yes, I'm Indian.
Okay, and you're agnostic.
Yes, I'm agnostic. Born in a Brahmin family.
Right.
Why do you need to say that?
Because people need to know, like, it's nothing wrong with to express, you know. It's like,
No,
But you know
why
what I've
shows
realized?
the
Every
privilege.
Brahmin
One
I've
privilege
met
you have already
has
said
said
that you're.
they are Brahmin to me.
Yeah,
it
that's
doesn't matter
fantastic
because
to say,
people
isn't it?
think like it's coming sometimes like
No,
because
but
we
isn't
have
it very casteist to say that?
I didn't feel that way. At least we like it's kind of that because if you say, oh, I'm Hindu, it could be anyone, but where I
But
stand and
that's not
see it,
enough. For us, we don't believe in the caste system, whether you're Brahmin or Khatri or whatever, Shudra. It
uh,
doesn't matter to us. You're Hindu at the end of the day. And if
uh,
you're coming out and say it, you've said that like twice. I think in the conversation
yes,
once or twice that you have
I
said.
said
Oh, I
once.
didn't even pick that up. Well done, Sultan
Yeah, he
Salateen.
did earlier on also when he was explaining that.
Oh, we're
Yes,
very well picked up. Also,
I
yes,
think
I
sorry,
said two
Gulzar
times.
earlier. I just want to, sorry, I'm just going to take a break 1 second. Gulzar earlier, thank you so much for your super chat. Best stream. You know what? This is like the beginning of so many more to come. We're doing this exact same thing in Urdu, and today we're just talking, like we haven't even gotten to like Islamic stories or Quranic scriptures, so it's going to be insane, and the Pakistani government is going to be very busy is all I can say. But thank you so much for your support. And sorry, are you the same person that said that you studied in Milan and Como?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so everyone's like really interested. So they're saying that you studied in Milan and Como, and Como is a stunning city on a beautiful lake. Wow. Okay, that sounds good. So yeah, somebody asked Milan, Italy. I'm from Italy. Wow, we have a lot of Italians in the house. So we have a lot of your people.
Yeah,
So
Italy, Como is
coming
really
back to that,
pretty.
coming back to
okay.
that, I think
Uh,
it sh-
yes,
it shows your
you
privilege.
made, yeah, you said it's not privilege, I would say.
It is, sir.
Uh,
If
uh,
you're on the upper strata of the caste, where you are better off than the others, and you consider the other ones as lesser than yourselves, then it's a privilege. And the point that
yeah, I'm not going to support
comes to
that in that sense. Like we are kind of privileged in that sense, but if you
you
see it
are,
in
sir.
maybe it's taught here that way, but if you see it economical wise, we are not privileged
So you
in that
don't say
sense.
that. Don't say that. Well, because
But
over the period of time, we have come across many people who have educated us well enough to counter these
I'm not
arguments.
a privilege in a social notion. I will say social fabric, of course. Born in
You
my
are the
caste,
priest
you,
mostly.
yeah, priest, you are privileged. But in terms of economic way, you are not at all, at all. It's actually due to reservation, it's all actually opposite to it.
But even with the reservation, you can't say that everyone is equal at the moment.
I was supposed to be for 10 years, from 1947 to 1957, but due to politics, it's going on till 2021. So
But
it's the it,
leaving that aside, I would encourage you not to use that because I
okay,
find
okay, I see that. Like, okay, I understand you. Sorry for if you gone that direction, but I was just using that word that to showcase how we were brought up and how it is there. You know, it's just almost like we created the notion of caste system. I want to say,
yeah, I can understand. Did you have interaction with Shudras?
of course, my friend
Was he
from the
allowed to
childhood.
eat in the same plate or the dishes as you did?
I would say no. We were not like at school level. We never had, but when some person was coming to our house for the low caste, our granny was keeping the utensils different. I won't shy about saying this. What reality is, what reality is. They used to keep the utensils of those people separate for them.
That's all I
My
wanted to hear. And again, this is the problem with organized religions, wherever they are, that there are privileges for certain classes of for certain believers, and the others have to just follow like a creed. And there are
yes,
certain um, rules that are set.
yes,
And
you are absolutely right in that sense. Like it shouldn't be there. Every should be equal, and it has done wrong and wrong in our society over not even decades, over centuries, or even 1,000 years. People have suffered a lot in the hands of my caste. I won't shy about saying that.
hopefully, you, sir, and we are going to change those things together.
Of course, we are going to, and we have to. And I think at this currently, at least in my village or in my cities, I don't feel like we have any. Okay, if you see for granularity level, will the people will be okay? A Brahmin marrying a Shudra? No, that's the answer at this reality. But we have to move forward to the things. That's it. I would say. Even forget even the people. If, for example, even Brahmins try to marry a Rajput marry. That's still a problem there. Trust me.
Do you mind asking? Do you mind us knowing what city you're from?
Yes.
Okay.
Dehradun.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, because it's so nice to know that obviously there's people out there like you who are willing to just, look past all of this, the things that we speak about. So thank you so much for being on the same side and for all your input today.
Thank you. Have a lovely
Thanks.
time, guys.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for
Thanks,
coming
guys.
in.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay,
It's
I'm
a big
going to
step for
take...
people to acknowledge even.
Definitely.
And not to fight about it.
Yeah, totally. And Sultan, I'm going to need your help. This is another Punjabi comment. Harjeet, thank you so much for all your freaking continuous support. I try to read that Punjabi. I just think you'll do a much better job. So
He's talking about that the caste thing. It doesn't leave us. It's hard to take.
I mean,
out
I know
of
about the Jat caste, but what else is he saying in this Bahan Wala?
He's saying that it's the
What's he
same
saying?
with the Jats. That
Okay.
the caste and this system also exists over there.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Did you have this problem, Sultan Salateen? Speaking about personal experiences, did you ever have an issue with this, or like your tribe in Pakistan, or anything to do with this?
Never. My parents were least concerned about it.
Really?
And they didn't even care. My brother had a Christian girlfriend. I once threatened them that I would have one from different religions, and no one even bat an eyelid. So it was like my parents were
But was not that, like, honestly, this is crazy for me, because as a British Pakistani, the only thing I was ever taught was, no matter who you get married to, make sure he's a Muslim. Like, whether he's English or freaking, I don't know, like from the Bahamas, or he's, South African, as long as he's Muslim, it's fine. It doesn't matter where he's from. And that's all I had to go by, was he needed not, but again, Muslim had like criteria, right? Like he had to be Sunni. My granddad absolutely hated Shias. He like considered them like people of the book. That's only an incentive given to men. Men can marry Jewish women. Men can marry Christian women. That's why Imran Khan married Jemima, because it wasn't a big deal. But oh my God, if we tried to do the same thing, all hell would break loose. Because we were meant to have babies that are, because Islam is so patriarchal, would take their father's religion. Whereas I think in Judaism, a woman born to a child takes the woman's religion, which is still a lot better. But yeah, it's just ridiculous, because the whole onus is on you marrying a Muslim man. And you internalize that, and you only look for Muslim men. Well, in my case, I only did.
No, in my case, it was totally the world was our oyster, so we could choose. There was no restriction in that fact that it has to be Muslim. It has to be. It was that we had to be happy. Basically, we could
You know
choose the
what's
partner.
so mind-blowing? And I just want people who are still watching, by the way, and this much into it, like, wow,
Thank
good
you.
on you. But whoever's still watching, imagine I am a British-born Pakistani growing up in England, and Sultan Salateen is growing up in Pakistan. We don't even have to like specify a city, but your life at this point, honestly, I shit you not. I really shit you not, Sultan, is more free than mine. I really do. And that's what I'm saying, like it's so scary because we think people in the West are like our progressive Muslim friends. And yes, while a lot of them are, a lot of them came here and the only thing they care about is Islam. Like my parents were so young, they were to have a daughter, and their only requirement for this daughter of theirs is that I marry a man who's a Muslim. It doesn't matter if I'm happy or the same requirements that you put forward. Obviously, they want those things. I'm not going to say they don't want me to be happy. Of course they do. Like, they're normal parents. Of course they do. But the requirement was that we will accept him and the family will accept him and we will not kick up a fuss as long as he's Muslim. Like, he can be from wherever, but as long as he's Sunni, by the way, not Ahmadi, because you'll be, that's not okay.
They are not considered Muslims.
That's not a compatible marriage. Exactly. And Shia as well is not considered a compatible rishta or relationship. And then talking about the caste system. So I don't know about how much you guys like have this, but because I basically come from like a Punjabi Pathan like family, I see like when I see like the elders in my family trying to do these like arranged marriages, which is normal in our culture. And for the English audience, I'm trying to say this in like a way you'll understand, but in Urdu it's called like rishtas. It's just as simple as that. Like you're basically it's like you're doing the job without Tinder. Yeah. Like you're just trying to hook them
without
up.
The dating.
But you're
without the dating.
Without the dating, you're literally saying like, what height do you want? What size do you want? Does she wear hijab? How many times did she pray? What university did she go to? And then you just like match them up. But like it's a really long and like deadbeat procedure. Anyway, so I'm not trying to go through that. Okay, so I'm just trying to like live my life. And Sultan Salateen, where was this conversation going? I completely forgot.
We were talking about my parents being absolutely fine with whoever we chose, regardless of the religion.
Yeah, exactly. So mine were like, sure, go ahead as long as they're Muslim. But like, where does that, like, obviously now we've seen like, where does that leave you, right? Because so I know we've had a lot of chats and there's somebody still waiting to talk to us. I'm going to come to you in just a second. I just want to wrap up Sultan Salateen because we can go on for hours, like things we have in common, the things we don't have in common, they make us have so many more questions and we can just keep talking. But what I wanted to ask you is, obviously, okay, we went through how your life is now without Islam. We went through how you're going to raise your son. I just want to, and we've also gone through your current thoughts on Pakistan because of the chats that came through. But my final message to you before we take the final caller was, what would your message be to Pakistani women? To Pakistani women, but especially to Muslim women. What would you say to these women who are still completely following Islam and they think it's perfect and true? And just what would you say to them given the chance without any judgment?
I would tell them to try and understand the plight of those women that we try and bring up again and again. For once, keep your bias aside. The goggles that you have on, religious goggles, which make everything look so beautiful and flowery, and it looks so pretty and, divine. Try and look at the stories of those slave women. Try and look at those stories of Rehana, Terfa, Asma bint Marwan, and many other women. Think of yourself as one of those women who were taken as a slave and asked to sleep with those men, who were asked not to cover their bodies, who were only supposed to cover their, groin areas, and the rest of had to be naked. Whereas those women who were considered pious were belonging to the Sahabas, for example, were privileged enough to cover their bodies. Their bodies were like treated like commodity. Can you imagine yourself being in that place? Can you put yourself for a moment in those women's shoe? Forget about who it was doing. For a moment, think that whether it was one party that was doing it earlier, it was an Arab tradition, whatever you want to say, would you like it to happen to you today? If the answer is no, then it was also wrong at that time to happen to those women. And what you are going through, whether it's being called half-wit, whether it's being, not good enough as a man, whether it's not being able to lead a life and make your own decisions, you're much more than that. I am much more than that, and I'm sure you are also. Just trust yourself and break free.
Well, Sultan Salateen, whew, I think you definitely have a way with words, and I think you just need to kind of like just engage that more and put out so much more of this content, because I think it literally tugs at people's heartstrings, because it definitely does to mine. But we have a couple of things to discuss. So I'm going to call on Africa Rambo, because he or she has been waiting a long time.
Sure.
So I'll add them to the stream if that's okay, and then we'll see. But Africa Rambo, who we're just about to call, says, I have tears in my eyes listening to her. Sorry, guys. England is always just popping off. Anyway, yeah, thank you so much, Sultan Salateen. I think you've really riled up the emotions of a lot of people today, in a way that potentially nobody else could have. So, Africa Rambo, I hope I'm saying that right. Welcome to the stream. How are you? What's going on? Wagwan.
I'm fine, thank you. So I'm from India, as you can understand from my
Right.
accent. Yeah, I've been in the US for some time. I don't know which country I'll be next month. So I've been following Harris Sultan and ex-Muslims and ex-atheists a lot, and you're the new one.
Sure.
I subscribe to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
regarding to this topic, I have a few lines to say. That's it. So regarding to this topic, all religions try to control women in some way or the other. Some in good way, some in bad way. I mean, even men were also controlled. Even in Buddhism, there is segregation. Female monks will not be near male monks, and they shouldn't appear before them. Even the most peaceful religions have these issues. So I mean, we should, I think human rights should be valued first. That's the thing. That's the first thing. Right? There are like 20 points in human rights.
There's 30 actually, yeah, but yeah,
But I
definitely.
think that should be taught to everyone. So
I mean, I've only currently made a video on the literally Article 1 of human rights versus Islam, but there's 30 more I need to get through. I'm just planning whether to avoid some because they repeat a lot, or but genuinely all 30 of them Islam is against. So that's going to be a great series. Just keep an eye out for that.
when I talk to fundamentalists, they say that these were created by humans. How do we respect them? Why should we respect and believe in them? That's the big question they ask. And I've discussed with AP also in comment section, should we create a new religion based on humanity? And he said it cannot happen. I mean, my perspective is that it's better to create a god and stick him with all these human values and create a new religion than outright saying there is no god, because that will put off a lot of religious people. So, what is your take on that?
I think we don't need any religion. With any religion that if you try and form, there'll be hierarchy in it. It'll be you would decide on certain things, and if you make it some set rules, human rights which exist now might have been different 200 years ago, and we evolve as humans and we decide for ourselves with our evolving moralities what is right and what is wrong. Slavery might have been right 200 years ago, but now it's not. Women rights, if you consider, what totally different ball game. Religious freedom also is totally different. So every we don't need a religion, so we don't need more gods to fight with. We need more. Um, and if you think that having a god might make it more approachable to people, I don't think so. There are so many atheists around you. There are so many people who are agnostic. I think I call myself agnostic atheist because I don't
Well,
think I have the final answer. And
Mm.
I would like to be have more people like me who are more tolerant than having staunch people with firm beliefs who believe in those things and they are not willing to change for any cost whatsoever.
I mean, God is a thing. It's not a trivial thing. I mean, people lean on to God a lot. I mean, some people might not feel the need due to, I mean, their comforts or something. But from where I come from, God is a necessity. I mean, whenever they are in troubles or something, they will turn towards God. It's a very powerful idea, even according to psychology. So it's not a
I
simple.
know.
Even atheists too. Sometimes they change suddenly. I am an
I
agnostic, but I do sometimes pray, look up to the sky and pray. It's not an easy thing to be an atheist. I'm 100% sure that there is no
You
God.
don't have to be, sir. We are not asking you to become one. What I'm trying to say is that it's a personal choice. If that's what comforts you, if having an imaginary being around you, surrounding you, that you can talk to, comforts you, then it's your call at the end of the day. We can't decide for people. Like, I would not like you to make decisions for me.
So
You
my
get my
my
point.
point was that is it better to approach fundamentalists through atheistic way or through God?
I'm not willing to lie, sir. I'm not willing to fabricate a story just to make people believe in it. Then what's the difference between one religion and the other? I'll be telling lies. I want to be honest with myself, with what I think and what I believe in.
Okay, that's good. That's one point. Yeah, you can agree on that.
Thank you.
I mean, I just think it's astonishing, Sultan Salateen, the amount of people that come here, honestly, with like the intent to maybe even try to argue with you or pull you up on a point, and they end up agreeing with you because you're just so like logical and rational and coherent in what you're saying. So like even they can't fault what you're saying. It's so weird, but it's just every conversation we've ended, they're just like, oh my god, like I fully agree with you, and it's just that's just the end of that because what you're saying is just it's just so much sense. What you speak is sense. Anyway, we have a epistomophilic here, so I'm gonna add him to the stream and then let's see how this goes. Oh, who else is on? Oh, okay, let me remove.
Shalom, ma'am.
Hi.
Sure. Ma'am, congrats on your Urdu channel. Okay.
Thank you very much.
You've done a great job. And
Thank you.
yeah. And what about you, ma'am Salateen? How's your channel going? It's going
Channel
good.
is going fine. I'm doing streams off and on. I've been bit under the weather lately, so I've been away, but I'm back and we'll be doing more streams soon.
Okay. Wish you best of luck, both of you.
Thank you.
And yeah. Ma'am, I just want to request one thing. If you just like focus more on the layman, like the Urdu speaking crowd, because they really need your narrative, and they are
Are
the
you talking to
ones.
me?
I think both of us. Yeah.
Both of you.
Okay, both of us. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
'Cause-
yeah, yeah. And women over there, they are really oppressed, and they get the real feminist narrative. That's what I think, And if you compare with ladies like who come to your English-speaking streams, they are much more aware, and they know more. So, mm, so uh, Urdu Urdu channel, they really need your attention, and
Yeah, but do you
this is
not
the.
find like today, for example,
Mm,
even today, like I think Haris Sultan tried to advertise my Urdu YouTube channel across the entire time during his stream, and it didn't get that much like traction. So I feel like are people in Pakistan or Urdu speaking people just not willing to listen to female voices, or like
ma'am,
what's the
Rome,
problem here? I don't know.
yeah, ma'am. A Rome ain't built in a single day. Like, it's not the norm of the society, So someone has to take a stand,
Yeah.
So you just put the first brick and let's see.
Yeah, no, I'm trying. Obviously, like I don't even care about like because a lot of Haris's followers are men, so I just want to get like a lot of the women to just listen to me. And so far, I've got like guys commenting, but if I have women, that's fine because that's my priority is to reach out to Pakistani women. This is the only reason I'm trying to speak out in Urdu. And I feel like obviously voices like Sultan Salateen can very much help me, but I don't know. You tell me, Sultan, do you get a lot of women like Pakistani because my subscribers are UK, US, Canada, Australia. Like, do you get Pakistani subscribers, women?
I keep on checking the audience, and what percentage of that is female audience. And I was so disappointed in the beginning when it was 2%. And I was like, what the hell even am I doing? And if there are women not watching me, what is the whole purpose? But now slowly and gradually it has gone up to 17% of the women. So
yeah, mine is about that exactly. And I was like, okay, this is at least good because I have this one female Muslim girl trolling me on every video, but I know that she's trolling me to the point where her faith is like already shaken because you don't troll somebody that much. You don't try and bring them down so much unless you're like really messed up now because of something I said. So yeah, but again, I don't know if it's because people in Pakistan think that like the two people they have to look up to is maybe it is. I mean, for sure it is Ghalib and Haris, but now the women are speaking up. Now it's our time to shine, and what we have to offer is very different. And I come from a different perspective in the sense that I come from like the UK and like the British Pakistani sense. You come from like a more European Pakistani experience, and we have Mahlij, we have Labelle, we have these people, but we all like a lot of us have the Pakistani thread, and we can genuinely shed light on the country in a way that even Ghalib and Haris can't. But I feel like all of our voices fortified are gonna genuinely bring some. Like, how much is the Pakistani government gonna ban? Like, they're gonna get tired of fighting against all of it. Like, Haris puts out, like, God knows how many videos a day. Ghalib does so many live streams. I will just be like, I'll still try and put them out whenever I can, but they're gonna get tired of following us at some point.
The aim is to have so many of us that they'll be confused at the end.
Yeah.
Ma'am, I just want to add one thing. Basically, these women, they've got the issue, and like even listening to you and watching your channels because they ain't got the liberty to look up to you, or they ain't have the freedom in their homes. Ma'am Salateen, are you getting me what I'm trying to say?
Yes, I am.
Because yeah, yeah. Uh, there were some girls, they approached me like, I don't know how they got my email, and they just want to get some information regarding the religion. I just asked them how you get my email and why you want to talk to me regarding this. Like, and they told me that in our family we are not allowed to even use the mobile and all the things. And this is
Did you come from a very, very, very conservative religious background? Can you just give our callers a bit of depth into, like, I've obviously heard you on many channels, and I'm so grateful for you always calling in, but yeah, a little bit of background would help, like, because let's just
yeah. Please carry on, ma'am. What are you saying?
yeah. So what's your background exactly?
What's my background?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Ma'am, I'm
However
from.
much you're willing to tell. Don't say anything you don't want to say. But just I want, because you're giving extremely good points and we want to discuss them. But I just want my viewers to understand which background you come from, because obviously this is still an English channel and we have very Western viewership, and we just want to know where it, like, what aspect of Islam are you clinging to when you talk to us, you know? Or not. So,
Okay, ma'am.
yeah.
I'll just say one thing. Okay, ma'am. Thing is just like, I was being like born and raised in my beloved country, Pakistan. Okay, and born in a Christian family over here. Okay, and
I'm
religion.
so sorry, but by the way, on behalf of entire Pakistan, I'm sorry to you already in the way we treat your minorities. I'm sorry already. I don't even know if that's a warranted apology, but I apologize because we are horrible towards minorities, and knowing that you were ever part of that, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Not that my sorry means anything, but I am.
Yeah.
No, ma'am. Like, it's just like we are used to of it. Basically. Even
Yeah,
you
but that's
from
fucked up. Do
Galib
you know
Bhai
what I
as well.
mean? That
Yeah.
is fucked up. Like, I'm so sorry. I feel disgusted by my own people and my own country that we have made you guys feel like this. Like, any other person with the last name Masih, I'm like, what have we done to them? Like, how have we like, it's disgusting, and I'm so sorry, but thank you. You're more than welcome on this channel anytime. Like, freaking say whatever it is you have to. Like, don't hold back. If you are a minority, project your voice. This is what my channel is for, so go for it.
Yeah. Yeah, ma'am. I know that, and thank you, and don't feel guilty that much because
Yeah, we have
you
to.
and the
We have
one in.
to. Look, we are again, like we were talking about men being privileged. We also come from a privileged class, which is in the majority, and so we have to put ourselves also accountable, and we have to acknowledge it that the problem exists, and we are part of the problem. So it has to start from us.
Yeah, ma'am. That's really nice of you. And thing is, this people ain't aware of this thing because it has become a norm of the society, and even the minorities, they are so used to it that even they ain't project anything, or they don't rebel even now, what I think. And this habit of them, like, uh, has become there, even you can say, कहते हैं ना कि वो एक लत पहचान ही बन जाती है, and now it's their identity. Now they have been being identified, and they don't even mind. Like, so it's the dilemma of the society, but still hope is there.
You guys
Like
are the
people
hope.
like you.
Hopefully,
Uh,
you and many people who are with you, who understand your plight and that of the minorities in Pakistan, would stand up and fight against this, because you can't expect the privileged class to fight for you. I'm sorry, but this is how it is. When we talk about women's right, also we think that it is the women who have to fight for themselves. I hope that there's more space and tolerance in Pakistan for minorities also, because it's heartbreaking to see the news that pours in from Pakistan. And I don't know how you go through it. I don't know what you have gone through already, but I really understand that, and I have no excuse for that.
yes, ma'am. Now it's getting quite nosy out here because like it's the time
Fajr
of
time, yeah.
yeah, for the time. So I'll just catch up with you guys later. Okay,
Thank you.
because it's quite okay. Take care.
Thank you
Keep
for
up the good
coming.
job.
Thank
Keep up
you.
the good job. Take care.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Thank you. Yeah, I know this caller, Fudgy Serial. He comes on Ghalib's channel, and he's a very good kid, and hopefully he'll take good care of himself and the people around him. But if you have been listening to Haris' channel, if you have been listening to Ghalib's channel, you will come across many stories of minorities
If you
and
have
what
been
they have
listening to
gone through.
Haris' channel, if you have been listening to Ghalib's channel, you will come across many stories of minority.
Nuria, there's a
Sorry, I fixed that. Sorry. I was listening to you guys on YouTube. But yeah, I think you gave him an amazing answer. And yeah, like you said, he is a regular caller.
Yeah, on Ghalib's stream, he's a regular, and Ghalib also tells him to take care of himself and not to be too confrontational around himself. But I was saying that, like, we expect women to fight for themselves. I hope there's enough minority left in Pakistan that they would also. It's a
Yeah, and
paradox,
that's
actually, what Muslims expect in Western world to how they should be respected and treated. They don't do that in their own countries to the minorities themselves.
yeah,
They want
exactly.
their
And
mosque, they want their religious education, and they want this and that when they come to the Western world. And yet in
and
Pakistan, they are shutting down the churches and shutting down the temples and everything.
yeah. And so Sultan Salateen, I just kind of want to round this up with obviously we've gone for like almost 5 hours, and I thank you so much for your time. Like, you are a much more busy woman than I am, so thank you so much. I salute
You're
you.
welcome.
Like, honestly, thank you for taking all the callers. So a quick question is, obviously, as you were saying, like, we've obviously discussed like Pakistan and the route that it's taking, and we're extremely worried, but you know, there is hope that there are voices. And as we said, like, every time they try and ban us, we will come out, and we'll come out stronger. But just in general, like, you've obviously given your message to Muslim women, and I just want to appreciate your story, because I've come from my story has been very different to yours, in the sense that, like, I actually truly believed in this faith at one point in time. Like, I believed that I was doing the right thing for Allah when I wore the hijab, and I thought I was doing the best thing in the world when I was performing Umrah, or I was like, you know, like, there's a mosque in Medina, or it's either Medina or Mecca, one of the things where you go and do all of the like sightseeing of the Prophet, which is maybe not even true because of the whole Petra theory, but that's a whole nother discussion for a whole nother day. But yeah, it was so weird, because the first time I went to Petra and I was riding on the horse with my brother and sister, I just looked at them and I was like, I literally feel like Abu Hamza in this environment. It was so weird. And I was like, oh my God. And then like years later, I see like Dan Gibson talk about like, was Petra the true origins? Because I was like, this is such Abu Hamza vibes, everything around me. Whereas Makkah just really wasn't. They were like, they took me to the places where you go and you do ziyarte, is what you call it in Urdu. In English, it's probably like just the
Pilgrimage,
pilgrimage to the historic sites. So we went to like the cave, the the Mount Hira, where the Prophet was like, sat in the cave and the spider web saved him. Yeah, hallucinating. An angel like Gabriel for the English speakers came down into this cave, and we went to it, and honestly, it was a tiny ass cave, and I was like, wait, a spider web just built webs, and the kafir at the time didn't just put their swords in that and be like, is there anyone in here? But no, like in the entire film, the message, which I alluded to in my slavery video, in that film, you're given such propaganda where he's in this cave, the spiders build a web, the Meccans come towards him, and they're like, oh, there's a spider web here. There's no way the Prophet could have been in here for a day or two. There's no way. And they just leave. But then I go and see that site, and I'm like, mate, it's a tiny cave. Like, even if a spider can build a web in my window in a day.
Yeah.
So I would still check. Like, I really would still just use my sword and check. It was so dumb. And then, obviously seeing Safa Marwa, the two mountains that you run through. And there's honestly, for people that don't know, in Makkah, there's two green lights between Safa and Marwa, the supposed mountains. And that's the area you have to run between. The rest you can walk. So we just signed up for wheelchairs, and we got pushed through it, because it was like who's gonna do that if my dad is he's disabled anyway, so we were like, let's just roll with that. That's the quickest way to get through this. And then the whole concept of going on a Hajj and throwing stones at a pillar which represents a devil. Obviously I never went to it because my parents just went and they left us kids at home, but imagine they wrote a will, and I was the eldest child, and I'm literally 11 years old, and I'm reading this will of my parents because they've gone to Hajj, and they're like, if anything happens to us, and the major point I had to look out for was the point of the stoning, because that's where people die usually in Mecca, by the way. This is not uncommon, because you're throwing stones at a pillar from such a far distance. You're inevitably going to hit some people in the head with these rocks. And that's exactly what happens. And these people, eventually, if they get hit hard enough, they do pass out, and some of them eventually die. But there's also been instances in Mecca where the bridge towards the Kaaba has collapsed. That's when my grandparents were there. And, it's not really there's stampedes all the time. Yes, exactly. And we haven't even touched on the sexual harassment, but that's another thing. I already touched on that with the apostate prophet, but it's all true, and it all happens, and it's all inevitable. But again, I've gotten so off topic. What I wanted to just round up with was obviously the fact that you have started to speak out now. You're an activist. You are of a Pakistani background. You do not seem to me to be afraid of the bans the government puts on you. And I just really want to know, what is it? If you could just help us tell the world, what is this agenda that we are trying to sit here and waste our precious time talking against the Pakistani government, reading beautiful stories that you've written about, Islamic times, which will inevitably get banned if you were to do it in Urdu. But for us to sit here for 4 hours and talk about, we both bond over one thing, and that's the fact that it's not even our culture that's crappy. It's an ideology that's crappy that we both agree on, and this is something we have to call out. So, yeah, just your final kind of words on everything you think about this and the movement and your role in it.
I think it's more that we are fighting an oppression. It's the control that we are fighting against. It's the religious oppression. It's the oppression by the establishment, the freedom of expression that we are fighting for, religious freedom that we are fighting for. in a country that is so stifling and where you feel that your voice is not heard. We are trying to be the voice of those people who can't speak. And it seems so unjust. It seems so wrong. You might have come across a story of Asia Bibi. She was a Christian woman and her plight. Imagine no one had spoken up for her. What would happen to her? She would have still been in Pakistan. She might have been even killed. There are so many people who were killed. There was Mashal Khan, there was Salman Taseer who was killed. And those people who killed them become heroes. So we want to change. We want to turn tables. We want to be part of the change so that people who don't have a voice, women who don't have a voice, they are still human beings and they still need to be heard. They still need, that people know about their problems. Someone is fighting for them. Someone is speaking
And
out.
Sultan Salateen, I'm sorry, but do you not think, like, on a basic level, when we are trying to talk to them, like, obviously we haven't discussed this and gone to this level, but if we were just to tell Pakistani women what status Islam gives them, so many of them would just be like, I don't accept that. But it's
very
just that they
difficult.
don't know.
It's like it's very difficult to break free from the dogma because fear of the religion is there.
But I
Religion
mean,
has,
you did it,
but
and
I
I
come from a
do it,
different background, and
so do I, and there's plenty of people. But I mean, that's what I'm saying with that one
you know,
tiny seed of doubt. Like, to say that, the Prophet married a 6-year-old, that's enough to get somebody to be a little bit disgusted and be like, hold up, let me actually be able to answer her back. What does she mean? And that will just get them searching, and then they will naturally be disgusted, is what I'm hoping is a reaction of, like, the things we say when we talk about the role of women in Islam, and we made it very clear that these things aren't just, like, made out of the blue, that you have half inheritance, or, like, your testimony is worth half. Like, these are actually prescribed from the Quran, and then you have all these women that defend it.
sadly, it's not the case, Nuria. If you look at Pakistan, I've read that growing up in school textbooks. It's
Wow, really?
Yes. This Aisha's marriage and women and all that men are supposed to be guardians and everything. We've
Oh
read
my
that,
God.
and the Maulvis openly say that, and it's the women have accepted everything that's being told to them because
Wait,
they
so
don't.
you don't read that and be like, sorry, what?
No, they don't. They don't. You'll find many women in Pakistan. If you talk to them, they'll defend it. It was the custom. It was a Arabic tradition.
Oh my
This and that,
days.
and
Oh my God.
it's
But
not that easy. The fight isn't that easy.
yeah,
I
that's
don't.
true. But even that's been proven wrong now. Like, there's no such thing as, like, that early prepubescent age because of the desert climate. Like, that's all BS. That's all
I
been
know,
proven wrong.
but try and explain that. Try and look at it from a Muslim woman's perspective. Would she
Yeah.
believe what an atheist woman is telling her,
Yeah, no,
or
probably, of course
that
not.
what a cleric is telling her? She would definitely go for the cleric
Yeah.
because there's a trust
Yeah.
issue with us.
Yeah.
So that is why I come up with stories where I put the names at the end. They have to read the story till the end to find out
Yes.
who it is about.
I love that. I love that. I love that you do that because
And I want them to put themselves in that place and think
Mhm.
about it because literature and soft entertainment and movies and music have the ability to move you.
Yes.
You can
Agreed.
feel for the characters.
Mhm.
Whereas if you just tell them the story, they would be upfront and confrontational, and they would fight you till the end for it. But
True.
perhaps if you make them understand what you're trying to say,
Mhm.
they might too. So that is our goal, that we reach more women. We devise ways where they can understand us, they can come to us, we appear more approachable to them. And it doesn't matter if they come and fight, because I don't mind that.
Even that would
At
be
least
amazing.
they're
Yeah.
speaking up.
Yeah, exactly. And they're here to like answer and question what it is that they believe in, even if it's because even my entire journey leaving Islam was from a point of view where I was trying to defend it. So imagine I had come on to talk to you to try and defend my religion, and then you just countered me with such amazing points that I had no option but to be like, oh my gosh, like let me go back and think about that for a second. And then that's it. I'm done with Islam because your points are just so much more plausible and realistic, and that's where the evidence is. But yeah, okay, real quick before we wrap this up, this has been going on for way so long. K97, thank you so much for your super chat. K97 says, hello, unrelated to the discussion, to the delicious topic at hand. If you don't mind, can you have a later reaction session on my favorite professor, Gerald Schroeder's YouTube video on Genesis and the Big Bang? Okay, cool. I don't know who
I haven't
Gerald
seen that
Schroeder
video.
is.
I don't believe in Genesis. I do believe in Big Bang because
Ditto. I don't believe in Genesis. I definitely believe in the Big
so
Bang. But
everything we find evidence for, whether it'll be God, let me put it that way, unless and until there's evidence, you're asking me to believe your word over mine. So
yeah,
that doesn't make sense. If there is evidence for which for Big Bang we do, I would believe that. I do believe that.
yeah.
But if you're asking me to believe in Noah's Ark or anything that I haven't I have no clue for. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Okay, I guess one of the last questions, and we'll take Karga Piri, who's on the call. K97, thank you so much again for your super chat. K97 is saying, been dying to get an atheist response to it. Sorry for the distraction. Interesting guest today. Great work. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I hope you did get your question answered. Yeah, thank you for your support, and thank you for tuning in. Okay, I think this is our last caller for the day. So I'm so sorry, Sultan Salateen. Hello, Karga Piri. Piri?
Hi,
Karga
Nuria. Hi,
Piri.
Salateen.
Hello.
Hi there.
Well, how are you guys today?
Good.
Good.
How are you?
Good. It's always nice to talk to you. I know it's really late, but I just had one question for Salateen. Like I know you have young kids, or probably at least I remember you at least have one son.
Yes.
Because of your conversation, yeah. So my question is how are you how can you raise a kid when you know your surroundings are still toxic with religion, the community, or if your parents or siblings, your kids are still getting all those things from others. So how do you what do you do, how I don't know how to put my question in the
I
right
think I
words,
would do
but
what my parents did. I would what they did is give us a free pass. There were discussions, there were philosophical, political, analytical discussions at home. We were given access to science. A lot of we growing up, my house had a huge encyclopedia at home. We had a huge, I think, atlas at home. We had the books on science, animals, literature, German literature, English literature, Russian literature, you name it, and my father had it in English at our fingertips. So we could choose to read. We were exposed to that, and yet we were functioning outside also. We were coping. It was difficult. I have to give it that. But if you create a sound grounding, I gave an example earlier on of my sister that she is religious, yet she asked her husband if he would marry their 6-year-old daughter to a 60-year-old man, and he said no. And she said that's exactly what Muhammad did to Aisha. And he said it's wrong, although both of them are religious. So at least she has that sense of morality in her that she can say, call it out. So if you do that, whether your children turn out to be religious or not, that's a different thing at the end of the day. You can't influence everything in their life. But if you try and make them good human beings, logical human beings, that should
No,
do its
I'll
job.
tell you one example. That's exactly what I am trying to do with my kids, and like they are like they are pretty open minded and they ask questions. So recently, like he went to one of the neighbors. They were of course Pakistani, and my son came to me and he was like, "Can I ask you one thing?" I was like, "Yeah," and he's like, "To be an astronaut is haram." And I was like, first of all, what, like, who's telling you all this haram and halal thing, right? There is nothing halal and haram. And he's like, well, like, and he told that girl name, which is like 2 years older than him. And she's probably not even 10 years old, probably like 9 years old or something. And she said, like, well, I said, like, what did she say? And he was like, well, she said, it involves a lot of risk. If you go in space, you might get killed. So that's why it's haram. So I was like, okay, you know what, sit down here. And I told him, like, what astronauts are and, like all those space stations. And I was like, okay, you know what, you use Google Maps? And he said, like, yeah. And I was like, how Google knows all this? Because of all those, like satellites and GPS. And so I tried to tell him like all those kind of things. And he's like, oh, okay. I did not know that. I thought like my phone knows everything. And I was like, no, your phone needs something, to connect and all those kind of things, right? So like this is how like they toxicate all those like kids, and then those kids they tell other kids in schools or in community. Because I am in Canada, like I don't care, like I do, my kids, they don't get exposed to like like all those kind of things which the kids get exposed in Pakistan. But like yeah, I was like so amazed and I was mad, like for 1 hour I was just keep thinking like why they are teaching all those things to their kids.
No, but you have to couple. This would happen at one point or the other. For example, someone asked my son, "What is God?" And that was a Pakistani Muslim family, and they asked him, "Who created? How was the world? Do you believe in God?" And he said, "No." And they asked him, "Then who created the earth?" He said, "It was Big Bang that created the universe." And they told me later on, "Your son was telling this," and I was very happy in my heart that good job, well done. But he came one day home and he was saying,
May I ask
Mom,
how old is your
my
son?
friends told me that I can't eat salami because it's haram. And I was like, it's
Oh,
your choice whether you want to eat it or not. I'm going to eat this salami. It's haram for them because they believe it's wrong. If you don't want to eat it, it's your choice. And I
But
said,
it
you
wasn't
can have
even
it.
pork, right? I'm sure it was.
Yeah,
Was it pork?
it was. So,
Oh, okay.
so it was like, I was like, it's your choice. And he said, no, I'll have it. I said, it's your choice. I'm not forcing
And then
you.
he was like, Mom, this was the best thing I've ever had.
So I think rather than becoming infuriated, you should try and think more how you can make your kid understand it better. That's the best approach because I sit down with my kid, I try and explain him about women rights, why they are mistreated and what people believe, and he said, "Mama, but that's stupid. Why would people do that to women?" And I'm like, you unless and until I explain it out to him, I spell it out to him, he won't be able to understand. And he needs to understand where I'm coming from, whether it's religion, whether it's women rights, whether it's Black Lives Matter, whether it's anything else under the sun. Just
thank you.
expose them to all environment. My friend, The friend is a Muslim woman from Pakistan. We go visit her off and on, but they know what our family structure is like. We don't fast, we don't pray. My son doesn't know any kalama or anything like that.
And they don't judge you because of it. Just let live, basically.
They know they know me as a good human being. Because I help them when they need it.
Yeah.
So that should be enough. Your being a good person and good human being should suffice. And I wouldn't tell my son to judge anyone. That would be also wrong, because my son has a Pakistani Muslim friend. He visits him. There's no judgment. I don't tell him, don't listen to him, don't do this, don't do that. And they are not better off, or they are stupid people. Please don't do that, because my son once said, but that's stupid, mama, what they are doing. And I was like, don't say that. This is not on. People have the right to choose for themselves, and they can decide for themselves. What you've decided for yourself is well and good, but what they do in their life is their matter. So be open about it and be respectable, and hopefully they'll be on the right way.
No, yeah, I totally agree with you. And especially with like parental figures like yourself, I don't see any way that they wouldn't be. So yeah,
Life can be very surprising, Nuria. You never know.
Let's cross that bridge when it comes. So far,
Yeah,
so good. Yeah,
that's
like
true.
it's all good up till now. I mean, I turned out okay. You turned out okay. We got this. So yeah, I mean, people would argue we turned out really not okay, but I think we turned out okay.
We're happy where we are.
Exactly. So on
Oh,
that
you guys
note,
are role model. Honestly, like you guys are role models for so many women, and yeah, and I know like right now, like the situation is like nobody could have imagined like this YouTube conversations or this team was possible like 10 years back, or like
really,
even
do you
5
think
years
so?
back, right?
Really?
And yeah, like nobody could have imagined like,
Yeah.
you know,
I
like
guess you're
and you
right.
can talk about like Islam and all those kind of things, or even especially the women, right? Like you, so you guys are role models. Like it will, like most of the time, Ghalib says like, you know, like we are writing history, and this will be history, because this is not going anywhere. All those streams are gonna stay there forever. So yeah, it's a really good work you guys are doing. So you guys turned out perfect, I think.
Oh, well,
Thank you.
thank you
That's
so
really kind
much.
of
And
you.
thank you so much for your support. Yeah, that's really, really kind of you. And sometimes I do think I'm like, really, is what we're doing like gonna reshape history? But I guess at some level, yeah, like what people say is true. Like this will always be here, this stream, what we're saying, the fact that we have the audacity to talk about the Prophet and his wives and his personal life, and you to relay a story, is just because of A, the times we live in, but B, because of all of these people that have come before us. So yeah, honestly, like a massive thanks to them. But yeah, I guess we just got to keep going, and let's get it to the point where this wasn't even a question in the first place. But I just want to thank you so much, Kirka Piri. I'm just gonna remove you from the
Yep, thank you.
stream. Thank you so much,
Yeah, thank
and
you,
thank
and
you
keep
for
the good
all your
work. Take
support.
care, both of
Bye.
you.
Thank you.
Yeah, bye. Yeah, thank you.
Bye. Yeah. So Sultan Salateen. Honestly, I think it's been a wow. We have gone like what 3 hours more than we expected. And
You're
I feel
setting
like
some records.
yeah, but I feel like I could still talk to you for like another 2 hours, which is crazy. So I'm gonna let you go because I know you I don't have a life, but you definitely have a life. So I will let you go. But yeah, oh my god, this was way more than anticipated. I don't know if we got more callers that threw us off or what it was, but honestly, it was amazing connecting with a fellow ex-Muslim woman, an ex-Muslim woman activist, and particularly like an ex-Muslim woman Pakistani, because you have so much insight to shed light on, and it's honestly so nice to hear like other women exactly, because to be honest, we're all on the same page, we're just saying the same things, and it just seems weird that our voice is new on all of these guys' channels, but it is because our perspective is new. So thank you so much for having the guts to contribute in the first place. And Karga Bhiri again is saying thank you for taking me. Thank you so much for joining. Like, it was a pleasure to have you. It was a pleasure to converse with you. I just want to say a massive, massive, massive thank you to Sultan Salateen before I go. And
Thank you, Nuria, for having me. And it's always, I don't know, the ease that I feel while talking to you is amazing. And I think there's so much, I feel so good when I'm talking to women. And, you can relate to a lot of things that they say, which you have to explain it out to men. And
it's
there's a
true.
certain understanding, unspoken things that you can understand from a woman's point of view, which is amazing. And I hope this is true for all the women out there also.
Yeah, it's true because our stream has gone on for so long, I can't say with full certainty, but I'm pretty sure like in the first 20 minutes, you had me speechless because, I mean, just as a woman, the way I was empathizing with what you were saying, like, it was horrifying. And I just think that like if you connect woman to woman, there are certain things which obviously just tug at our heartstrings, especially as, you know, if you're a mother or a sister or a daughter or anything, like, it does really apply to you. And your story today really, really touched some people. And I think they're honestly just waiting for more. And again, I just want to say before I go, thank you for being a bleak but most important voice. Sorry, not you weren't a bleak, but a very important voice in the bleak environment that was Pakistani ex-Muslim women. So the fact that I even have somebody to just bounce ideas off from a woman's perspective, of like what's happening in Pakistan, this is honestly amazing. So yeah, we'll have these chats in private. Bye, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us and listening to our stream, and hopefully share it, and hopefully it will reach where we want it to reach.
Exactly. And if it doesn't, we're just going to keep going. So keep sharing, keep doing your thing. We'll keep doing our thing. But yeah, love and light to everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you so much for all your love and support. This was awesome. And if you enjoyed it, let us know in the comments and we'll just keep them coming. Have a wonderful night, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.